The marionettes of the Banquet of Blood, the Daystones, both were creations of the Black Blood tribe. Sarika's eyes widen slightly as the realization hits. The massacre, the Banquet of Blood, the dark puppeteering magic. Everything falls into place. She now understands the truth behind Boris Lhilam's identity. Now that his identity is out in the open, Boris knows staying here any longer will be difficult. What a shame, he mutters. Before he can finish, Sarika cuts him off. Shut up, she snaps, surging toward him with deadly intent. Boris sighs, already preparing another spell. I guess I'll have to see you another time, he smirks. But Sarika has no intention of letting him escape. Summoning her beast once more, she launches a direct assault. She and the massive creature strike the ceiling of the barrier simultaneously, aiming to shatter it from above. However, the protective shield remains unbroken. The spellbook of Hearthcrea stirs, its aura growing irritated by their relentless attacks. Within the ancient tome, the angel spirit begins to respond, reacting to their aggression. Boris clenches his teeth. Damn it, I forgot the angel could track their movements. Sarika takes a step back, her gaze flicking to the countless marionettes Boris sacrificed to maintain the shield. If it weren't for that spell book, you'd be dead already, she mutters under her breath. Then, a sudden flash of light erupts behind her. Her eyes narrow. Someone just entered my domain. Does he have an ally? She wonders aloud. In that instant, a familiar figure bursts onto the battlefield. Cyan, weapon in hand. He charges straight for the barrier. Boris's smirk vanishes. His face darkens with recognition. The Duke of Cyan. Why is this guy here? But there's no time to react. With blinding speed, Cyan strikes the protective barrier and shatters it into pieces. A surge of purple and gold energy rips through the air, crackling with intensity. The battlefield trembles as Kiram emerges from the wreckage, her unease evident as she takes in the chaotic scene before her. She stomps forward, sending golden debris scattering. Her crimson eyes gleam dangerously as she utters Hearthcrea's name. Hearthcrea, standing tall with an abnormally long wing, eyes her with suspicion. He demands to know how she found him and why she's here. Kiram smirks, stepping in closer. With a cold edge in her voice, she remarks that tracking hypocrites like him is second nature. His stench alone is enough to make her sick. Hearthcrea's expression hardens. He warns her that he already gave her a chance. Now, there's no turning back. She chose the wrong side. Without hesitation, he swings his wing, activating the supreme authority. A massive eye materializes at the center of the barrier, locking onto Kiram and Cyan. The pressure is suffocating, but they refuse to waver. In defiance, Kiram summons a mammon, its roar splitting the air. Debris crashes down as Kiram struggles to stay on her feet, muttering a curse under her breath. The eye looms ominously as Sarika casts a wary glance at Cyan. She wonders if he truly grasps the power of the supreme god. Clutching his demonic sword, Cyan pushes forward against the radiant golden barrier. Sarika's doubt deepens. Could this power be something beyond the sword itself? Then, without warning, Eru unleashes a surge of energy, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Sarika's eyes widen. Eru had been hiding something, or rather, someone far more dangerous than he let on. After a tense pause, Eru turns to Lord Hearthcrea. I will assist Cyan, he declares. Boris, standing nearby, urgently calls out to Hearthcrea. That boy, the master of the demon blade, must be taken down now. But Hearthcrea doesn't move. He shakes his head, his voice grim. We're not strong enough to face him. Cyan's aura burns with lethal intent as he sets his sights on Borislaum. Without a word, he surges forward, golden flames swirling violently around him. Finally, he reaches the spellbook. Without hesitation, he swings his sword, aiming straight for the sculpture of Hearthcrea. Hearthcrea reacts instantly, blocking the strike, but Cyan refuses to be stopped. His blade tears through the barrier with ease before slamming directly into Boris. A chilling realization washes over Boris. This kid, he's far more dangerous than I thought. Above them, a swirling black haze devours the sun. Boris's blood runs cold. He recognizes it instantly, an ominous sign, one tied to Cyan Vert. There's no more time to hesitate. While Hearthcrea's barrier still holds, Boris makes his move. He must eliminate Cyan before he becomes a threat to Askel. A fierce clash erupts, sending a shockwave of mana across the battlefield. The intensity of the battle weighs on Kiram. She worries that Cyan won't be able to hold out much longer. Without warning, a crimson-eyed giant, Mammon, bursts onto the scene. Its monstrous jaws snap open as it hurls its targets through the air with terrifying force. Boris and Cyan now radiate a suffocating, menacing aura. In a flash, Cyan's blade plunges deep into Boris's chest. Before Boris can react, Cyan's forward ability activates. Massive roots, as unyielding as an ancient tree, erupt from the ground, locking Boris in place. Gritting his teeth, Boris refuses to go down so easily. He summons a hellhound, its fiery breath roaring toward Cyan. But before the flames can reach him, Sarika intervenes. Using the unified, demonic human form, a secret technique, she grabs Cyan and pulls him away from danger. Cyan barely has time to process what happened before he senses it, the overwhelming power radiating from the Hallmaster. He stares at her in disbelief, shaken by the sheer intensity of her aura. Just then, a blinding streak of light crashes into the battlefield. The impact triggers a massive explosion, sending debris flying. Sarika's expression darkens. She immediately realizes that her fort domain has been shattered. The culprit? The power of a god's weapon. As the dust settles, Boris takes the opportunity to escape. Sarika clenches her fists, frustration burning in her eyes. We failed the purification. Cyan turns to her, demanding to know why she stopped him. Sarika, still shaken, snaps back that he should at least thank the one who saved him. But Cyan only scoffs. Save me, he retorts. I was the one who saved you. Sarika freezes, momentarily thrown off by his words. What are you even talking about? Standing behind him, she fumes at Cyan's complete lack of gratitude. Meanwhile, Cyan ignores her and turns his attention to Kiram. His grip tightens around his sword as he asks if she's okay. Kiram, unfazed, casually replies, I think I'll take a nap. Even after colliding directly with Boris, she doesn't let the pain show. But Cyan knows this was just the beginning. The real battle is still ahead. And for that, he has no choice but to use that. In the bustling streets of Brno, merchants call out their wares while travelers weave through the crowd. Among them, Alice walks with purpose until her eyes suddenly lock onto a familiar figure. Dean Kundal. She hadn't expected to see him outside the academy, and the sight takes her by surprise. Seated at a quiet table, the dean takes a sip of his coffee, glancing at Alice with a small smile. It's been a while since I last stepped out of the academy, he remarks. Alice, still caught off guard, listens as he continues. Your letters, he explains. They're the reason I'm here, and from what I gather, this situation is quite serious. Alice hesitates before asking, is it because I quit being a knight? The dean chuckles, shaking his head. I saw that decision coming a long time ago, he says. You've been trying to uphold the legacy of your house. But in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing compared to the roles played by Askell and Laynell. Then his expression shifts slightly. Alice, do you know anything about Askell? Alice responded thoughtfully, noting that with the Empire's most gifted individuals flocking to the Knights of Light, Askell was poised to rise as the commander of the Empire's strongest force. The dean nodded, adding that his grandson, Laynell, widely known as the Amicable, might one day stand beside Askell, sharing that command and shaping the future of the Empire together. However, Alice's expression darkened with concern. She hesitated before asking what the Chancellor thought of it all. Since Prince Laynell was his grandson, his opinion carried significant weight. The dean fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Then, he recalled a conversation from some time ago, one initiated by her brother, Cyan. Cyan had asked him a single question. Did he value the Empire's prosperity more, or the honor of his own house? It was an unusual inquiry, but in hindsight, it felt almost prophetic. Cyan had been looking ahead, warning him that he was too indifferent to the future that was fast approaching. Alice's eyes widened. What exactly did Cyan see? She asked, unable to hide her curiosity. The dean sighed, admitting that even he wasn't entirely sure. But there was one thing he was certain of. She needed to leave the Empire. Alice stiffened at his sudden command. Leave? What? His voice was grave as he explained. A great storm is coming. Chaos will consume the Empire. I will do what I can to stop it, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Alice's heartbeat quickened. You truly believe that? She pressed. The dean exhaled slowly before revealing the harsh truth. The signs are already there. A coup is brewing. There are forces moving to seize the throne from within. The bustling streets of Brno come into view as Nana arrives, mesmerized by the city's lively atmosphere. The energy of the urban center is unlike anything she's seen before. As she weaves through the streets, her attention is drawn to a fruit vendor proudly displaying his fresh produce. The shopkeeper eagerly waves her over, boasting that the fruits are perfectly chilled. Just then, Nana's gaze shifts to a group of rough-looking men. She points at them without hesitation, bluntly calling them strange. The bystanders bristle at her words, their expressions turning hostile. Sensing trouble, Brian quickly steps in. He apologizes on Nana's behalf before sternly reminding her that pointing at people is rude. Emily, watching the exchange, chuckles. All kids are like that, she remarks casually. But Brian remains tense. He warns them to avoid unnecessary attention and reminds them of Cyan's orders. They must reach the safe house without incident. Their survival depends on making their cover story believable. Emily nods and advises them to act naturally, blending in as an ordinary family. Suddenly, Brian freezes. His eyes lock onto something in the crowd, and without a word, he rushes forward. Brian, wait for us. Emily calls after him as she and Nana struggle to keep up. As they push through the crowded street, Nana hesitates for a brief moment, glancing back at something before continuing forward. Meanwhile, Alice sits by a window, lost in thought. Dean Cundall's words replay in her mind. A coup is already in motion. She struggles to process the idea. Askell and Lainell, plotting something like this? She never would have believed it. But somehow, Dean Cundall and Cyan had known all along. Before she can dwell on it further, the door swings open. Emily and Brian step inside. Alice looks up in shock. How did you find me? Emily smiles. It's been a while, Alice. The two exchange greetings before Alice turns to Brian. You were missed too, she adds. Curious, Alice asks if they've been staying at the academy with Cyan. Emily nods. The young master needs my support. Alice blinks, stunned. Cyan, living with two women? Before she can fully process that, Brian drops another surprise. We're only here for 3 days, he says. Alice stares at him in disbelief. 3 days, she echoes. Just then, Brian tenses. A realization dawns on him. Wait, someone's missing. Alice frowns. Who? Brian's expression darkens with guilt. Nana. She was with us just moments ago. Emily steps forward. We need to find her. Anyone close to Cyan is important to me as well. The scene shifts to Reno, a picturesque coastal city where the sea glistens under the sun. A man pushes open a wooden door, stepping onto the dock. His voice cuts through the salty air. Tell the captain, it's time. Inside a large chamber, sailors gather. The crew is ready to set sail, murmuring about the generous pay for this trip. In a corner, a dark-haired boy stands beside a wolf-like companion. His sharp eyes scan the room. Among the gathered figures, he recognizes someone, a familiar kid from earlier. By the water's edge, Nana wanders without a care, completely unfazed by her surroundings. One of the men nearby watches her in disbelief, murmuring about how strange it is for a child to roam alone so fearlessly. The dark-haired boy steps forward, studying her. With an easygoing tone, he asks, "Where's your family?" Nana simply points toward the docks as raindrops begin to fall. The boy raises an eyebrow when Nana suddenly sniffs the air, muttering about a familiar scent. Behind him, a wolfman grins wickedly. An easy catch, he mutters. Might fetch a nice bribe. The boy turns back to Nana and flashes a friendly smile. How about I take you somewhere with lots of tasty treats? At the mention of sweets, Nana's eyes light up. Candy, she repeats excitedly. The boy hesitates. Surely, she's too old to fall for something so simple. But to his surprise, Nana eagerly nods, completely taken by the idea. Before she can follow, a young noble with jet black hair steps in, calmly reminding her of a rule she should know by now. Never trust strangers who offer candy. But Nana, already lost in her excitement, ignores him. The wolf-like companion playfully calls her over, and without hesitation, Nana chants about sweets and follows them. She does recall Cyan warning her once. Following someone's words blindly will only lead to trouble. But that thought is fleeting. Right now, all she cares about is candy. The strangers lead her down a narrow, shadowy path. There's plenty of candy inside, one of them says with a smirk. For a brief moment, something nags at Nana. Cyan's words echo in her mind. But her craving gets the better of her, and she hurries forward. Behind her, the men chuckle, mocking her for being so gullible. Another easy prize, one scoffs. Inside, Nana hums to herself as she eagerly searches for the promised sweets. But as she ventures deeper, the excitement in her eyes fades. Rows of barred cages stretch before her. Children, their faces pale with fear, watch silently from behind the iron bars. Their eyes plead for help. She stops in front of a tall, foreboding doorway, her back stiffening. A creeping doubt settles over her. Realization strikes. She's been tricked. She turns slightly, whispering to no one in particular. "Papa, I messed up." But just then, her nose twitches. A familiar scent lingers in the air. Without another thought, she rushes toward it, her feet carrying her down a dimly lit corridor. At the end of the passage, a heavy cloth drapes over a large cage. From within, eerie sounds stir the silence. Hesitating only for a second, Nana reaches out and pulls the cloth away, revealing two monstrous, high-ranking red gnolls, their golden eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. Most would recoil in terror, but Nana simply tilts her head. Then, she reaches her small hand through the bars and gently pats one of them on the head. "Good boy," she says casually. Instantly, the gnoll's aggressive snarl softens into something almost tame. Curious, she leans in. "How'd you end up here, little guy?" The gnoll lets out a soft woof, shifting restlessly in the cage. Grinning, Nana places both hands on the iron bars. "Don't worry, I'll get you out." With a slight push, the metal bends effortlessly beneath her touch. The door creaks open. Just as the gnoll steps forward, a voice calls from behind. From the shadows, a soft voice calls out. Nana turns to see a group of elven children trapped behind another set of iron bars. Their wide, desperate eyes plead for help. The little demon dragon girl doesn't hesitate. With the same effortless strength, she bends the bars and sets them free. The scene shifts. A mysterious lord reclines in his chair, a massive chained wolf resting beside him. Before him, the wolfmen and the newly freed elves stand in formation. One of them steps forward. "We're all ready now, Captain." The captain, a red gnoll, towering and battle-worn, sits alongside the CEO of the Merchant Union. He nods approvingly. "Good. Now, we just need to set sail from the harbor." A merchant smirks. "With Morris gone, the Gray Merchant Union is finished. No more fees, no more restrictions. Our profits are about to skyrocket." Another adds. "The Garum Association pays more for younger captives. Once this job is done, bonuses all around." A dwarf grumbles, arms crossed. First Albus, now the Gray Merchant Union. "I don't like this. Feels off." Then, with a chuckle, he mutters, "Call it women's intuition." The wolfman and elf beside him exchange confused looks. Unbothered, the red gnoll waves off their concerns. "There's nothing to fear. We have our gnoll champion." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rips through the harbor. A wave of purple energy surges through the sky, and before their horrified eyes, their ship is obliterated. Flames and smoke rise into the air. The red gnoll jolts to his feet, fury in his voice. "Who did this?" Above them, a figure perches on a ledge, silhouetted against the burning wreckage. A voice rings out, childlike, but laced with something far more dangerous. "Bad adults." Then, in a flash, she leaps down, landing before them in her fully transformed dragon demonic form. Nana's golden eyes glow with raw power. Her wings spread wide as she glares at them. The gnoll froze, stunned, as a draconic woman suddenly appeared before him. Nana didn't waste time. She pointed straight at the elf and the wolfman, accusing them of lying and trickery. Her relentless finger-pointing and sharp words quickly pushed them over the edge. With a furious shout of, "I'm cutting off that finger first," the two, joined by their dwarf, charged straight at her. But before they could land a hit, Nana moved. One brutal punch, a knee to the wolfman's face, and then, bam, she smashed his head into the dwarfs, knocking them both out cold. Standing over their crumpled bodies, Nana turned her glare on the stunned gnoll. Seething, the gnoll tapped into his mana, activating a chained wolf monster at his side. He barked in order to capture the girl alive. The beast's red eyes blazed with fury as it stormed toward Nana, slamming its massive hammer so hard into the ground that the earth cracked beneath it. The gnoll warned it not to kill her, but the monster wasn't holding back. Just then things flipped. Nana stopped the hammer with one arm, effortless, her gaze fixed on the metal collar around the wolf's neck. It looked familiar, but before she could place it, the beast swung again. She dodged without a hitch. Frustration boiling over, the Knoll unleashed a surge of mana from his head. The collar pulsed with a painful energy, throwing the wolf into a berserk rage. Its power spiked. It lifted the hammer again for another brutal strike. But Nana had already cracked the code. Purple energy surged into her fist as she slammed it into the collar. The impact sent the massive beast flying. The Knoll's eyes went wide in disbelief. Why the hell are you flying at me? Too late. The wolf crashed into him with crushing force, its hammer shattering on impact. Elsewhere in the forest, Brian caught sight of smoke rising through the trees. Feeling the pulse of mana from that direction, he raced toward it without a second thought. Back at the wreckage, the Knoll slowly came to, coughing and groaning. Glaring at Nana, he growled, "You'll pay for this." He reached for the mana link, only to realize the collar was gone. The freed wolf turned its gaze on him, no longer restrained, only filled with rage. The wolf landed a crushing blow, launching the Knoll into the distance. Whether he lived or not was anyone's guess. As the dust began to settle, the giant wolf turned its attention to Nana. But something was different. Its gaze, once full of rage, now softened. That's when Nana revealed what she had been hiding all along, a tiny wolf pup tucked in her arms. "You're his mom, aren't you? He's been looking for you." At her words, the towering beast's entire demeanor changed. Its eyes welled with emotion as it nuzzled the pup gently, the violent aura around it disappearing. The monster-turned-mother gave the baby affectionate cuddles, then quietly turned and walked away, its mission fulfilled. Nana smiled and waved at the little, sweet-smelling pup, who clearly missed his mom too. Just then, the children she had saved came over to thank her. While accepting their gratitude, Nana scratched her head, wondering how to get them all home. That's when she spotted the elf and wolfmen trying to sneak off in the background. Grinning, Nana shouted after them, "Hey, you sneaky bad guys. Time to make up for what you did. Take these kids back where they belong. If not, I'll eat you." The sheer force of her threat froze them in their tracks. Pale-faced, they scrambled to gather the kids and march them off to their villages, not daring to argue. With everything under control, Nana gave herself a little pat on the back. I actually did something good today. Papa Cyan's totally going to be proud." But her smile faltered and her voice dropped to a whisper. "I wish Papa could have seen it." Just then, a hand gently ruffled her hair. "You did great, Nana." She whipped around in shock, and there stood Cyan. "Papa, you found Nana," she gasped. Cyan gave a warm smile. "You let off so much mana, there's no way I wouldn't." He explained how, after returning to the safe house and finding it empty, he realized she'd gone off on her own. With Millie and Brian already on the move, he simply followed the trail she left behind. "No matter where you go, I'll always find you. I'm your papa, after all." Moments later, Brian and the others arrived, visibly relieved. "I was really worried about you." Brian began, but he didn't get far. Cyan turned to him, his smile gone. "Then you do know what you did wrong, don't you?" Brian gulped, already regretting everything. Without another word, Cyan launched into a punishment session on the spot. Brian didn't even bother to resist. Meanwhile, Alice stood frozen, staring at Nana like she'd seen a ghost. "Hold on. The one you've all been searching for. She's a demonic human?" The shock in her voice was clear. She'd never even seen one before, let alone expected this. Scene shift. Far away, deep beneath the Ushif Empire's capital, the mood was tense. A man hurried down the narrow, dimly lit staircase, Boris. His steps echoed through the dark stone halls, and his face was filled with unease. Why would he suddenly show up here? He never leaves the academy, Boris muttered, clearly disturbed. As he reached the bottom floor, he saw a familiar figure waiting by the doorway, Dean Hundle. Boris's expression hardened. "What are you doing here, father?" Dean Hundle gave him a heavy look. "Let's talk. It's been a long time." The scene opens with Boris and Dean Hundle seated across from each other at a table, the air between them tense. The dean starts by reminding Boris that it's been 10 years since he stepped down as Duke. 10 years of staying out of the Empire's affairs. But now something's changed. He demands to know why his state revenues have plummeted while their payments to the imperial family have skyrocketed. Boris leans forward, frustration clear. The Empress's family, he explains, demands absurd sums each year. If he fails to meet those expectations, their political position collapses, and the imperial family will waste no time replacing them with one of their own. Then he asks flatly, "Do you even want Luenell to be emperor?" The dean slams his palm on the table. "Enough. Do you truly believe Lionel is fit to rule? Boris doesn't flinch. That doesn't matter. As long as someone from House Quizelle takes the throne, that's all that counts. The dean's eyes narrow. You mean the same way you married off your sister to the emperor? That it's hard. Boris goes silent. I've said what I needed to, the dean adds coldly. Cut all support to Lionel. Boris tries to protest, but the dean rises from his seat and heads for the exit. Where are you going? Boris calls after him. To the palace. Scene shift. In the quiet of the Vert estates, Askell Vert sits alone, staring down at a slip of paper. So, the one who holds the demonic sword has finally shown up. His expression darkens. Everything he planned is unraveling. With a flick of his wrist, he burns the message to ash. It's all falling apart again. He thinks back to Alice abandoning the knighthood. Her leaving gave him a clearer path to inherit the dukedom. A silver lining, he mutters, though the memory of her bitter stare lingers. She knows something, and it started to irritate me. Suddenly, the room flares with teleportation magic. Boris appears, cloaked in a different aura. Boris bows slightly. Offer my greetings, Sir Askell Vert. Askell recoils in surprise. What's going on? Is this your true form? The Black Dragon tribe. Boris's eyes flash, his presence heavier and more menacing than ever. Forgive me. I didn't intend to show you this form. Askell narrows his eyes. Who pushed you this far? Weren't you at Lone Academy? Boris's voice turns cold. It was my brother, Cyan. At the mention of Cyan, Askell's expression turned grave. Boris pressed on. Even so, I managed to gain something valuable. He held up a small pill. This holds the mana of the demonic sword I found at the Banquet of Blood. And now, I found the sword's true master. Askell's eyes widened. So it's Cyan. He's the one behind all this chaos. And I had no idea. Boris nodded grimly. He had already tried to eliminate Cyan once, but lacked the power to finish the job. Askell leaned back, a dark resolve settling in. Then I'll handle it. I've fought Cyan before. He's no easy opponent, but I can take him. But Boris raised a hand. Not yet. It's too early. Askell frowned, confused. Why? What's stopping us? Cyan's being shielded, Boris explained, by the Black Fog's followers. The situation's unstable. We move too soon, and it'll all collapse. Then you have a plan? Askell asked cautiously. Boris nodded. A prophecy points the way. The Saintess will lead us to the Holy Sword's location. And to reach it, we need to find one person, Duran Dark. Unbeknownst to them, just outside the room, a servant stood frozen, eavesdropping. His eyes widened at the mention of the Holy Sword. This was information Cyan needed to hear immediately. He turned to slip away, but before he could take a step, Boris was already behind him. Well, looks like we caught a little rat. With a cold grin, Boris grabbed him by the neck and lifted him off the ground, his voice low. You're not one of Askell's regular men, are you? So tell me, who are you going to report to? Just then, Askell stepped out of the room. His face was a mix of disappointment and realization. I hadn't suspected you until now. The servant struggled, trying to explain himself, but Askell cut him off coldly. You've deceived me long enough. Kellen, scene shift. Meanwhile, deep in study, Luna sat surrounded by scrolls and ancient volumes, flipping page after page with growing frustration. It's not here, she murmured, lost in thought. Her mind flashed back to that day in Boris's lab, the day she stumbled across that ancient script. The fragments were written in a language long forgotten, tossed aside by time. If the spell hadn't thrown her out, she might have uncovered more. So far, she confirmed one thing. Only two known books existed in that language, the Divine Scriptures and the Demonic Scriptures. And, judging by what she had seen, it leaned more toward the divine. But that only deepened the mystery. Why would something so sacred be hidden away in Instructor Boris's lab? And more importantly, what were the scriptures used for? Why couldn't she find anything on their purpose or contents? Just then, Aaron stepped into the library and spotted Luna buried in her books, completely zoned out. Luna, still deep in her thoughts, was considering whether her last resort might be the Garum Association's archive of forbidden texts. Aaron cleared her throat. Wow, you're so locked in, I could have been standing here all day. Startled, Luna looked up. What brings you here? Aaron gave a casual shrug. Have you seen Cyan around lately? Luna shook her head. Not at all. I've been stuck in here the whole time. Then, giving Aaron a quick side glance, she asked playfully, do you miss him? Aaron immediately scoffed, clearly flustered. Why no? I just think it's weird that he suddenly stopped showing up to class. That's all. Luna chuckled. Don't worry. He'll come back. Aaron raised a brow. And how are you so sure? Luna leaned back slightly. Because that's just how Cyan is. He always comes back. Aaron blinked, not quite sure what that meant. But before she could ask, the doors to the library burst open. Leximus rushed in, his face stiff with urgency. Lady Aaron, there's an issue. Aaron turned to him, puzzled. What now? He handed her a sealed letter. This just arrived from the palace. You need to read it. Immediately. Aaron rolled her eyes. You already peeked, didn't you? You're not even supposed to do that. Leximus didn't flinch. Please, read it. With a sigh, Aaron broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Her eyes widened the moment she saw the handwriting, her father's. The contents hit her like a thunderbolt. Upon confirmation of stable ties between both houses and the palace, this letter serves as official notification of the engagement between the fifth princess, Aaron, and Cyan Vert. She froze. Her heart skipped a beat, her eyes locked on the name. Cyan Vert. The letter wasn't just politics. It was a promise, one that stirred something fluttery and impossible to ignore. The scene shifts to Emperor Donnie's chambers. Propped up against his pillows, he accepts a cup from his daughter, Violet, and offers a quiet thanks. She tells him there's no need for gratitude. Of course, she'd take care of him and her little sister. He brushes it off with a smile, calling it nothing more than a cold. But Violet isn't convinced. She urges him to get better soon. It hurts her to see him like this. Just then, a voice echoes from the hallway. Dean Kundal steps inside, greeting the Emperor and Princess with respect. Violet greets him warmly before excusing herself, quietly leaving to give them privacy. As the door shuts, the Emperor comments on how far Kundal has traveled. But this time, Kundal isn't his usual composed self. He stands stiffly, eyes serious. Sensing the mood, the Emperor asks what's wrong. Then, with a weak chuckle, he apologizes for being in such shape when hosting an important guest. Kundal immediately urges him not to say such things, then asks, when did his condition get this bad? The Emperor sighs. At first, he thought it was nothing. But now, looking down at his unsteady hands, he admits it hasn't improved at all. Kundal's expression tightens. He regrets not coming sooner. Another cough shakes the Emperor. Then he changes the subject. He assumes Kundal didn't come just for a visit. After all, he only shows up when there's trouble in the Empire. Wiping the sweat from his face, the Emperor asks if this is about Lionel. Kundal confirms it. At first, he didn't think much of it, but things are turning out worse than expected. Suddenly, the Emperor lifts his hand. Lightning sparks crackle in the air as he channels mana, declaring that as long as he draws breath, Lionel won't lay a finger on anyone. The power in the room flares, but it's unstable. Kundal sees it clearly. It's not just his appearance. The Emperor's very core is starting to break down. Shifting gears again, the Emperor asks about Princess Aaron. How is she doing at the academy? Caught off guard, Kundal replies honestly, she's doing well. Smart, diligent, and already growing into her role. There's nothing to worry about. The Emperor smiles faintly. She's always been strong. It brings him comfort knowing she's thriving, especially after she met that boy 3 years ago. Kundal raises a brow. You mean Cyan Vert? The Emperor nods. He believes Cyan will stay by Aaron's side. That's why he's decided they'll be wed. Kundal draws a sharp breath, stunned. But the Emperor simply asks, was that really so surprising? Kundal admits he'd already suspected something. After all, the moment the Emperor personally endorsed Cyan for the royal dorms, it raised questions. The Emperor chuckles and starts to ask for Kundal's opinion of the boy, but before he can finish, Kundal cuts him off. He says bluntly, Cyan is a terrible choice. The Emperor's smile fades. What do you mean? Kundal doesn't hold back. Cyan skipped classes more often than people eat meals. He's never seen the boy crack open a book. In 50 years of teaching, not one student has been worse. The Emperor sits there, stunned, second-guessing everything. Had he chosen wrong? But then, Kundal adds something else. For all of Cyan's bad habits, he's also one of the most gifted students Kundal has ever laid eyes on. And with him by Aaron's side, no one will dare lay a hand on her. The Emperor lets out a breath, finally easing back against the headboard. Then he asks, if that's the case, what is Kundal so worried about? Kundal doesn't answer right away. Instead, he watches the Emperor in silence. And then, the Emperor quietly says it. He's afraid of bloodshed between his own children. He's right to be. Just outside the room, Louis Nell stands listening. As Violet walks by, he greets her, casually pointing out she had just been with their father and grandfather. Then he asks, What was that guy doing there? Violet brushes him off, saying he can go ask for himself. The tone annoys him. He presses her for answers, but she spins around, snapping that he's annoying. That hits a nerve. Louis Nell glares at her, demanding to know if she's lost her mind. You looking for a fight? But Violet doesn't flinch. A dark energy begins to swirl around her. Calmly, she says she has no interest in stooping to his level. Louis Nell shouts back, confused and furious. What's that supposed to mean? Violet steps in close. Without warning, she grabs his face, catching him off guard. Leaning in, she lowers her voice and tells him. He should already know. Then she whispers in his ear. You're trying to kill all of us, aren't you? Louis Nell freezes. He stumbles back, insisting it's nonsense. Says she has no proof. Then, without giving her a chance to respond, he turns and storms off, warning her to watch her words. As he walks away, his mind races. Who gave him up? How much does she know? What's she planning? Behind him, Violet watches. Her eyes never leave his back, and Louis Nell knows this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, Erin was in tears again, overwhelmed by the sudden news of her engagement to Cyan. Her cheeks burned with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. She couldn't understand how her father could make such a major decision without even asking her. Sitting nearby, Luna calmly asked, so why not just say no? Erin wiped her eyes and admitted she didn't completely hate the idea. It made political sense. But what really bothered her was how her father didn't even consult her. Then, without warning, Leximus climbed onto the table and declared his full support for the engagement. He claimed to have witnessed Erin's emotional struggles firsthand and was convinced this marriage was either destiny or divine intervention. Just as he reached the height of his theatrical monologue, Erin grabbed him by the collar, panicked. Cyan had just walked in. Cyan scolded Leximus for being so loud, reminding him that the library was a quiet place. He even pointed out that the princess looked mortified, embarrassed beyond words. Erin yanked Leximus out of the room without hesitation. Watching them leave, Cyan raised an eyebrow, completely confused. Luna, who had been observing silently, suddenly asked, "Do you like Erin?" Cyan paused before answering. No. He explained that mentally, he felt way older than her and found the whole idea uncomfortable. Luna gave a small smile at his response, though Cyan couldn't figure out why she'd even brought it up. Changing the subject, he glanced at the books in front of her and asked what she was researching. Luna explained she was digging into the scriptures. The strange book they found in Instructor Boris's lab had been written in an ancient language, and she was trying to decode it. Cyan didn't sugarcoat his answer. She wouldn't find much in the library. If she wanted the truth behind the Holy Scriptures, Hearthcrea, she'd need access to the archive of forbidden texts. Luna didn't argue. She knew he was right. Cyan then pointed to a nearby book and asked if she had read it. Luna nodded. It was Chronicles of the Swordsman, more of a travel journal than anything scholarly. As she flipped through it, Cyan pointed to a passage about a mountain filled with sand trees. He explained that it marked the burial ground of demons slain in the God-Demon War. Luna's cheeks turned pink as she continued flipping pages, but Cyan stayed focused. He asked if she had any idea which mountain that might be. She said she wasn't sure, but wondered if it had something to do with the Holy Scriptures. Cyan shook his head. That wasn't his goal at all. He wasn't trying to uncover Hearthcrea. He was trying to challenge it by tracking down the demonic scriptures, known as Lemmy Harem. Luna couldn't stop thinking about what Cyan had said. How to even know about Lemmy Harem? Only a select few within the Garum Association were even aware of its existence. She kept her tone casual and told him she didn't know anything about it and apologized. Cyan nodded, saying he understood. He asked her to keep him informed if she came across anything. Then, without another word, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Luna called out softly, "Lamella?" A girl stepped out from behind a bookshelf, apologizing as she approached. She admitted she'd been ordered not to leave Luna alone. But Luna wasn't fooled. She knew Lamella wasn't there to protect her. She was there to keep an eye on her. Fixing her with a cold stare, Luna asked where she truly stood. Was she with Hearthcrea or Lemmy Harem? And how many in the association even knew those names? Lamella hesitated before answering. Only a handful, she said, and even saying the names aloud was forbidden. She had no idea how Cyan could have known about them. Luna didn't back down. She told Lamella to bring her some books from the archive of forbidden texts. That made Lamella freeze. Doing that could get her killed, she said. Mr. Rygans would be furious. But Luna's voice turned razor sharp. One word from her could make Rygans just as furious. She needed to find out what Cyan knew, no matter the risk. Now, the decision was Lamella's. With a reluctant sigh, Lamella agreed. She nodded quietly and disappeared into the aisles. Alone again, Luna was left with more questions than answers. She'd confront Cyan later, dig into how he came by that knowledge. But for now, her goal was clear. She needed to get closer to him. There was more he wasn't telling her. Elsewhere, Khan was also deep in thought. A mountain filled with sand trees? It didn't make sense. Maybe Luna had some idea, but since she hadn't said anything, he figured he'd just have to find out on his own. As he walked, a voice called out to him. Cyan looked up to see Set Shah striding over, a grin on his face. Set said Cyan looked like he had a lot on his mind and offered to help. Claimed he was a man of deep empathy and emotional brilliance. Even called himself a counselor. Cyan gave him a flat stare. What the hell are you doing? Set just smiled wider. Surprised to see this side of me? Cyan shook his head. I'm not in the mood. But Set wasn't letting up. He grabbed Cyan's arm, insisting he could be helpful. Cyan was irritated. He didn't think Set had anything useful to offer. In fact, he was pretty sure the guy was all brawn and no brain. But then it hit him. Set was from the desert. So Cyan asked him straight up, had he ever heard the phrase, a mountain full of trees, of sand, or the name Lemmy Harem? The moment the words left his mouth, Set's whole vibe changed. His fist clenched so tightly his glasses cracked. He muttered that it had been a long time since he'd heard that name. Lemmy Harem, he said, was the first opponent who'd ever handed him a loss. He remembered it vividly. He was only 6, exploring some nameless ruin. Back then, he had no power, no skill. Lemmy Harem was like a living nightmare. There was no winning, not even a chance. At some point, everything went dark. When he came to, he realized he'd escaped purely on instinct. It was humiliating, but it's what saved his life. Cyan asked if Lemmy Harem was some kind of monster, not a book, not a belief, but an actual entity. Set confirmed it. Whatever it was real, and just thinking about it still left a heavy weight in his chest. That was all Cyan needed to hear. Even if he wasn't ready, he knew he had to go there now. So he asked where the ruins were. Set admitted he didn't remember the name, but the location was in a place called Nordelli. In the ancient Sparnian language, that meant a mountain full of trees of sand. That was the clue Cyan had been chasing. He told Set to take him there. He'd get ready immediately. Set stared at him for a beat. You sure you want to go? Cyan nodded without hesitation. Set stood still for a second longer, then smiled. A memory floated to the surface. His mother, gently asking him why he'd been crying. He told her his friends always ran away, even when he didn't break anything. She had hugged him and said that one day, he'd meet someone who'd accept him for who he was. And if he kept training, maybe he'd find someone who'd go on adventures with him. Maybe she'd been right after all. With a grin, Set said he'd go get ready right now. As he spun around to run off, Cyan warned him about the wall up ahead, but Set didn't slow down. He went straight through it. Cyan just stared, wondering how anyone could be that hyped up. Watching from a distance, Luna said nothing. She kept her gaze locked on them, following every step. Later that day, when Cyan arrived home, Boris and Emily were already buzzing with excitement. They rushed to him, waving a letter. It was from the palace. The way they acted made it obvious they'd already read it. Cyan warned them not to do that again. They tried to defend themselves, saying it wasn't on purpose. The envelope just caught their eyes. Cyan opened the letter and read it for himself. He was getting married. He blinked, confused. Married? To who? And how was this even happening? Emily answered for him. Princess Erin. It suddenly clicked. Now he understood why Luna had asked if he liked Erin. So this was what it was all about. Another headache. He folded the letter and decided to deal with it later. Instead, he started packing. As he got ready for the journey, he told the others he'd be away for a while and asked them to take care of Nana in his absence. True to her usual self, Nana beamed and asked if that meant she was getting Mama now. Cyan frowned and told her to forget it. That was never going to happen. Boris and Emily were caught off guard. You're going to ignore an imperial decree? Boris asked. Won't that crush Erin? Cyan spoke quietly, but the weight in his words was unmistakable. The road he was on, there was no happy ending waiting at the end. It would either end in execution for blasphemy or a life of being hunted for destroying the Empire's last hope. He couldn't afford to bring someone else into that. Silence followed. Emily looked down and muttered that it was all Askel's fault. He was the one who had set everything in motion. Forrest let out a quiet sigh, placing a hand on Cyan's shoulder. He promised they wouldn't let anything happen to him. We'll do our part, he said. Emily nodded with a faint smile. Even Nana joined in. Her mana stirred, glowing faintly around her. and she loudly declared she'd help, too. Boris turned to her, suddenly tense. Emily's eyes widened. Don't. But Nana didn't stop. In an instant, she morphed, her tiny frame shifting until she looked like a miniature version of Cyan. The room fell still. Then the scene shifted to the wind-swept deserts in the southeastern region of Nord-Delhi. Cyan glanced around, grateful for Seth's enchanted rug. Without it, the journey would have taken days. They made it in half a day. Looking at Seth, he asked, "Are you sure you know where we're going?" Seth didn't hesitate. "I remember everything. Trust me." Ahead of them, a massive dust storm churned through the air, sand and rock twisting violently in the wind. But there was something off. In the storm, a strange black mist drifted, thick with mana. Cyan narrowed his eyes. This wasn't a normal storm. Seth, however, stayed unfazed. "Relax," he said. "By Sparnian standards, this is nothing. All you need to do now," he added with a grin, "is trust me." Later, when Cyan opened his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. For a second, he wasn't sure how long he'd been out. As he pushed himself upright, it hit him. They'd finally made it out of the storm. Seth called out from nearby, asking if he was up, casually adding that he was completely fine. Cyan felt the urge to lash out, but kept it in, brushing it off with a quick question. How much farther did they have to go? Seth told him they were close. When Cyan looked ahead, ruins stretched out across the horizon. He asked if that was their destination. Seth replied that the sand was still messing with their visibility, but the darkened area in front of them, that was the place. He added that aside from him, Cyan might be the first person to set foot there. Cyan raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" Seth looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Cyan scanned the area. "I can feel them. Others have definitely been here before." Not far off, a group with camels had stopped by the edge of the ruins. One of them gave the order to continue on foot and warned everyone to stay alert. Whatever lay ahead, it wasn't going to be simple. From a distance, Cyan and Seth kept their eyes on the group, trying to make sense of who they were and why they were here. Cyan preferred to wait and observe. But then, out of nowhere, Seth shot into the air and launched a strike at one of the strangers. The attack landed hard, but the man dodged without breaking a sweat and demanded to know who he was. Cyan, still watching from behind, felt a wave of irritation. What was Seth even thinking? With mana flaring around him, Seth clenched his fist and declared his name. Seth Shaharakan, Prince of Sparnia. He demanded answers. Who were they, and what were they doing here? Then, without a second thought, he outed Cyan's location, shouting that his companion was hiding nearby. Cyan was beyond fed up. One of the strangers, Karen, muttered Cyan's name, trying to confirm if it was really him. Meanwhile, the rest of the group had already recognized them, and from the looks on their faces, it wasn't a pleasant reunion. One of them stepped forward and said it didn't matter why they were here. Now that they knew about this place, they weren't leaving. As he raised his hand, blue mana twisted into a glowing shape in the air. From it, a sword formed. He launched himself at Seth, not holding back. As the blade came crashing down, Seth reacted instantly, molding the sand with his mana and compacting the energy into a crushing blow. His fist collided with the attacker, launching him into a massive stone statue and punching a hole straight through it. The man picked himself up, stunned. Had Seth really just deflected his mana? He hadn't expected that. Clearly, he'd underestimated him. Seth, still wearing that cocky grin, joked that it was a shame he didn't land the hit just right. He was sure he'd aimed perfectly. Karen growled in frustration, then barked at his teammates, demanding to know if they planned to just stand there watching. But it was already too late. Cyan had taken him down in a blink. Looking annoyed, he threw a sarcastic apology at Karen, saying he hadn't meant to be so quick about it. Karen froze, eyes wide with disbelief. As rage flared, mana exploded from his eyes. He shouted at Cyan, declaring he'd gone too far and that he'd never forgive him. Blue mana whipped violently around him, until a calm voice cut through the chaos. Everyone turned. It was Luna. She stood there, completely composed, and told Karen to stand down. Cyan and Seth were with her. Immediately, Karen dropped to one knee, apologizing without hesitation. He had known they were under Luna's protection and begged for forgiveness. Luna nodded lightly and said it was all right. She then looked to Cyan and asked how he was holding up. He gave her a confused look, asking how she even knew he was there in the first place. Luna just smiled. "You smell nice." Cyan stared at her, unamused. He pressed again. He wanted a real answer. How had she found him? While he tried to get some clarity, Karen stayed back, kneeling still, but his eyes stayed locked on Cyan, filled with resentment. Elsewhere, the focus shifted to Nana. Silica remarked that Nana's recent shift in appearance might be caused by polymorphic magic. If that was the case, then Nana could be as ancient as a dragon. The transformation wasn't fully stable yet, but it was getting close. Dragons typically used polymorphism to conceal their real forms, but when it came to Nana, even Silica couldn't say for sure. She added that, most likely, Nana had never even seen a fully grown dragon herself. Boris, meanwhile, couldn't shake the memory of how terrified Nana had once been. Quietly, he wondered how he was supposed to tell Silica that Nana had, in fact, seen a dragon before. Trying to move on, Silica brought up Cyan. The group immediately tensed up and dodged the question, acting like they had no clue where he was. Silica wasn't fooled. She called him out, irritated that Cyan was skipping class again. Boris scratched the back of his head and muttered that he'd remind Cyan to show up next time. Silica's temper flared. She snapped that Cyan never listens to him anyway. As she walked off in frustration, Boris sighed, clearly embarrassed. It's exhausting covering for him all the time, he mumbled. Emily nodded in agreement, without missing a beat. Back in the ruins, Luna turned to Karen and asked if he'd come with her. Karen hesitated, warning her the place was far too dangerous. Luna didn't back down. She said she could vouch for their strength. After all, no one who enters ever returns. Wasn't that all the more reason to team up? Karen admitted the people gathered here were all above the 7-star rank. Things were different this time. They needed to trust her. Just then, Seth raised a hand casually. Already been in there and came back alive. Karen rolled his eyes, scoffing. No way someone like you made it out. Seth, now visibly annoyed, fired back. Big words for someone who just got knocked around. He added that he even remembered the layout and that lizardmen had been guarding the entrance. Sign's face paled. Lizardmen? Those were high-tier monsters. His gaze shifted toward the shattered wall from earlier, and right on cue, a lizard man stepped out of the darkness. Karen reacted fast. It's here, get ready. Then more of them emerged from the shadows, armed and advancing fast. Luna's guard instantly stepped in front of her, holding firm in a defensive stance. Around them, the 7-star fighters surged forward into battle. Karen unleashed perfect thunder, sending jolts of electricity crashing into the monsters. Seth powered up his gear, slash, and began tearing through the crowd. Even so, a few monsters slipped past the front line, closing in on Luna. She didn't hesitate, blasting them away in an instant. But as the seconds passed, more kept pouring in. It was endless. Then the air shifted. Dark mana began to swirl. A sphere formed in the air, void sphere. Luna's eyes widened. Cyan stood at the center, dark energy crackling around his fist. He split the energy across the battlefield, and the growing sphere ripped through the wave of monsters. One by one, the creatures fell, crushed and torn apart by the pressure of his mana. Karen watched in stunned silence. Cyan had just obliterated an entire group of high-ranked beasts, effortlessly. For the first time, he truly grasped how strong Cyan was. Everyone stood frozen, still processing what they'd just witnessed. Cyan stared down at his own hands, confused. He wasn't even sure how he'd done it. Off to the side, Seth looked like he'd swallowed something bitter. That was his moment to shine, and now all the attention had flipped to Cyan. Muttering under his breath, Seth complained about being reduced to a glorified tour guide. Still, they didn't stop. The group pushed forward into the depths of the ruins. But it didn't feel like ruins anymore. Luna confirmed what they were all beginning to suspect. This place was more than ancient rubble. It was a dungeon, reinforced with pure mana. They reached a wide staircase leading to a sealed gate. Seth stepped up, channeling his energy, but nothing happened. The gate didn't react at all. No spell worked. Even the best mages couldn't dispel the barrier. One of the 7-star mages stepped back, shaking his head. I've never seen a barrier like this. Karen pushed to the front. Let me try. I'll smash it down like I did before. He launched perfect thunder again. The gate absorbed it without a trace. Must be sealed with some kind of mana filter, he guessed. Seth snorted. Yeah, brilliant idea. Just blast it till it gives. Karen's eye twitched. Then you try. Seth strolled up, placed a hand gently on the gate, and it lit up. Ancient symbols flared to life, and with a deep groan, the gate slowly opened. Seth smirked over his shoulder. Karen looked ready to explode. One of these days, he muttered, I swear I'm going to kill that kid. Just then, a shadow loomed behind Seth. A hulking monster emerged from the darkness. Luna calmly noted, "There's probably one guarding every gate." The dim glow revealed the creature's massive form. Seth turned around, grinned, and said, "This one's mine." The monster swung hard, and Seth met it head-on. With mana surging through him, he unleashed Great Cannon. Their blows collided with a thunderous impact, exploding outward in a shockwave that rocked the room. They pushed deeper into the dungeon. Every corner brought new threats. Monsters they'd never encountered, traps buried in the floor, and strange entities made entirely of mana. None of it slowed them down. They moved as a unit, fighting side by side. With each sealed gate, Seth stepped forward, and every time, the ruins reacted to him. More specifically, to his blood. Later that night, while the group rested, Luna sat beside Cyan and told him something unexpected. The Sharvikins were the ones who built this place. Cyan blinked. "You're just telling me this now?" She replied calmly that she'd only discovered it recently, while reading from the archive of forbidden texts. Cyan gave her a look. "You're lying." Luna huffed. "I'm not. That actually makes it worse," he muttered. "Especially since your feelings for me make no sense." In her head, Luna called him an idiot, but she kept talking. The Grom Association, she explained, had been chasing both the divine and demonic scriptures for years. They believed the divine armor would bring prosperity and power to their kingdom. Her grandfather? He treated it like destiny, an absolute key to ruling the continent. Cyan leaned back. "Power like that only leads to death." Then Luna asked quietly, "So why are you after the demonic scriptures?" Cyan answered without hesitation, "To destroy it. If I don't, someone else will use it for war. I'd rather ruin everything myself than let that happen." Luna stared at him, stunned. Then, with a small nod, she said she wanted to help. She'd help him get the book. Cyan sighed. "Go to sleep." "I don't want to," she replied. "I want to stay here with you." Cyan stood up. "Then I'm leaving." As he walked away, he shook his head. What the hell was he doing talking about stuff like this with a 12-year-old? Behind him, Luna sat quietly, half sulking and mentally calling him an idiot again. Not far off, Karen remained in the shadows, eyes fixed on them, jealousy quietly boiling inside. Eventually, they reached an enormous gate, far larger than any before it. Seth stepped up and announced, "This is the last one. Haven't been here in a while." The seal on the door was already broken. As they approached, Seth channeled his energy, illuminating the chamber beyond. At the center of the room, a swirling purple mist hovered in midair. Cyan stepped forward. "Is that? Let me hear him." Seth nodded, but Cyan stared baffled. "That's supposed to be a book?" What floated there looked more like the remains of a skeletal beast than any scripture. Karen snorted. "If you're all too scared, I'll go first." Cyan reached out to stop him. "Wait." Too late. The moment Karen got close, the skull began to glow. Dark aura spilled out, and its hollow eyes lit up with blinding light. Luna tensed. She could feel it. The sheer pressure of the mana was overwhelming. The skeleton began to move, shifting and expanding, transforming into something monstrous. The ground trembled and cracked beneath it. And just like that, the entire space around them changed. They were no longer in the ruins. They had been pulled into an entirely different realm. Cyan looked up, stunned. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just a monster. No, it was something else entirely. His voice came out in disbelief. "Is this really the demonic scriptures? Is this? Let me hear 'em." Cyan stood frozen, stunned as the beast summoned from the skull tore open an entirely new dimension. This wasn't just any creature. It was the dreaded Lemmaharim from the ancient demonic scriptures. Karen barely avoided the beast's first strike, struggling to grasp the sheer size of the thing. It hit him. This was really it, the artifact they'd spent so long chasing. Without hesitation, he unleashed his Volt Detection blast straight at it, but the Lemmaharim didn't even flinch. The 7-star fighters quickly joined in. Pooling their powers, they launched their elemental combo move, Rolling Ethereal. This time it worked. The monster staggered. Karen exhaled in relief. Finally, something had landed. Luna froze the creature in place with her spell and called out to Lamella to strike. Mid-air, Lamella surged forward, sword glowing, ready to deliver her Nova bringer blow. But before she could even connect, the monster swatted her away like a feather. Seth was already charging in. With a grin, he unleashed his sand stump attack, taunting the Lemmaharim as if meeting an old rival. The sand magic coiled around the beast, sealing it. Meanwhile, Lamella hit the ground hard. Luna cried out, worried. Lamella gave a quick nod. She was okay. That was enough for Lunav to breathe again. She glanced towards Seth's containment, and for a moment, it looked like they had the upper hand. But something about it felt off. Her instincts were right. In an instant, the Lemmiharem burst free from the sand stump. Seth's smirk only widened, clearly impressed. Lunav, however, was stunned that Seth's spell broke so easily. With a thunderous roar, the creature lunged at Seth. Unfazed, Seth readied his grit cannon. But before he could fire, Cyan stepped in and hurled his void sphere abscission straight at the beast. It landed. The Lemmiharem dropped. Just like that, it was over. Cyan stared at the fallen creature, frowning. That was too easy, he muttered, then turned to Seth. Sorry for stepping in. Seth slumped, visibly annoyed. Why do you always cut me off? Off to the side, Karen watched Cyan silently. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. To take down the Lemmiharem like that. Was Cyan even human? The thought unsettled him. He hated that someone like Cyan was close to Lunav. One of the 7-star fighters approached Karen, concerned. You alright? Karen, brush him off. This isn't about me. Focus on Lunav. Not that any of you are actually useful. His words hit like a slap. The fighters stood speechless, unsure what they'd done to deserve that kind of scorn. Cyan and Seth stood quietly, staring at what was left, just the monster's bones. Somehow, they had escaped the strange realm. Cyan glanced around, puzzled. Where's the demonic scripture? Seth shrugged. No idea. I've never actually beaten this thing before. Before they could say more, blue flames erupted from the pile of bones. The air shifted. The fight wasn't over. Without warning, the ground cracked open, and violent blue tornado-like auras burst out, tearing everything apart. Lunav dashed forward to reach Cyan and Seth, but Lamella grabbed her arm, pulling her back from chaos. Fall back, Karen shouted, or you'll all be swept away. Amid the turmoil, Cyan became trapped in the shifting rocks. Lunav tried to rush to him, but Lamella held her back. It's too late, Lamella said. Even someone like Cyan can't survive this. Lunav shook her head. He's still alive. I can feel it. She pushed forward. Lamella tried to stop her, but Lunav turned sharply. Help me clear this rubble. Now. Lamella hesitated, but the determination in Lunav's voice broke through her doubt. She gave in, joining her to dig through the wreckage. Far away, in a new and unfamiliar realm, Cyan and Seth had been teleported again. Cyan quickly scanned their surroundings, and then he saw it. The monster had returned. Balrog was reborn. Cyan looked over at Seth. You okay? He asked, but then his eyes widened. Seth was on the ground, his body scorched. He hadn't dodged the last attack. The 9-star spell had been too much, even for someone from the academy. Balrog let out a deafening roar. Cyan winced, then glared. Would you just shut up already? But a smirk formed on his face. No one was around. No one to hold him back. This time he could go all out. The monster's mana surged. Cyan's grin widened. Bad timing, pal. I'm in a horrible mood. Without another word, Cyan launched forward, ready to end it. Cyan lunged forward, slicing through the thick air with his fog sword. Rushing fog storm. His blade danced, landing strike after strike on the monster. The creature reeled, but didn't fall. Instead, it looked at Cyan and spoke. You're the first human to come this far. Cyan froze. It talked. The monster sneered. You'll never win. I can't be killed. I'll regenerate endlessly and rip you to pieces. Before it could finish, Cyan hurled a barrage of void sphere abscission attacks, slamming them into the beast one after another. He followed up with a flurry of fog sword slashes, but the creature didn't even flinch. The wounds vanished. The monster laughed. Futile. Your tricks mean nothing. I'll keep healing, and you'll wear out. Cyan cut in, grin spreading across his face. Actually, I like that idea. The monster blinked. I want you to regenerate. Over and over. Don't die on me too soon. I'm just getting started. The beast stared at him, momentarily thrown off by Cyan's twisted enthusiasm. Back in the collapsed ruins, Lunav and Lamella kept blasting the rubble, spell after spell, trying to break through. But nothing worked. There's a barrier, Luna muttered. That's why our magic's useless. She paused, frustrated. If Seth were here, he could bust through this without a problem. Just then, Karen appeared. Lunav, he called out. You're all right. He looked relieved. Come with me. I know a path out of here. But Lunav's reply was cold. Not leaving. Lamella quietly looked away as Karen stood awkwardly, unsure how to respond. This place could collapse any second, Karen urged. We don't have time. Lunav didn't budge. Then go. If you're not here to help Cyan, just leave. Karen shook his head, refusing to believe it. There's no way Cyan could survive this. Lunav didn't waver. You don't know him. Cyan doesn't die that easily. Karen's expression twisted. Why? Why are you so obsessed with him? His voice rose. Do the lives of those who serve you mean nothing? He took a step closer, seething. I watched the 7-star fighters fall one by one. Are you really going to throw their sacrifices away by staying here for him? He tried to steady his breath. I came here to get you out. I've been by your side longer than he ever has. Then, softer, but darker, he added, you should have loved me. Not him. I've done more for you than anyone else ever could. A mad laugh escaped him. You don't get it, do you? You're meant to be with me. Luna stared him down. If fate exists, then maybe I'm fated for Cyan. But you? Her tone turned cold. The idea makes my skin crawl. Lamella let out a sharp laugh at Karen's humiliation, but Karen didn't care. His eyes locked on Lunav. Mock me all you want, he said, but if you won't come willingly, I'll make you. He stepped toward her, menace in every step, until Lamella moved to block him. Don't, she warned. Don't cross that line. With a snarl, Karen grabbed her and slammed her against the barrier wall. You dare to stand in my way? He hissed. You think I won't end you? He charged his Volt spell and struck her. Lamella collapsed, unconscious. Turning to Lunav, Karen smirked. Now it's just us. But before he could move, a voice echoed behind him. That's far enough. Karen spun around, eyes scanning. Who's there? Another survivor. The voice replied calmly. I'll show myself, but only so you can pay for what you've done. Elsewhere, Seth stirred awake, but something felt wrong. He wasn't in the same place anymore. The space was vast, foggy, surreal. Where am I? He muttered. The last thing he remembered was Lemaharam's attack slamming into him. Am I dead? No. A voice answered from behind. You're alive. He turned to see a woman standing there. Her presence was strange, almost familiar. I know you, she said softly. You're Chaharkin's heir. Seth's eyes narrowed. Who are you? How do you know that? She smiled. I didn't expect you to remember. It's been a while. I'm the one who saved you, remember? Before he could respond, she added, but I'm not here for you. I want Cyan. Seth frowned. What do you mean? I need your body, just for a little while. She leaned and kissed him, and everything changed. Seth's eyes snapped open back in the original realm. Cyan continues to enjoy the thrill of battling the multi-attack beast, completely unfazed by the monster's desperate pleas to stop. Ignoring its cries, Cyan relentlessly unleashes blow after blow. Then, something catches his eye, a strange orb embedded in the creature's body, gleaming like a marble. Cyan decides to end it, summoning his void sphere abscission to target the core. The monster panics, trying to halt him, but it's too late. Cyan lands the strike, shattering the orb. The monster lets out a final scream, unable to believe that a human could defeat it. Its body begins to dissolve, breaking apart into nothing. After the dust settles, Cyan makes his way toward the ruins. What he finds disappoints him, a mere fragment of the demonic scriptures. All this effort, and it amounts to nothing. He reflects that if Kiram had been conscious, she would have figured this out immediately. But she had exhausted herself during the battle with Boris. Cyan pauses, puzzled. Even though he defeated the realm's creator, he's still stuck here. Something doesn't add up. Suddenly, he senses an attack from behind and quickly dodges. He turns, shocked to see a familiar face, Seth. But something's wrong. The aura, the mana flowing off him, it's not the same. Cyan narrows his eyes, trying to piece together what's really going on. Meanwhile, in another part of the realm, the mysterious figure appears before Karen. Though it hadn't planned to interfere, the situation demanded attention. The entity calmly questions Karen. Why would he try to harm Lunav? And unless Karen can offer a valid reason, his life ends here. A wave of pressure crashes down on Karen, more intense than anything he's felt before. He realizes in a flash of dread, this isn't just anyone. This is the real Lemaharam. Lemaharam repeats the question, but Karen charges instead of answering. With minimal effort, Lemaharam blocks the attack, clearly irritated. So your reply is violence? It mocks. With a snap of its fingers, Lemaharam obliterates Karen's right arm. Karen drops to his knees, overwhelmed by pain. Before he can recover, Lemaharam slams him into the barrier wall, demanding an answer once more. But all Karen can do is scream. Lemaharam watches coldly. Is that all your life amounts to? Just screaming at the end? One final strike follows, ending Karen completely. Turning to Lunav, Lemaharam expects thanks. Lunav, still shaken, manages to express her gratitude. Sensing her fear, Lemaharam asks if it was too much. Lunav hesitantly asks if the being in front of her is truly Lemaharam. The entity confirms it. Curious, Lunav asks what it intends to do with her. Lemaharam replies that it merely wishes to observe. The answer only leaves her more confused. Lemaharam studies her closely, noticing something rare. Her body holds remnants of the heat curb. That alone makes her unique. But even more intriguing, someone had removed it from her before. Someone with mana almost identical to Lemaharam's. There's no doubt in its mind. That someone was Cyan. Lunav speaks Cyan's name, and Lemaharam's interest sharpens. Realizing she's close to Cyan, it grows even more intrigued. Lunav, concerned, asks if Cyan is okay. Lemaharam assures her. Cyan is simply having a chat with the ruin's original master. Turning its attention to Lamela, Lemaharam asks if Lunav intends to let her die. Lunav, stricken, says it's too late. The wound is fatal, even for magic. She blames herself and says she'll carry the weight of it forever. But Lemaharam offers an unexpected lifeline. There's a way to save Lamela. Hope flickers in Lunav's eyes as she asks if Lemaharam will really help. Lemaharam agrees, but only on one condition. If Lunav can accept it, it will reveal the secret. Cyan struggles to keep up, dodging Seth's relentless strikes. Each movement grows harder. Seth is no longer fighting like a human. His mana has surged, his skills far beyond anything Cyan expected. Before he can react, Seth lands a solid hit. Cyan is sent flying, slamming into the ground. He barely has time to recover before another barrage begins. There's no pause, no gap. Seth is pressing him hard, leaving no room to breathe, let alone fight back. Then, Cyan looks up, and there's Seth levitating effortlessly in the air. Seth calls out to him, impressed. Cyan is the first human to last this long, and he addresses him with a strange title, Heir. That catches Cyan off guard. Whatever Seth has become, it knows who he is. Suddenly, Seth prepares to finish it with a massive blow, the Sand God Apophis technique. But just before the strike hits, Kiram appears in a flash, shielding Cyan. Cyan, slightly amused, smirks. You done resting? He teases. Kiram replies with a sigh. Doesn't matter how long I sleep. I'm always tired. Seth descends slowly, the truth now exposed. He's been possessed by the Sand God. He greets Kiram, saying it's been a long time. The two last crossed paths during the God-Demon War. Kiram eyes him coldly, scolding him for getting cozy with her master after attacking him. She questions whether it's right to use a human body for such antics, and she calls him by name, Sabulum. Sabulum responds with a smug gesture, pointing to a tattoo on Seth's chest. The mark belongs to the Chaharkan tribe, her loyal followers. She claims she's only involved in this mess because of them. Mocking Kiram, Sabulum teases that she's jealous someone else is getting close to her master. That pushes Kiram's patience to the edge. Cyan, still catching up, realizes what's going on. This isn't just Seth. It really is the Sand God speaking. Sabulum then reveals that the Chaharkan tribe built this shrine in her honor. She even took Lemaharam after the God-Demon War to stop its misuse. Turning her attention to Cyan, she asks why he's so desperate for Lemaharam. Cyan gives her a straight answer. He has someone to kill. The demonic scripture is the key to doing it. Sabulum raises an eyebrow. All this for one little scripture? Cyan doesn't back down. Even if you're a god, I'll kill you too. That gets a reaction. Sabulum laughs, loud and unbothered. Kiram cringes at Cyan's dramatic declaration. Still grinning, Sabulum says she'll play along. She's curious to watch how this journey plays out from inside Seth's body. Cyan frowns. And what about Seth? He asks. The real owner of that body. Sabulum casually reassures Cyan. Seth's body is safe. She'll only use it when necessary. And as long as she remains, Seth won't die. Hearing that, Cyan pauses, lost in thought. In his past life, someone had died from something as simple as a cold. At least this time, Seth won't share that fate. That, Cyan admits to himself, is a relief. With nothing more to say, Sabulum brings the conversation to a close. She raises her hand, and the ground beneath them begins to shift. The realm itself starts to unravel. Until next time, Cyan, she says, before vanishing along with the collapsing world. Sabulum wraps up her talk with Cyan and suggests they leave the realm. But before they can make a move, The ground suddenly begins to crack beneath them. Alarmed, Cyan watches as Sabulum bids him farewell. In the blink of an eye, Cyan and Seth are yanked back to their own world. As they reappear, Seth turns to Cyan, confused. "How did I even get here?" he asks. Cyan, visibly relieved, replies, "Well, at least the idiot prince is back." Not long after, Lunav and Lamella show up. The group is overjoyed to see each other safe and sound. Lunav admits she'd been worried sick about Cyan, but Cyan brushes it off, saying she should have been more concerned about herself, especially after seeing what was left of Karen. He notes that the area had been protected by Sabulum's power, and for it to be destroyed like this, it could only be Lemaharim's work. Then Cyan notices something in Lunav's possession, the demonic scriptures. Lunav fills them in. While Cyan and Seth were stuck in the other realm, she and Lamella were the only ones who made out. Seth quickly chimes in, urging them to leave immediately. Cyan eyes him curiously, asking why the rush. Seth rubs his temples and replies that there's a woman speaking in his head, warning that the place could cave in at any moment, and it's giving him a pounding headache. When he asks if no one else can hear her, Cyan instantly realizes it's Sabulum. Now it all makes sense. With the scriptures in Lunav's hands and Sabulum tied to Seth, there's no reason for this realm to hold itself together anymore. It's about to fall apart. The ground starts trembling again. Lunav quickly tells everyone to gather around her. She'll teleport them out. Cyan hesitates. He knows Lunav's teleportation spells only cover short distances, and the exit is far. There's no time for her to explain, but Cyan starts to suspect she's planning to use something more advanced, a 9-star spell. The structure begins to collapse around them. Just as it seems all hope is lost, Lunav unleashes her spatial transfer spell, teleporting them all out in the nick of time. Back at Lewin Academy, inside Cyan's dorm room, Nana has flawlessly transformed herself into Cyan, minus the horns and wings. As she walks into class, students stare in disbelief. Cyan? In class? It's unheard of, but they have no idea it's actually Nana. Nana had always been curious about her papa's daily life. Now she's thrilled to experience it firsthand, imagining that Cyan must spend his days learning and bonding with friends. She's even impressed by his passionate instructor. Meanwhile, Aaron and the others are trying to wrap their heads around Cyan's sudden appearance. He rarely attends class, especially when unwell. Aaron decides she needs to talk to him, especially about their engagement. Nana walks down the hallway, bubbling with excitement. No one suspects she isn't Cyan, and that makes the experience even more thrilling than watching the world from behind a window. She thinks to herself that she might as well attend the rest of the classes too. But just as she turns the corner, she bumps into Sarika, who immediately sees through the disguise. "You're not Cyan, are you?" Sarika asks sharply. Nana freezes, panicked. Sarika warns her it's a good thing the dean isn't around. Otherwise, things could have gone very badly. What if she had been caught? Nana looks like she's on the verge of tears, quickly mumbling an apology. Just then, Aaron approaches. "Cyan, can we talk?" she asks sweetly. Seizing the chance to flee, Nana grabs Aaron's hand and walks off with her, leaving Sarika behind. Aaron blushes at the sudden hand-holding, convinced that this is truly Cyan being unusually bold. Nana pulls her along straight to her room. Meanwhile, back on the mission site, Lunav's teleportation worked perfectly. Everyone made out safely. Cyan and Seth both exhale in relief. Cyan admits he's impressed. Lunav's really upped her game. Lunav, still catching her breath, confesses she wasn't even sure it would work. Lamella turns to Lunav with gratitude, thanking her for saving them. Lunav tells her she still needs to rest and suggests they look for a nearby village to recover. Cyan looks over to Seth. "You know where we are?" he asks. Seth nods confidently. "Yeah, this is Nordelli, the city of the outsiders." Just then, a voice cuts through the air. "So you've come back, have you?" A man steps forward, glaring. Seth's face lights up. Old man Bernathy. But Bernathy doesn't return the excitement. He coldly tells Seth to stay back. "It's been 6 years since you left," he says, voice rising. "That's how long it took us to rebuild. If you felt even an ounce of pity for us, you wouldn't be here to shatter the peace we worked so hard to earn." Seth is taken aback. He always thought he and Bernathy were on good terms. But Bernathy motions toward a man standing silently behind him. "Do you even remember this man?" Seth squints, trying to place the face, but nothing comes to mind. "Should I?" Bernathy explodes. "That's my son, Agop. You knocked out his front teeth just because you wanted to train with him. Seth laughs awkwardly. That was just kids playing around. Play. Bernathy fires back. He still can't get married. No one wants a man missing his front teeth. And that's just the start. Bernathy begins listing every incident. How Seth would destroy the village wells, smash through walls like they were made of paper. You even blew holes in our new defenses. What? Seth shrugs. The walls were my way. Then use the door, you dolt. Bernathy yells. From a short distance away, Cyan, Lunav, and Lamella watch the argument unfold. Turns out Seth had a reputation even as a kid, aptly named the troublemaker prince. Lunav sighs, knowing there's no way the villagers will let them stay. Bernathy confirms it, practically begging Seth to just go back. Then suddenly, a strange light flares from Seth's body. His posture shifts. Sabulum has taken over. She's had enough of this nonsense. She steps forward, still in Seth's body, and faces Bernathy directly. I won't sit back and watch Seth be humiliated, she says coldly. He has my protection. I won't let you cast him out. Bernathy stares, confused by Seth's sudden change in tone. Then it hits him as Sabulum fully reveals herself. The sand goddess. She wants to stay here. Lunav and Lamella are stunned. The deity of sand inside Seth? Cyan rolls his eyes. A dumb prince and an attention-seeking goddess. Can't imagine a better pair. Seth regains control, blinking as if waking from a dream. Did you guys hear that voice again? Cyan crosses his arms. Yeah, and thanks to her, we're getting a place to sleep tonight. Seth turns to see Bernathy and the villagers kneeling before him, begging Sabulum for forgiveness. Back at the academy, Nana, still disguised as Cyan, brings Aaron to her room. Leximus quietly shuts the door behind them, hopeful that the prince and princess might finally have a proper conversation about their engagement. Inside, Aaron sits down, blushing and unsure of what to say or do. Nana casually breaks the tension by mentioning how scary instructor Sarika is. Aaron quickly agrees, chuckling nervously. But then she notices something. Cyan is still holding her hand. Her face turns bright red. Are you feeling all right? Nana asks, tilting her head. Without hesitation, she reaches out and places a hand on Aaron's forehead. Aaron jolts in surprise and leaps off the sofa. Now flustered and overthinking everything, Aaron worries that she might have hurt Cyan's feelings. After all, they're engaged. Maybe she shouldn't have reacted that way. Determined to fix things, she takes a deep breath and asks, Cyan, what do you really think about our engagement? Nana, still acting as Cyan beams. I like you. So of course, I love being engaged to you. Even more than I love candies. Aaron stares at her, stunned. Did Cyan really just say that? It felt too perfect, like a dream. But then, something catches her eye. Wait, when did you start having a tail? She asks suspiciously. That's when it clicks. The disguise slips. Nana's polymorph is exposed. Meanwhile, Kundal Quizel returns to the academy. As he walks through the grounds, he notices something odd. The place feels unfamiliar, like it's changed. He pauses. Something's off. His instincts flare. He can sense it. A dragon, or something just as powerful, has stepped into the academy. Back in the room, Aaron and Nana are now face to face, with the truth out in the open. Nana confesses everything. How she pretended to be Cyan just to experience his daily life. She lowers her head and apologizes sincerely. To her surprise, Aaron forgives her without hesitation. Nana's eyes light up. She promises to tell Cyan everything Aaron said, but Aaron stops her. Don't say a word to him, she warns, her tone calm but firm. Nana stiffens, suddenly more afraid of Aaron than Sarika. But Aaron smiles softly. You helped me figure out something important about myself. When Nana curiously asks what that is, Aaron grins and replies, I'll tell you, but only if you promise to keep it a secret. Aaron gently asks Nana to transform back into Cyan one more time. Without hesitation, Nana complies, shifting flawlessly into Cyan's form. Now face to face with the one she's longed to speak to, Aaron begins to pour her heart out. I like you, she confesses softly. I think I've always liked you, ever since the day we first met. Tears well in her eyes as she continues. I know I've been nothing but a burden. I'm trying, really. I want to change. So please don't ever disappear from my life. Her voice cracks as the tears fall. She looks up, eyes trembling. Will you always stay with me? Then, realizing what she just said, Aaron wipes her tears and adds, Promise me you won't tell Cyan any of this. But Nana doesn't respond. She just stands there, completely still. Aaron tilts her head, confused. Nana finally speaks, her voice trembling. Something powerful is heading this way. Just outside, Leximus is doing his best to hold the line. Princess Erin is in the middle of something important. Please wait. But Kundal brushes him off coldly. There is no place in this academy that I am forbidden to enter. Step aside. Leximus tries again, insisting that he'll deliver the message himself. But his effort is in vain. Kundal blasts him aside without a second glance. He storms through the door, and Erin jumps at the sudden intrusion. Kundal, I'm talking to my fiancé. What do you think you're doing? Leave. Kundal's eyes narrow. That's not your fiancé. Erin freezes. What? I said move. Without another word, he lunges forward. Nana quickly shoves Erin out of the way and dodges the attack. Erin screams, run. You can't beat him. Nana bolts for the exit, but it's too late. Kundal is already on her. He grabs her by the arm and slams her back. You dare sneak into my academy, he growls, his voice low and furious. Now you'll pay for it. Kundal grabbed Nana, disguised as Cyan, by the throat and hurled her through the window. Hovering midair outside, he glared down at her with murderous intent. You'll regret ever stepping foot in my academy, he warned coldly. Without hesitation, he raised his free hand and began casting. In a flash, he summoned Transis's holy lance. A thunderous bolt of lightning tore through the sky, slamming into Nana and crashing her into the ground below with enough force to shake the entire academy. Elsewhere, in their shared room, Emily was busy cooking while Bert was in the middle of a workout. Emily looked up, sensing the disturbance, and assumed a storm was rolling in. Bert, however, felt it, an overwhelming surge of mana, and knew something was wrong. Without a word, he bolted for Nana's room. Emily followed, confused and concerned. He flung the door open, only to find the bed empty. Wasting no time, he turned, grabbed his armor, and dashed out. As he ran, he quickly told Emily he was going to find Nana. The spike in mana wasn't just random. It had to be connected to her. Back at the fight, Kundal was stunned. Nana had taken a hit from a 9-star spell and was still standing like it was nothing. He knew she was a dragon, but her resilience went beyond his expectations. Determined not to let her escape, he launched bolts of lightning her way. Nana weaved through the blasts, trying to put space between them. Then the ground shifted. Kundal raised a pillar of stone beneath her, shooting her high into the sky. 2 more rock pillars rose on either side, smashing together in an attempt to crush her. But she held firm, bracing herself and resisting the force. He couldn't believe it. She wasn't fully human. That much was clear, but even for a dragon, her strength was unnatural. Are you part dragon? Or is a god hiding inside you? He muttered, drawing the rocks back slightly. Still, Nana didn't move. No counterattack. Nothing. He stared, puzzled. Why aren't you fighting back? He asked. When she stayed silent, he narrowed his eyes. Are you ignoring me? Or just waiting for the right moment? Nana looked up at Kundal and softly called him Grandpa. She told him she knew he wasn't a bad person because she never fought good people. That stopped him cold. How can you be so sure? He asked, stunned. She smiled slightly and said he had a gentle scent. Her teacher had taught her to only attack those who were truly bad. But that answer didn't sit right with Kundal. He pressed her. Who was this teacher of hers? And was it that same person who dared to bring an impure being like her into his academy? The word impure struck a nerve. Something snapped inside Nana. A wave of dark energy surged from her as she shifted into her half-dragon form. Scales spread across her skin, and wings burst from her back. The air around her crackled from the sheer force she was releasing. I'm not impure, she shouted. Papa always told me I'm a good girl. Kundal didn't flinch. Her outburst meant nothing to him. He raised his hand and unleashed his next move, Star Judgment. A massive blast of energy hurtled toward her. Nana dodged the first wave just in time, but there was no pause. Another blast came instantly, and this time it hit her squarely. She threw her arms up to block, skidding backward from the force. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't hold out much longer. Then the assault stopped. She blinked, confused, trying to catch her breath. Before she could react, Kundal appeared right in front of her. He grabbed her by the face, activated his magic, and slammed her into the ground with Titan Stomp. Inside the academy, behind a shimmering barrier, Erin and Rezimus watched in horror. Erin pounded on the invisible wall, panic rising in her chest. She wanted to help, needed to help, but there was no way through. Rezimus put a hand on her shoulder, reminding her that the barrier was Kundal's. Breaking it was impossible, But Aaron's eyes lit up with a sudden thought. Sarika, the instructor, she was close to Cyan. She'd definitely want to help. Aaron quickly turned to Rezimus. We need to find Sarika now. Just as they turned to run, a voice spoke from behind them. No need. I'm already here. Aaron and Rezimus spun around to see Sarika standing there with Bert and a group of students gathered behind them. Sarika explained that the noise from the battle outside had reached everyone in the academy. The students behind Bert were visibly curious, whispering questions and craning their necks to get a better look. Bert knew this wasn't something they could witness. He quickly shut the door and positioned himself in front of it. Looking to Sarika, he gave her a nod. Do what you have to. I'll keep them back. Sarika stepped forward and studied the barrier. She knew there was no breaking it while still hiding behind the identity of Instructor Sarika. If she wanted through, she had to draw on the power of the mist. She turned to Aaron and Rezimus. What you're about to see, you must forget it. If you can't, her voice trailed off, but the warning was clear. The two stood frozen, unsettled. With that, she faced the barrier once more. Her body shifted as she activated her secret technique, demon body fusion. Her form changed, part demon now. Then, without hesitation, she used no blade, ascending mist. In one fluid move, the barrier shattered. Outside, the smoke from Kundal's last attack began to fade. In place of the powerful dragon he expected, stood a small girl, Nana, back in her original form. The sight caught him off guard. Before he could act, a loud impact rang out. Sarika landed between them, standing firm. You're not laying another hand on her, she said sharply. Kundal narrowed his eyes. And what is she to you? She's my student, Sarika replied. I take full responsibility for hiding her here. That girl can't be allowed to live, he said. Move. Before Sarika could respond, Nana's voice broke in. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Don't blame her. Her eyes welled with tears. That image, Nana crying, sparked something in Kundal. A memory of his daughter, Diane, flashed in his mind. He turned away and sighed. Heal her wounds, he told Sarika. Then bring her to my office. I'll decide your punishments there. Back in the village, a celebration was in full swing. The villagers hailed the return of their goddess, Sabolum, now believed to be reborn through their prince, Seth. They dressed him in the finest clothes and adorned him with glittering jewelry. Ironically, the same people who once turned their backs on him for being a troublemaker were now drinking in his honor. Seth had reached his limit. Frustrated, he tore off his shirt in protest. But instead of silencing them, the villagers erupted into louder cheers, taking it as a divine display of their goddess's strength. Watching it all from the balcony was Cyan. Behind him, Kiram appeared in her sprite form, her eyes narrowing as she tried to understand Sabolum's true intentions. She knew the goddess was using Seth to keep tabs on them, but the reason still eluded her. Cyan, calm as ever, reminded her that divine beings couldn't attack humans outside their sacred grounds. They should be safe, but Kiram wasn't convinced. She warned Cyan not to drop his guard. Sabolum might still act through Seth. And worse, Sabolum wasn't the only god watching them. Just then, the balcony door creaked open. Lunav stepped out, her voice light as she asked, Were you waiting for me? Cyan turned to her and asked, Is Ramila okay? Lunav nodded. I healed her using my magic. She's resting now. A few days, and she'll be back to normal. Cyan gave her a rare smile. He praised her for her progress, teleportation magic, high-tier healing. She had come a long way. Lunav saw right through him. I figured you'd ask eventually, she said, reaching into her robes and pulling out Rehiram. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Kundal faced Sarika. Now explain, he said. How did Cyan manage to sneak that girl into the academy? Sarika was stunned. How did he even know? Kundal continued. Only someone like Cyan could have tamed a being with power like hers. She asked what his plan was, how he would punish Cyan. Kundal didn't hesitate. He already knew Cyan would find a way to persuade him to let Nana stay. Sarika stepped forward. Then punish me. I'm responsible for both of them. He looked her in the eye. Are you saying you want to resign? Kundal continued, his tone firm. This world is split into two kinds of magic, light and dark. Those who wield dark magic are seen as evil. Despite knowing she was part of the mist, Kundal acknowledged that Sarika had used her powers to protect Nana. That alone told him she wasn't evil. Sarika was stunned. He had known all along, and yet he still allowed her to stay at the academy? Kundal looked at her calmly. A war is coming. I couldn't stop it, and you have a role to play in it. His words shook her even more. She had always known Kundal could glimpse the future, but what had he seen that made him trust someone like her? Someone from the mist? Without saying more, Kundal began walking away. Before he left, he paused at the door. What's Nana's favorite treat? Moments later, he quietly entered the room where Nana lay resting. Seeing her asleep, he was overwhelmed by a familiar ache. She reminded him so much of Diane. Silently, he placed the sweets he'd brought on the bedside table and left the room without waking her. Back with Cyan and Lunav, Cyan looked at her and said something unexpected. Keep Rehiram. Lunav was stunned. She knew how badly he wanted the book. Are you sure? She asked. Cyan nodded. I have other ways to get the power I need. But his tone shifted suddenly. If you give that book away, or let someone take it from you, I'll kill you. The intensity in his eyes sent a chill through her. She nodded quickly, taking his warning seriously. I understand. Satisfied, Cyan turned and walked away. Bring Seth with you when you return, he said over his shoulder, heading back to the academy. As soon as he was gone, a shadow appeared behind Lunav, Rehiram. His voice came low. You care about him. She didn't deny it. Instead, she asked, what are your plans? Rehiram replied that he intended to watch Cyan closely before choosing a side. Lunav didn't care about that. Just give me the power to help him. That's all I want. Rehiram agreed. As long as she held up her end of their contract, the power was hers to use. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Bert was in the training yard, attacking a dummy with relentless focus. He couldn't forgive himself for letting Nana get hurt. He had to become stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. Out of nowhere, a cloaked figure appeared in the middle of the training arena, wrapped in shadows and radiating an eerie, unfamiliar dark mana. Bert had never felt anything like it. The figure's voice cut through the air. He was looking for Cyan. Bert stepped forward cautiously, asking who he was and why he wanted Cyan. But the figure wasn't interested in talking. Hand him over, he demanded, activating an artifact barrier. Then, without warning, he drew a crimson glowing sword and lunged straight at Bert. Reacting just in time, Bert countered with combat counter, blocking the initial strike. But the assault didn't stop. Blow after blow came crashing in, the figure relentlessly pressing for Cyan's location. Steel clashed again and again as the two fought across the arena, but Bert was struggling to keep up. Every move the figure made felt unnatural. Bert couldn't shake the thought. Was this even a human? The figure growled once more, demanding Cyan, calling him his property. Then, spotting a brief opening, he drove his blade into Bert's side. Bert gasped, gritting through the pain, and with a surge of strength, slashed upward, his sword slicing through the figure's mask. The shattered mask hit the floor, and what stood before him made Bert freeze. It was Kellen, but not as he remembered. His face was twisted, lifeless, a zombified version of the man he once knew. Cyan quickly swapped out his adventure gear for his academy uniform. Kiram eyed him and asked if he was really okay, leaving Lunav and Seth behind. Cyan nodded, saying Lunav would stay until Ramila recovered, and if he stayed too, he'd just be in the way. Kiram teased that Lunav might miss him, but Cyan brushed it off, insisting there was no reason for Lunav to be sad. Kiram let out a sigh, telling him he'd end up alone forever with that kind of thinking. But Cyan just reminded her that, to him, they were all still kids, and he had no interest in getting involved. With that, he opened a portal and stepped through. On the other side, he was hit with a disturbing scene. Bert, injured and panting, was facing off against a zombified Kellen. Cyan froze. How had Kellen ended up like this? Suddenly, Kellen's eyes locked onto him. A crazed grin spread across his face as he lunged toward Cyan, calling out to his master with twisted delight. Bert shouted a warning, but Cyan didn't need it. With a sigh, Cyan transformed Kiram into a dagger and unleashed raging fog storm, his sword technique slicing into Kellen with a flurry of rapid cuts. Bert stood frozen, stunned by what he'd just witnessed. He knew Cyan was strong, but this? He'd struggled just to stay alive, and Cyan ended it in one strike. Doubt crept in. Was he only useful for household chores? Before he could spiral further, Cyan turned to him and calmly asked if he needed help with his wounds. Bert quickly shook his head. Cyan gave him a nod and said he'd done well holding Kellen off. At that moment, Kellen stirred. The madness faded from his eyes, and he returned to himself, just for a moment. He warned Cyan. Eshel and Boris had discovered the Holy Sword's location. Cyan was stunned. Last time, it had taken his brother much longer to find it. As Kellen's body began to crumble into ash, He urged Cyan to be careful. Cyan thanked him for everything and told him to rest now. Then he turned to Bert, explaining that Boris had been the one to turn Kellen into a marionette. Bert asked how. Cyan picked up a strange mark left behind, the brand of reversal. He held it up and explained. It was designed to force a servant to betray their master. At that moment, Cyan couldn't help but curse his past hesitation. He should have ended Boris the last time they crossed paths, back when he returned to the past. That mistake wouldn't happen again. This time, he swore Boris would die before he could hurt anyone else. Turning to Bert, Cyan told him to get their things ready. They were done with the academy. It was time to leave. Meanwhile, far away, Eshel stepped into the sacred halls of the Lumendal temple, walking with calm assurance. A lone figure was already praying inside. As he approached, the girl turned around. She looked at him without surprise. "I've been waiting," she said. Eshel immediately recognized her. It was Iris, the Nephrodite. "Good to see you again," he greeted. "Call me Saintess, like everyone else," she corrected him. Then, her expression sharpened. "Why isn't Prince Lunel with you?" Eshel shook his head. "This visit has nothing to do with the prince." Iris narrowed her eyes. "Then the rumors are true? That you're abandoning him and siding with Princess Violet?" Eshel didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject. "Is it true you received a divine revelation?" She nodded. "The Holy Sword will be found where the Guardian's view rests. It refers to the land protected by the continent's guardian. That's all I know. The rest is up to you." Eshel already had a location in mind. But what truly stunned him was how close the Holy Sword had been this entire time. Iris offered a small smile. "Lumendal's love has always stayed near us. It's no surprise the sword did too." Back at the academy, Cyan handed the brand of reversal to Kundal. "We found this here," he said flatly. Kundal eyed it with a sigh, clearly not surprised. "What kind of trouble have you dragging now? Don't tell me you've started messing with black magic." Cyan quickly denied it. He had no interest in dark arts. But before he could say more, Kundal cut him off. "Save it," he said. "How long were you planning to keep it a secret that you smuggled a beastkin into the academy and have been hiding her in plain sight?" Cyan had no reply. He stood in silence. Kundal's voice was stern. "My patience has limits. Keep this up, and you'll be expelled." To his surprise, Cyan met his gaze and said plainly, "That's exactly what I want." The answer threw Kundal off. Cyan continued, explaining that the situation ahead was only going to get worse, and staying at the academy would make him useless. The one behind the brand of reversal was the same monster responsible for the banquet of blood, and Cyan was ready to make him pay. As the room tensed with Cyan's quiet fury, Kundal picked up the brand. He studied it before speaking again. "You realize this resembles the Dawnstone, right?" Cyan frowned. Kundal went on, telling him that both the brand and the Dawnstone were believed to be creations of the people of Black Blood, an ancient group labeled as evil and nearly wiped out, save for a few survivors who fled to Axilium. Cyan stared at him, stunned. "Why would you tell me that?" Kundal gave a tired smile. "Because you shouldn't carry this alone. Peace is crumbling, and a storm's coming. While you fight to protect the nation, I'll protect this academy." That triggered a memory, Kundal's words from Cyan's previous life. He'd warned Cyan not to follow his brother, or he'd become a puppet. That prediction had come true, and now his advice had shifted. Don't try to shoulder everything by yourself. This was Kundal's message for this life. As Cyan left the office, Sarika intercepted him. "So, it's true. You're leaving the academy to go after Boris?" He stopped and looked at her. "Will you come with me? Lead the mission?" Sarika shook her head. "I can't. Kundal knows my secret. He asked me to stay." She took a step back, her tone turning cold. "Just do one thing for me. When you find Boris, tell him to go to hell." After a long journey, Iris and Eshel finally stepped into the temple of Lumendal. At the heart of the chamber, the holy sword stood, firmly embedded in the ground. Eshel approached it, his steps careful, and reached for the hilt. Iris watched in silence, uneasy about how the sword seemed fused to the floor, but she said nothing. Eshel called out to the god Lumendal as he tried to pull the blade free. The moment he did, a sharp force knocked him back. He was slapped across the face and sent flying. From the sword, a small girl appeared, her voice sharp and accusing. She scolded Eshel for taking so long, blaming his laziness for her suffering and disgrace. Both Iris and Eshel froze, stunned. They had expected a grand, imposing spirit, Durindark. Yet here stood a child. Spotting their disbelief, the girl jabbed a finger at herself, her eyes wet with frustration, and asked if they thought she was a joke. She blamed everything on the wielder of the demon's sword, who had stolen her power. She didn't care how he found her, clairvoyant or not. What mattered was that she wanted her strength back, and Eshel was going to help her do it. Back at the academy, Cyan sat quietly beside Nana, who was sound asleep. He still couldn't believe she had stood her ground against the most powerful mage on the continent and survived. She was growing fast, stronger, and maybe, just maybe, she didn't need him to protect her anymore. From the doorway, Bert broke the silence. He admitted feeling ashamed, thinking he'd failed in his role as her guardian knight. Cyan told him plainly he could only keep working to improve. Then he stood, telling Bert he was heading out. Bert followed quickly, offering to get their luggage ready, and asked where they were going. Cyan explained the plan. They needed to reach the outer edge of the continent. Bert would go with Sirica, and Cyan would join him later. As Cyan opened the door to his room, he glanced back. He told Bert that raising Nana so well was something he himself couldn't have done. Just then, Emily stepped in from the kitchen, holding a wriggling lunch in her hand. She called out, but Cyan didn't stop. He walked away without a word. Out in the ancient plains of Nadi-Lai, a group of mages stood silently at the edge of a massive crater. Regans, their leader, looked down solemnly and asked if this was where Karen had last been seen. It saddened him to think Karen had perished here. Reaching into his cloak, Regans pulled out a small device and activated it. Karen's spirit materialized before them. Without wasting time, Regans demanded to know what had happened to Rehiram. The ghostly figure replied that Lunav had taken it. Regans' eyes widened. He hadn't expected her to be involved. But shock quickly turned to rage when Karen added that she hadn't come alone. She'd been with Cyan and had stolen the book for him, too. The gathered mages murmured in disbelief, unable to grasp Lunav's betrayal. Regans dismissed the spirit and turned to face the others. His voice was cold and direct. He wanted Lunav brought to him immediately. Meanwhile, deep beneath Axilium, 3 demi-human workers scraped together magic stones for Boris. The task was dangerous. Only those like them could endure the dense magical energy down here. They argued and teased each other as they worked quickly, but their routine was shattered in an instant. From the shadows, a figure lunged forward and silently cut down Toby, who dropped lifelessly beside a pillar. The remaining 2 froze, then braced for battle. Kira cast Rapid Flame, launching a fireball at the attacker. But the man, Cyan, charged straight through the blaze, unharmed. Shock spread across their faces. Before they could react, Cyan unleashed Swordless Sword, surging Fogstorm, cutting both of them down in a flash. He spared Kira, leaving her barely conscious. Approaching her, Cyan asked one thing. Where was Boris? At that moment, recognition flashed in her eyes. She knew who he was. In desperation, she cast Pure Explosion, triggering a blast powerful enough to level the entire chamber. Far away in Nadi-Lai, Lunav suddenly stopped in her tracks. A strange unease gripped her. Something felt off. Remelia noticed the change and asked if something was wrong. Lunav forced a smile and said everything was fine, but deep down, she feared for Cyan. Next to them, Seth pulled out his prized artifact, a flying carpet named Arabat. With a grin, he explained that it was a treasured heirloom from the Shaharkan family, and thanks to it, they'd reached the academy in no time. As a kind gesture, he offered both girls a ride. The 2 girls weren't impressed. Without missing a beat, they pulled out an Arabat of their own and took their seats on it. Seth stared in disbelief. It looked just like his. Remelia casually explained that Lunav was part of the Graham Society, a group famous for gathering rare and extraordinary artifacts. For them, something like an Arabat was hardly out of the ordinary. Seth was stunned. His pride deflated in an instant as the weight of his earlier bragging sank in. Lunav looked over and asked if he still planned to use his own Arabat or ride with them. Seth thought back to the nightmare of traveling with Cyan and how uncooperative his Arabat had been. That memory was enough to make the choice easy. He joined the girls without hesitation. Moments later, they took off, soaring through the sky at full speed toward the academy. Lunav leaned forward, pushing the Arabat to go faster. A deep worry sat in her chest. Something told her Cyan was in trouble. At Exilium, Cyan narrowly evaded the blast and made his way to the rooftop. Below, flames roared from a massive crater where the sewer used to be. Kiram remarked that such a reckless attack was insane. Magic stones could react violently, bringing the whole place down. She warned that the fire wouldn't burn out on its own. the mana stones would just keep fueling it. Without a word, Cyan cast air void, pulling the air away from the fire. The flames flickered and died. Once the blaze was gone, he dropped down into the crater. There was no sign of Boris's men, not even scorched remains. As Cyan scanned the area, he spotted a tunnel carved through the base. He was sure the other two were dead. Only the girl had survived. She must have used the explosion and smoke to hide while dragging their bodies away. He had no intention of letting her get away. Boris's location was still a mystery, and Cyan wasn't done yet. As he stood to follow the tunnel, a voice yelled from behind. A crowd of demi-humans had gathered at the crater's edge, drawn by the noise. They were stunned to see a human and shouted at him to leave. Hiram didn't get it. Cyan had just saved them by extinguishing the fire. But Cyan understood. Exilium had once been a quiet trading hub. That peace shattered when war erupted with the demons. Leviathan attacks became frequent, and chaos spread. Things only got worse when Lexid, the Holy Knight's servant, took down the demonic dragon that had plagued the town. The dragon's remains left behind mana-charged stones, powerful but poisonous. The energy they emitted corrupted everything, turning Exilium into a dead zone. Worse, the townspeople began to mutate. Those who stayed became demi-humans, warped by mana. Now, they mined the stones to survive, but were shunned by the rest of the continent. Their bitterness toward humans wasn't hard to understand. The shouting didn't stop. The demi-humans kept hurling insults at Cyan, demanding he leave their land. Hiram was quickly losing patience and asked if she could silence them for good. But Cyan shook his head. There was no point. They didn't want him there, and he had no interest in staying. He pulled his hood over his head and turned toward the tunnel without another word. Meanwhile, back at their hideout, the trio sat around a single crate of magic stones, visibly disappointed. Kira was furious. After everything they'd done, all they had to show for it was a single box. She blamed Cyan for ruining everything with his ambush. Toby tried to calm her down, reminding her things could have been much worse. Without the power Boris gave them, they wouldn't have made it out alive. Just then, Boris stepped in from the shadows. His expression was somber as he asked if they'd been hurt because of him. He couldn't believe Cyan had chased him this far. Kira quickly spoke up, telling him it wasn't his fault. Cyan had started the fight, not him. Toby added that they had underestimated Cyan's strength. He didn't even realize he was hit until his head was already flying through the air. Boris apologized again, saying he should have never dragged them into his mess. But Kira wasn't having it. She insisted they be allowed to help. He had supported them when they had nothing, sending money while he worked in the capital. The least they could do now was repay him and take Cyan down. After a pause, Boris agreed. He promised to make sure the ritual would be completed. They only had one shot at awakening the Leviathan. He carried the crate of magic stones into an adjacent chamber and unleashed his magic. Hisra urged him to move faster. Cyan was closing in. Boris replied that the trio would keep him busy long enough. Once the ritual was complete, they'd finally have the strength to defeat him. Upstairs, Kira felt a disturbance and warned the others. Someone had entered the building. In an instant, Cyan lunged from the shadows, striking at her. But his attack was intercepted. File blocked the blow with his arm, stepping between them. This time, he said, Cyan wouldn't get the better of him. Cyan paused, stunned to see all three of them alive. But File didn't explain. Instead, he shoved Cyan straight through the wall and out of the building. Meanwhile, Aaron and Rezimus were on their way to Cyan's room. Aaron felt awkward, unsure how to face him after her confession about Nana turning into Cyan. The whole situation left her flustered. Rezimus tried to reassure her, reminding her that the visit wasn't just personal, they needed to ask him about Nana. That reminder helped Aaron steady herself. She wasn't going to avoid him. As they reached the hallway leading to his room, they spotted Lunav, Seth, and Ramelia standing outside. Aaron asked if they were also there to see Cyan. Lunav nodded. They'd come looking for him, but he was gone. Aaron wasn't overly concerned. Cyan often wandered off without saying anything. She was sure he'd be back soon. But Lunav looked uneasy. This time was different, she said. There was no scent of him left behind. It was like he had vanished completely. Her voice hinted at something darker. She feared he might not come back at all. Suddenly, Seth broke down. Through tears, he kept repeating that it was his fault. He'd pressured Cyan to fight him over and over, and now he was gone. The others paid him no mind. Aaron turned back to Lunav, asking if she had any idea where Cyan might have gone. Lunav said they needed to start searching. Someone had to know something. Aaron quickly took charge. she sent Seth to ask around the academy. Lunav would handle the Garum region, and Erin would tap into her royal connections to find out anything she could. As she sprinted down the hallway, a gnawing fear took hold of her. If she didn't find Cyan now, she might never see him again. She wasn't going to let that happen. Back with Lunav, Rehiram appeared and gave her a grim update. Finding Cyan wouldn't be simple. He had wiped out every trace of his presence. Even someone like Rehiram would struggle to track him down. Over in Exilium, Cyan stood facing File once more. He watched in disbelief as File calmly picked up his severed arm and reattached it like it was nothing. Cyan asked the question that had been gnawing at him. What were they? Were they even human? File answered coldly. Someone like Cyan, a regular human, couldn't possibly understand what it meant to live as a demi-human. Boris had taken their curse and turned it into something greater, a divine gift. Brian finishes gathering the last of the people and feels relieved that the safe house is close to Lewin. The girl with him praises his efforts and asks if the young master knows they are here and whether he will really join them later, to which Brian assures her that Miss Sarika said he would. So all they can do now is trust and wait. Still, the girl admits she has a bad feeling about this. Also, she mentions that Nana seems very upset, likely because the young master came and left while she was asleep. Hearing this, Brian feels a sense of responsibility, and he thinks about what he can do to help, even if it's something small. After that, Brian walks over to Nana and gently asks if she's feeling hungry, trying to cheer her up, but Nana suddenly looks at him and asks if Papa ran away because Nana caused trouble, to which Brian quickly denies it, reassuring Nana that she did nothing wrong. Placing a comforting hand on her head, Brian promises that Papa will return if they just wait and behave. Nana nods after a pause, though she mutters that Papa is stupid and asks Brian to scold him when he comes back, to which Brian smiles awkwardly and agrees. Elsewhere, the fight becomes intense as Boris jumps in using Beast alone, but Cyan quickly traps him with a binding skill. After that, Kiera attacks with a fire explosion, thinking it will hit, but then notices something unbelievable. A sword aura surrounds Cyan. Everyone freezes in shock. Kiera and Askell can't believe that this young boy is actually a swordmaster. Boris shouts for everyone to attack together, and they rush at Cyan from all sides, trying to find a weak spot, while Kiera warns not to give him any chance to fight back, but Cyan stays calm and studies their moves. He realizes all their attacks follow the same patterns, which makes them easy to predict. Cyan then uses thick fog 8th form, assault, filling the area with heavy mist and striking at the same time. Askell loses balance, and Kiera casts Flame Shower in desperation, but Cyan absorbs her magic with Void Sphere. Boris tries to sneak in from behind, but Cyan senses him with 7th form. Detection and counters with his fog sword, knocking them all down. Askell holds his head in pain, and Kiera looks tired and shocked. They all realize they can't beat him. Indeed, Boris calls Cyan a monster, but Cyan says that's funny coming from people who survive even after being decapitated. Afterwards, Boris says something unexpected, that they were never trying to defeat Cyan in the first place. Cyan questions why they even started the fight, to which Boris admits it was only to stall for time until the ritual finished. After hearing this, Cyan realizes the shocking truth that the ritual is meant to resurrect the Leviathan as a controlled puppet. Also, Cyan knows this would be a disaster and swears he won't let it happen. But Boris laughs, saying it's already too late, and declares that the world, which had abandoned and mocked them, will end today. They will destroy everything and rebuild it in their own way. Plus, Boris calls it the start of a revolution. Suddenly, a terrifying sight appears, and the ritual doesn't just consume Boris. It turns him into a monstrous being, using sacrifices to amplify mana. Cyan quickly understands that these sacrifices are meant to repair the damage done to the divine scriptures. Kiera panics and demands to know what Boris has done, realizing this wasn't part of the original plan, but Boris, now transformed, calls it necessary for the greater good. His twisted smile makes it clear he doesn't truly see it as a tragedy. Everyone looks in horror as the monstrous figure takes shape. Some think it looks like a dragon, and panic spreads as the creature charges its breath attack. Kiera desperately launches Firebuster to block it, barely holding off the ancient dragon's power. Boris mocks her efforts, saying he thought they were friends. After hearing this, Kiera vows to wait for Boris in hell. Cyan steps forward and summons his ultimate skill, Void Sphere, Predation, to counter the force and bring the situation under control. But then Boris attacks with a strong move called Phlegathon, but Cyan blocks it using Void Sphere, Predation. The two powers crash into each other, shaking the ground. Boris is shocked that Cyan is still fine and realizes Cyan's weapon is not just a small danger anymore, because it has changed shape using Cyan's own power. Cyan then reveals a powerful skill called the first Nirvana form of repentance, Flashing Rain, and launches a fast attack. The ground starts breaking apart, and everyone panics as a huge dragon-like force appears. Cyan quickly uses Fog Sword, 8 fluttering petals to cut through the danger. People watching are shocked, thinking Cyan might have awakened the Leviathan, but there's no time to stop and wonder. Moreover, Boris shouts that everyone will be sacrificed for the ritual. Cyan powers up again with Fog Sword, strengthened Rising Fog, and pushes back hard. He promises that Boris will not survive this time. Finally, Cyan calls on the ultimate power of Black Fog and releases Arc Adamant, a massive red energy attack, ending the battle with an unstoppable strike. The robot finally locates Cyan and shows Luna's position. He's in Exilum, an abandoned slum, which surprises her because there's no reason for him to be there. Further, the robot explains that it sensed the mana of an ancient dragon for a short time, but it can't confirm anything without seeing it directly. After hearing this, Lunav is shocked because of an ancient dragon, but the robot reassures Lunav that, for Cyan, it would be nothing more than an oversized lizard. Before they can leave, Lamella rushes in, warning that members of the Garam Association have suddenly barged in. They announce that the association president has summoned Lunav and demand that Lunav go with them. Lamella senses danger and decides to stay behind to hold them off, urging them to escape. Lunav, surprised by Lamella's loyalty, asks why Lunav is helping despite being on her grandfather's side, to which Lamella replies that Lunav once saved her life, and, as a knight, this is her duty. Grateful, Lunav thanks Lamella and asks her to deliver an important message to Princess Erin. Lamella promises to pass it on as soon as possible while Lunav prepares to leave. Lunav quickly decides they must leave, believing the association's move is connected to what happened at the ruins. Additionally, Lunav suspects they might target Cyan as well, and she needs to stop that before anything happens. Meanwhile, Cyan stands over the aftermath of the battle, convinced that Boris is dead and that everything is over. However, angry voices rise from the survivors blaming Cyan for all the chaos. They accuse him of endangering a woman and child earlier and demand that he leave immediately. After hearing all of this, the robot offers to kill them, but Cyan refuses, saying it's better this way because it will speed things up for him. Elsewhere, news of Boris's death shocks his allies. Luenel curses Boris as useless for dying despite all the effort put into saving him and making him stronger. Suddenly, Askel appears, and Luenel angrily demands why he didn't come sooner after hearing the news about Exilum being destroyed, to which Askel says he had urgent matters to handle, which makes Luenel furious, assuming it involves the First Prince. However, Askel explains that he has a lead on who is responsible, and without revealing much, Askel tells him to head for Lewin Academy and promises to explain on the way. Though Luenel feels frustrated and chained by Askel's control. Elsewhere, Boris stumbles through a dark cave, breathing heavily after the battle. What's more, Boris mutters in frustration, realizing he was lucky to escape, but the attempt to resurrect Hearthcrea has failed. His voice trembles with shame as Boris admits that, had things gone as planned, he could have also restored himself using that immense power. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonates within the glowing yellow light before him, and it tells Boris that it's all right and that there is a new offering with powerful mana standing right before it. Shocked, Boris tries to understand what it means, but the voice continues without hesitation. It tells him not to be upset, for this is the decree of the gods. Then Boris shouts, and a name echoes in the cave, Hearthkria. Near Lewin, Askell finally explains everything to Luenel and reminds him that they are heading to the academy to ask the dean for cooperation. But their true focus is Cyan Vert, his younger brother. After this, Luenel is stunned to hear Cyan's name and asks what connection Cyan has to their mission. Afterwards, Askell reveals that Cyan is the one who killed Boris. He goes further, explaining that Cyan holds a demonic sword and works as an assassin for the secret organization Mist. After hearing this, Luenel is in disbelief and demands confirmation. But Askell assures him that the information was obtained at the cost of Boris's life, and everything that has disrupted their plans traces back to Cyan. Realizing this, Luenel is shocked and exclaims that Cyan had been deceiving them all along. Askell then reveals that there is already a bounty on Cyan, and the Academy likely knows about it by now. When Luenel asks why, he explains that Cyan is accused of orchestrating the Banquet of Blood and leading an assassin organization charged enough to justify a hunt. Luenel realizes Askell plans to frame Cyan for everything and calls it smart, to which Askell responds with a heavy tone, saying that although it pains him to condemn his own brother, it must be done for justice and the peace of the continent. In his words, this is Cyan's fate and the will of the God of Light. Moving ahead, Lunev comes in and stands before her grandfather, surprised that he came all the way to Lewin. He tells her that he needed to ask something directly, and without holding back, he questions Lunev about whether she went to the ruins of Nordelli with Cyan Vert and if she helped him steal the demonic scriptures. Lunev refuses to give a clear answer, saying she doesn't know. Her grandfather immediately interprets this as an attempt to protect Cyan. Also, he accuses Lunev of trying to defend him, but Lunev argues that he's only making assumptions and won't get any truth from her. Frustrated, her grandfather uses his mana's pressure to force her submission, but Lunev resists. He's shocked by her strength, realizing how much Lunev has improved. He warns her that as for the future of the Garum Association, Lunev shouldn't let emotions control her. Lunev finally bursts out, saying she's tired of his control and refuses to be manipulated anymore. Plus, Lunev manages to break free from his mana completely, leaving him in disbelief. As Lunev struggles to catch her breath, her grandfather says he understands but claims Lunev brought this upon herself. At that moment, a trap activates. He had set up a magic circle beforehand, catching Lunev. Moreover, he declares that Lunev won't even have the chance to regret this. Lunev demands to know if he intends to kill her, but he says he can't kill the future of the association. Instead, he plans to erase Lunev's current memories using a symbol of Nirasha, turning her back into the obedient granddaughter he once knew. Despite her resistance, he insists there is no use fighting and begins the process to break her mind. Askell and his team arrive at Cyan's dorm, but they find no trace of him or his subordinates. Askell confirms they're gone, and even the mana traces have been completely erased, and also this means someone deliberately covered their tracks. The girl with Askell expresses frustration, declaring she wanted revenge for being insulted by Cyan, the successor of the Dark Fog. Also, she vows to repay the humiliation to which Askell admits he had hoped to interrogate Cyan. But now that's impossible, and they decide to wait, having already sent palace soldiers to track him down. Meanwhile, Luenel meets his grandfather. Luenel accuses him of cutting off the Quizel's funding and speaking badly about him to his father. After hearing this, Luenel's grandfather denies malicious intent, saying he only wanted to prevent Luenel from starting a bloodbath. Luenel lashes out, comparing him to his father and siblings Violet, Fabian, Nerovian, and even Aaron, claiming they would all resort to dirty methods to claim the throne. After this, Luenel's grandfather scolds him, saying he's worrying about something he doesn't even have yet. Further, he explains the throne is earned through leadership and accomplishments, not by stealing it, and Luenel's father worked hard for peace, and he warns her not to destroy it. After that, Luenel mocks his idea of peace, accusing him of hypocrisy for raising a demon, referring to his student, Cyan Vert. Moreover, Luenel demands to know where Cyan is and accuses him of planning to protect him. At that moment, Aaron enters, and she's surprised to see Luenel there. Before Aaron can speak, Luenel snaps at her to leave. The grandfather sides with Aaron, telling Luenel to step out because Aaron had requested to meet first. Luenel, shocked and furious, questions if Aaron has a higher priority than her, to which the grandfather replies firmly that a promise is a promise, ending the argument. Suddenly, Askell enters the room with urgent news. Cyan Vert's dorm room is completely empty. He declares that Cyan is now considered a major threat to the Empire and asks the grandfather to cooperate if he knows Cyan's location. Luenel is shocked to see Askell and questions him, while Aaron also reacts in disbelief, asking what he means by calling Cyan a threat, to which Askell explains that Cyan has been identified as the culprit behind the Banquet of Blood and the incident in Exilum, claiming there are enough witnesses to prove it. Further, Askell reminds the grandfather that the palace has already sent an official letter about this matter. The grandfather admits to receiving it. Aaron refuses to believe this, insisting that Cyan would never commit such acts. Askell, however, continues to press the issue, revealing that there is already a bounty on Cyan's head and requesting everyone to keep watch for him. The scene shifts to commoners gossiping about Cyan. They talk about how he's the youngest member of the prestigious Vert family and the sole survivor of the Devil Dragon incident. Also, rumors spread that he burnt Exilum to the ground, and people fear that he might show up at the academy. Elsewhere, Cyan speaks with his robot. The robot remarks that Cyan looks better in his current state than before, asking if he's satisfied now, to which Cyan responds somewhat, stating that Askell will now start hunting for him because Askell wants to claim the most expensive trophy in the Empire, Cyan himself. In the snowy plains of Fruna, Alice hears Cecilia urgently calling out to her. Cecilia rushes over and shows her something shocking, a report claiming that Cyan is the one behind the Banquet of Blood. After seeing this, Alice can't believe it. Moreover, Alice insists that Cyan would never do something like that, to which Cecilia explains that she saw the news while patrolling and doesn't know what they should do. Alice realizes this is probably why Cyan told her to leave earlier. He must have known something bad was coming. Instead of panicking, Alice tells Cecilia that they should focus on their training, to which Cecilia is surprised by Alice's calm response. But Alice explains that even though she's not completely sure, she trusts that Cyan will handle things in his own way. Right now, she believes it's more important for her to become stronger so she can be ready to help him when the time comes. Marion, who's nearby, praises Alice's determination and tells her to continue training. With resolve in her heart, Alice agrees and goes back to her practice. Lunev shouts a powerful word and finds herself trapped by the grandfather, who's trying to rip Cyan away from her mind. Lunev's grandfather warns that resisting will only make things more painful, to which Lunev cries out, refusing to let Cyan be taken from her. Suddenly, something strange happens, and the surroundings shift into another realm. The grandfather is shocked. A powerful figure, Lem, appears and warns him that he has entered a forbidden territory. Lem radiates dark mana and reveals the terrifying power of the demonic scriptures, Lemmiharem. The grandfather realizes Lunev had these demonic scriptures all along. After that, Lem calls him an inferior being and tells him to choke on the truth he was so desperate to uncover, and Lunev finally gets out of his grandfather's control, and he sits down on the floor, accepting his defeat. Lunev questions whether Lem caused this, but Lem accuses Lunev of planning it from the beginning, which Lunev doesn't deny. Instead, Lunev thanks Lem and says it's time to go help Cyan. As they prepare to leave, someone calls out to Lunev. After this, Lem stares coldly and asks what they're looking at, standing at Lunev's head. In a safe house on the outskirts of Lewin, Brian shows a wanted poster with Cyan's face on it and warns that royal knights are swarming the streets, searching for him. Also, Brian insists Cyan has been framed, and Nana echoes his concern. Tension rises as Brian prepares his sword, declaring he made an oath to protect Cyan and Nana with his life. Nana joins him, ready to fight. Suddenly, there's a knock. A girl hesitates, then opens the door and Cyan stands there calmly. Everyone is overwhelmed with relief. Brian tears up, and Nana runs to Cyan, calling him Papa. After that, Cyan tells them to keep quiet because he had been really worried. Cyan confirms he's not guilty and says he won't bother explaining himself, and warns that this place isn't safe anymore because Askell now has the Holy Sword, and it won't take long before he finds their location. Cyan says the only option now is to hide inside his other dimension because the entire empire is turning into his enemy. Brian, emotional and firm, declares his loyalty will never shake and promises to protect San no matter what path he walks, to which Cyan accepts it, though the girl thinks Brian gets too serious sometimes, and Nana urges him to hurry. With that, Cyan turns to Lem. Now that the distractions are out of the way, Lem smirks, ready to go wild, but Cyan reminds him there's something specific he needs to do. Lem seems thrilled that whatever it is, it sounds exciting. Lunev's grandfather fumes in frustration after learning the truth that he always believed Cyan had the demonic scriptures, but to find out they were with Lunev all along shocks him deeply. A subordinate rushes in, apologizing for returning without the others, and explains that everyone else was defeated by Lunev herself. The old man angrily realizes that Lunev completely outsmarted them. The subordinate anxiously asks what their next move should be, to which the grandfather thinks that Lunev now has the scriptures, and if they continue chasing Cyan, they'll inevitably run into Lunev. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a quiet night near a tall building. Cyan stands boldly under the moonlight, facing a group of soldiers who came to capture him. Suddenly, Cyan speaks out, almost taunting them, and calls for their attention, acknowledging their presence with a smirk. Then, with absolute confidence, he challenges them, telling them to catch him if they can. The academy feels strangely quiet now, almost as if something important is missing. The spot where Cyan once sat seems to echo with emptiness, and even the surroundings feel like they're grieving his absence. Seth sits there feeling down, wondering if Cyan will ever return. After everything they went through together, Seth can't understand how Cyan could just disappear like that because the thought weighs heavily on him, making school feel dull and meaningless. Just as Seth starts losing hope, Lunev bursts into the scene with excitement and tells Seth that she found Cyan and urges him to come with her right away. After hearing this, Seth is shocked but quickly lights up with hope because he also can't help but notice a small, adorable creature resting on Lunev's head. But before he can ask more, Lem steps in and tells him to hurry. Without wasting a second, Seth agrees and decides not to overthink and lifts Lunev in his arms, smashes through a wall, and follows Lem's lead. Also, Lem assures them that the destination isn't far, asking them to hold on tight as they speed towards Cyan's location. Aaron is shocked to hear the news that Cyan is in Exilum. In fact, Lamella tells her that Lunev wanted to pass on this message before she was taken away by Mr. Reigans. After this, Aaron quickly decides to ask Dean Kundal for help, while Lamella quietly takes her leave. But just after Lamella departs, Aaron hears something unbelievable. That Cyan is being blamed for the Banquet of Blood, accused of destroying Exilum, and even being labeled as a member of Mist, a dark organization tied to the evil Black Fog. Aaron feels crushed because she realizes she truly didn't know much about Cyan at all, and now everything seems like a lie. All her training, all her effort to grow strong enough to stand by his side, suddenly feels meaningless. Indeed, Cyan seems far out of reach now, like he's in a place of darkness where someone like her can never follow. The helplessness makes her feel even worse, and despite being a princess, Aaron feels completely useless. Just then, her grandfather Dean Kundal questions her gently, asking how much of the news she actually believes, to which Aaron, holding back tears, says firmly that she doesn't believe any of it because Cyan has always supported Aaron and always been kind. Aaron knows deep down Cyan could never do something like that. Dean Kundal gives her a nod that if that's what she believes, then there's no time to waste and they need to move quickly. Elsewhere at the same time, Cyan is surrounded by a crowd of enemies and challenges them all at once, clearly unimpressed by their movements. Redbeck, the Academy's top student known for his exceptional stamina and mana ranks, steps forward and believes he can finally bring Cyan down and unleashes his most powerful attack, Dragon Spear, in a dramatic display of fire and strength. Everyone watching expects this to end the chase, but Cyan defeats Redbeck with ease. The onlookers are stunned, unable to believe how quickly their strongest fighter was taken down. Cyan sees no reason to stick around if that was their best, and starts preparing something far more dangerous, the opening of the gates to hell. Elsewhere, Eren flies through the sky, determined not to leave Cyan alone any longer because she's ready to fight beside him. Meanwhile, the battlefield turns chaotic, reinforcements are being sent to Square B, and soldiers are running in all directions. Amid the disorder, Kiram keeps the enemies occupied. Cyan, watching from a distance, thinks she's doing a great job and decides to make use of this distraction. While everyone is focused on her, Cyan quietly moves toward the base, knowing that Askel should have arrived there by now. Also, Askel Vert gets cursed as a hypocrite. Suddenly, Rygans appears and commends Cyan's sharp reflexes. After seeing him, Cyan is unsure of who this man is, to which Rygans states that while Cyan may not know him, he knows Cyan very well. After that, Rygans introduces himself as Rygans Rainreaver, the president of the Garam Association. Cyan, keeping his guard up, asks what business Rygans has in the Ushif Empire and what he wants from him, to which Rygans appreciates Cyan's directness, noting it's a trait he shares with his father. Without wasting any time, Rygans presents his true motive, that he wants Cyan to marry his granddaughter, Lunav. After hearing this, Cyan is left completely dumbfounded by the unexpected proposal. Under the deep, clear night, grandfather stands on a shelter roof and shouts at Cyan Vert to marry his granddaughter. Cyan blue eyes narrow. He looks upward, tense, and demands where this sudden idea comes from. Grandfather declares that Cyan is far from innocent, accusing him of helping his granddaughter interfere in their smuggling business, halting their ruin excavations and severing their connection with the dragon. With arms crossed, Grandfather calls out from the neighboring house's roof like Cyan very much. Cyan's brow drew together, his gaze sharp. Grandfather opens his arms in invitation, urging him to join both the family and the Garam Association, insisting there is no choice in the matter. Cyan lifts a hand, turning his head away, stating he wants no part of it. Grandfather's jaw tightens. Cyan tilts his head back toward him, taunting that even a 9-star great sage cannot bring such an association to success. He smirks, raises a middle finger, and accuses him of trying to use both him and Lunav, adding that it will never happen. Grandfather's eyes turn pitch black. With a subtle hand movement, he summons waves of assassins, their spinning powers swirling across the rooftops. He warns that Cyan refuses, then no one else will ever have him. At the Brno estate, a voice rumbles so fiercely it echoes outside the manor. Luenel shouts at his servant after hearing the report. His teeth grit as he seizes the man by the collar. Trembling, the servant urges calm, warning this is not the only problem at hand. Garam Association members have suddenly ambushed their knights and battle is underway. Luenel's brow arches, his gaze shadowed. The servant admits uncertainty. A slow, dark grin spreads across Luenel's face as he orders them all killed. He laughs low, calling it a deliberate provocation from Garam Kingdom, and commands that if reinforcements are needed, the Knights of Light should be deployed. Grinning, the servant remarks that the Knights of Light are the Demon Realm's frontline. Luenel turns with deep smirks, eyes glinting darkly. He claims he anticipated something like this and prepared them in advance, confident they're already on the way. The servant stares in disbelief, warning that His Highness is practically declaring war. At that moment, Grandfather enters, questioning if he truly wants this. But Luenel's eyes catch on Princess Eren. He curses under his breath, wondering why she is here. Looking back to Grandfather, he accuses him of getting in his way again. Princess Eren steps forward, holding out a message. She states it is an order from His Majesty that Lewin Academy will assist in searching for her fiancé. Luenel's jaw clenches as he glares at her, demanding proof of the decree's legitimacy. Grandfather steps between them, explaining that His Majesty's health has worsened for some reasons, and he was ordered to support Princess Erin, but no such order included Luenel. Fury swells in Luenel's darkening eyes. Grandfather presses, demanding to know why he is mobilizing forces for war against the Garum Kingdom. Luenel scoffs and orders his knights to detain Grandfather and Erin, suspecting they might be working with the enemies. Knight rushes forward, but before they can touch him, Grandfather conjures a golden barrier that hurls them away with a thunderous crash. Luenel mutters that his knights are useless. Grandfather gathers power, declaring they will fight now. Luenel shouts, questioning why he is stopping his own grandson. Grandfather's eyes blaze gold. He refuses to watch Luenel sabotage himself any further. He creates a teleporter, and before Luenel can reach them, he and Erin vanish. The servant stammers an apology for losing control, but Luenel silences him with a death glare. They reappear in a shadowed alley. Grandfather explains they are in the outskirts of Brno, far from the Lord's estate, so they should be safe for now. Erin nods, remarking this as unexpected, then reveals the message is fake. Grandfather chuckles and signals her to walk with him. She remains still, asking why he is helping her. He does not turn, only glances over his shoulder with a hum. After a pause, he says he is curious to see what the future holds for the boy who keeps getting on his nerves. Back at the battle, Cyan slams assassins into brick walls one by one. Then Seth and Lunav arrive, leaping down from their massive demonic beast. Seth grins, arms wide for a hug, calling out to Cyan. Cyan halts mid-strike, turning toward them, his eyes glowing crimson. Lunav's hand tightens on her side pouch, her senses flare. She shouts for Seth to stop. Seth freezes and looks back. Lunav steps quickly to him, declaring this is not Cyan. Facing Cyan, she demands to know who he is and where the real Cyan is. Cyan throws a knight to the ground, smirking darkly, and mutters that she can tell because she is the demonic scripture's owner. He admits knowing that, but assures them this is the first time they are truly seeing him. Red smoke swirls, and within a heartbeat, Cyan transforms into a woman with long dark hair, demonic power radiating. She smirks, greeting them. Seth points in disbelief, shouting how Cyan could turn into a woman. Lunav remains silent. Kiram smirks, gathering powers. The building behind her crumbles in seconds. She remarks the plan has gone slightly off course. Seth and Lunav glance up at the wreckage. Seth mutters about her immense force. Lunav identifies it as Grandfather's mana. The great beast rumbles, saying the old man is fast and might have Cyan with him. He offers to take them there. Kiram smirks, calling that impressive, but the beast scoffs. In the alley, knights sear the area. One wonders about the explosion they heard. Another notes it came from a different direction than the one they are heading. He questions if others might be with the culprit. Before they can investigate, the ground trembles. One mutters it must be an earthquake. Their eyes widen in disbelief as the massive beast stomps into view, one paw striking down with sharp-edged claws. Knights shout in alarm. The beast roars thunderously, the sound rattling the air. Seth, Lunav, and Kiram sit atop the beast's back. Knights scatter, curing in fear as they flee for their lives. Cyan Vert and Regan's Rain River clashed fiercely, while Askell, determined to eliminate the main character, had gathered the knights to carry out his plan. From afar, Askell caught sight of lightning splitting the sky. He instantly knew that was where his younger brother, the Empire's traitor, was. Lifting his sword high, he declared to the knights, "Our mission is to cleanse this world of its evil. Follow the light, knights." From this moment, the subjugation of Cyan Vert begins. The gathered knights raised their blades in unison, pledging to march with him. Their voices echoed as they swore to follow the light until the very end. Inside, Askell reminded himself that he couldn't afford any mistakes. To complete his mission, he needed the stolen power. Though the knights had already accepted his command, one of them muttered under his breath, saying it was just like the House of Vert to mobilize soldiers only to hunt down their own kin. Another knight quickly hushed him, warning that someone might overhear. But the first knight didn't care. He said that even if he kept quiet, rumors were already spreading everywhere. Curious, a fellow knight asked what rumors he meant. The knight smirked and explained, "This battle won't end in Brynju." That startled his companion. Sweating, he asked, "What do you mean it won't end? What are you talking about?" The knight leaned in and said, "Whispers say we might march straight to the imperial palace. Our path leads in the same direction. Makes you wonder what the higher-ups are planning." The other knight shook his head, insisting it had to be false. "If that's true, everything will spiral out of control." But the first knight replied calmly, "I wouldn't say this without reason. Look behind us." Even those knights with that strange aura joined the march, and not a single one has spoken a word. Doesn't that tell you something? Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Cyan Vert faced the oncoming forces. Surrounded by Regan's mages, he slammed them into walls one after another, showing no signs of slowing down. The mages trembled before Cyan. His strikes were merciless, his aura radiating like a storm. He fought with such relentless force that they began to doubt if he was even human, whispering that he looked more like a demon than a man. Cyan stood tall in the midst of them and challenged, "If you can still move, then stop wasting my time. Come at me all at once." His words stoked their fury. The mages shouted back, accusing him of mocking his elders. At that moment, Regan stepped forward. Closing in on Cyan, he admitted his strength, and with a cold tone, he revealed the reason he could never allow him to live. "It's no wonder Luna was drawn to you from the beginning, but that's exactly why you must die." Regan's rose into the sky, wrapped in surging magic. His body gleamed with power as he prepared his ultimate spell. High above, he unleashed it. Meteor. The heavens split open, and a colossal flame descended. Regan's own allies panicked. They screamed at their comrades to retreat, warning that it was 9-star annihilation magic, a spell capable of wiping them out along with its target. The inferno lit the battlefield, swallowing everything. Regan's mocked from above, daring Cyan to try and escape. But Cyan only looked up, thinking to himself how reckless this old man was, so blinded by hatred that he didn't care if his own men were burned alive. That told him everything he needed to know about Regan's character. The fireball roared down, spreading destruction. Mages scattered in terror, some convinced they wouldn't survive. Others frantically shouted for their companions to take cover behind buildings. In the chaos, a boy pushed through the fleeing crowd. He stopped near the mages who were hiding and asked, "Is my friend in that fight?" It was Set Shaharkin. Without hesitation, he told them to step aside. The mages stared in disbelief. While they scrambled for safety, Set was heading straight toward the battlefield. With obstacles blocking his way, Set summoned a violent tornado, tearing through the debris to clear a direct path forward. From behind, Luna called out urgently, "Senior Set, we need to move quickly." She knew Cyan was ahead, and there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Regan's floated calmly, satisfied. The world below was drowned in fire, and he believed it was finally over. But then, slicing through the flames, a purple light burst forth. Cyan had cut through the meteor itself. From within the inferno, he emerged, wielding Sever, the sphere of nothingness, and charged straight toward Regan's. As Cyan closed in, he unleashed another spell, Rift. Purple spheres burst into existence around Regan's, swelling larger within seconds. Regan stared in disbelief. The sight before him left him awestruck, and he admitted aloud that what he was witnessing was truly extraordinary. But Cyan didn't let his words linger. Something strange began happening. Regan's countered his power. He revealed that, with the elements sealed within Caligona's rosary, Cyan's attacks were rendered completely useless. "This," Regan's declared, "is the meaning of oblivion." Cyan froze, stunned. Despite all the research and preparation he had done, never once did he imagine Regan's had already obtained such a rare artifact. Still, it was fitting. It was the kind of thing one could expect from the House of Rain River. But even so, he couldn't believe such power was possible through a single rosary. Without hesitation, Regan's pressed forward. Using the artifact, he summoned a Soul Reaper, placing it directly in Cyan's path. With a cold smirk, he asked if this summoning was enough to entertain him. Before he could continue, a voice rang out, "Stop it, grandfather!" Cyan instantly recognized it. Luna stepped forward, declaring that what Regan sought was her demon tome. She demanded that if he wanted it, then he should face her directly instead of targeting Cyan. She warned him clearly, "Senior is mine." Do not lay a hand on him. At that moment, something unexpected happened. One of Cyan's hands began to transform, and from it came a voice. It told him it had picked up some bait along the way. Cyan frowned, realizing it was Kairam. He told him they had to move. He could feel the enemy drawing near. A smile crossed Cyan's thoughts. At last, the moment had come. He would finally face his brother. Just then, Set stepped forward. Calling out to Cyan, he declared him his friend. He admitted that along the way, he had learned the truth, that Cyan had been falsely accused. Set urged him to leave this battle behind and let him handle it instead. Without hesitation, Cyan shouted back from afar that he was entrusting the fight to them. With that, he rose into the sky in an instant, vanishing from the battlefield. Luna, however, was furious with Set for letting Cyan go. She tried to reach him, but it was already too late. Set, confused, could only wonder what mistake he had made. Meanwhile, the shadowy demon accompanying them finally recognized the air of the god of black fog and confirmed that Cyan was no ordinary being. As Cyan tried to take off, Regans blocked his path, declaring he wouldn't allow him to escape. The Soul Reaper charged after Cyan, ready to strike him down, but Luna acted swiftly. She unleashed a spell, and from her hand burst a seed of restraint, latching onto Regans. In an instant, he staggered. A searing pain tore through his mind, forcing him to clutch his head as he let out a scream. Luna's voice rang out. Proceed with the oath. The agony was so overwhelming that Regans lost his grip on the artifact. The rosary slipped from his hand, and the Reaper halted mid-stride before vanishing into nothingness. Regans could hardly believe it. How had Luna planted such a spell on him? She revealed the truth. The moment he had invaded her mind, she had succeeded in planting the seed of restraint deep within him. Fueled by fury, Luna lashed out at her grandfather. She declared that he had made a fatal mistake by interfering with what belonged to her. But Regans refused to yield. Grinding through the pain, he growled that destroying her restraint was a mere trifle, and that the cost of her rebellion would be far greater. Suddenly, darkness swirled around Luna. A mask formed, covering her eyes completely. Her voice was sharp, defiant. You underestimated me, grandfather. Now witness it for yourself. The truth you've been seeking lies right before your eyes. The army of knights halted their march. Confusion rippled through their ranks as they spotted the patrol team retreating in panic. But when the fleeing knights screamed for help, they quickly realized what had happened. Cyan Vert was behind them. He charged forward like a storm, rage burning through him, cutting down every soldier in his path. With his fog sword ability, Rising Fog, he carved through the battlefield, his blade slashing down anyone who stood before him. The knights shouted orders, scrambling to draw their swords and form ranks. Yet fear spread among them. The boy was only 13, and already he had wiped out an entire patrol in moments. Don't let your guard down, they yelled to one another. All eyes were fixed on the demonic blade in Cyan's hands. Their voices rose together in a single cry, for the honor of the Knights of Light, before they rushed at him all at once. Cyan met them head-on, ruthless and unrelenting. His sword unleashed rushing fog storm, serial slash, cutting down wave after wave of knights. Desperate, a group of them fell back and raised a massive shield spell, Lumendal's arm, to block his advance. Lightning strikes rained down to slow him, but none of it mattered. Cyan broke through their defenses without hesitation. Their combined power couldn't stop him. Nothing could. With overwhelming force, he crushed everything in his path, driving deeper into the knights' ranks. At last, Askel arrived. Facing Cyan, he declared that he would lead him to the path of salvation. But Cyan was already waiting, eager for this fight, eager to kill his brother. Askel wasted no time. Calling upon the power of the God of Light, he summoned Sun Carriage and struck with a devastating slash. Cyan immediately realized that his brother was using one of his strongest techniques right from the start. The sheer force of it obliterated everything in its path. Yet Cyan met the strike with his own blade. The clash tore through him. He struggled to push back the attack, pain flooding through his body, and through Kiram as well. He regretted taking the holy sword head-on. Inside the sword's spirit world, Kiram writhed in agony, coughing blood as her essence cracked under the strain. Her soul was heavily wounded, but before she could recover, the Holy Light's sword spirit, Duran Diark, appeared before her, mocking her suffering. Kiram collapsed to the ground, But Durand Arc stepped forward and taunted her. She claimed Kiram had lost her usual spirit, asking if she had been tamed. She sneered that Kiram should just do what she always did, seize her master's body and fight back properly. But Kiram only sat upright, bloodied and broken, and started laughing. She pointed at Durand's small spirit form, finding it amusing. Durand's expression hardened. Furious, she blamed Kiram's master for her state, grabbed her collar, and demanded to know what she intended to do with her power. But Kiram kept laughing, unmoved, teasing that she looked cute, like a little girl trying to be intimidating. Finally, Kiram admitted it. "You're right. I've been tamed, but seeing you in this form, it makes it all worth it." Durand's rage boiled over. She demanded to know what Kiram had done, how she had managed to locate her so quickly. Kiram, still refusing to take her seriously, brushed the question aside. "That doesn't matter right now. Just enjoy this moment." Confused and irritated, Durand pressed her. "What are you talking about?" Kiram smiled slyly and answered, "Let's see who breaks first. You, or the heir of Durand Arc to make it a bet?" Cyan refused to hold back. He unleashed the full manifestation of the demonic sword, and instantly the air shifted. The atmosphere itself grew heavy, a violent wind howling through the battlefield as his blade surged with power. Askell stood frozen, struggling to accept what he was seeing. He had always believed the holy sword reigned supreme. Yet here was Cyan, proving that even the demonic sword could unleash such terrifying strength. The thought crossed his mind. If this was the true potential of the demonic sword, could it even rival the holy blade itself? Cyan moved again. His sword flared as he unleashed another skill. Dance of Black Blood. First form. Nirvana of Repentance. Each strike carried a destructive rhythm, tearing through the air. But Askell stood firm. He told himself that no matter how strong his brother became, the demonic sword was still the power of an excommunicated god. It could never surpass the greatest god of all. Cyan's form shifted further, fusing completely with the demonic blade. He taunted Askell, asking if it shocked him to see a demonic sword standing toe-to-toe with the Holy One. Without waiting for a reply, he added with a grin, "Of course you are, because right now, you're the one at a disadvantage." Then, Cyan revealed something that stunned Askell. From within his grasp appeared the other half of the holy sword, the very fragment Askell had been searching for all this time. With a mocking smile, Cyan challenged him. "Go on, try to take it back." Askell raised his weapon, pointing it directly at him. He wanted that missing piece returned, but Cyan sneered, refusing to hand it over. "Did you really think I'd give it back for free?" The revelation enraged Durand Arc. Her voice shook with fury as she demanded the return of her missing half, threatening to bring the entire city down if that was what it took. Cyan only mocked her further. Riling her up was too easy, and he reveled in it. But from within, the voice of the demonic sword warned him. She was not to be underestimated. Her power was beyond imagination. Suddenly, Askell raised his weapon high. The holy sword's manifestation burst forth, flooding the battlefield with blinding light. Thunder cracked through the sky, lightning splitting the air as Askell's form began to change. The holy sword wasn't just empowering him, it was consuming him, merging completely with his body. Cyan, for the first time, was taken aback. The sheer force of the holy sword's transformation left him in awe. Kiram's voice rang out inside Cyan, urging him to move. "Get out of the way now." An instant later, Askell unleashed the full might of the God of Light. A massive thunderstrike split the sky, raining down with endless slashes of lightning aimed straight at Cyan. The force was overwhelming, far beyond anything Cyan had expected. The impact drove him back, forcing him to retreat and take cover against the storm of divine power. Askell, however, stood firm, staring at himself in awe. The holy sword's radiance coursed through him, and for the first time, he felt the true scope of its power. Then the blade itself spoke to him. It revealed that what he had just used was only half of its strength. From this point forward, he could draw upon the sword's full potential, but only if he fulfilled one condition. He had to reclaim the missing half. Gripping the hilt tightly, Askell vowed to Durand Arc that he would recover what was lost, no matter the cost. Across from him, Cyan stood ready, waiting for his brother to strike first. Askell moved. His blade summoned the skill rain of flashes, a barrage of divine strikes raining down on Cyan. To withstand it, Cyan countered with assault, meeting every incoming blow. The battlefield lit up with chaos. Black arcs from the demonic sword clashed with golden flashes from the holy blade, shaking the ground with every impact. Amid the storm, Cyan called to Kiram, sensing her strain. "You're crumbling." But she only laughed through the pain, cursing Duran D'Arc. "I can endure this much. And if I fall here, I'll drag her to hell with me." Her words struck Cyan deeply. They reminded him of his past life, of the battle against the Demon King. On that day, Kiram had said the same thing before she disappeared forever, leaving him powerless on the ground. But this time, he swore would not in the same way. He told himself he had to wait for the right moment, dodge as much as possible, and find the opening to strike Askell. Across from him, Askell showed no signs of fatigue. He noticed the demonic sword straining, its energy nearing its limit. Seeing Cyan evade rather than meet his strikes directly, he charged in to press the advantage. The Holy Sword's voice rang out again, and Duran D'Arc sneered at Kiram. "You claimed we'd see who breaks first. Look at you now. Say those words again." Her fury crackled like lightning, pressing down on her rival's spirit. As Cyan and Askell clashed, their battle shook the earth. From afar, soldiers and knights could only watch. None dared to intervene. What they were witnessing was beyond human. Yet, at the back of the formation, two silent knights stood out. A dark aura wrapped around them as they stepped forward. The others quickly blocked their path, demanding to know what they were doing. They had remained wordless the entire march, and now their presence felt unervingly ominous. One knight muttered, unsettled, that they don't feel human. They look terrifying. Before anyone could stop them, the two knights suddenly shot into the air and charged straight at Cyan. He barely managed to block, countering with Void Sphere Division to dodge their attack. The moment he felt their movements, he realized what they were. Marionettes like Kellen's. His mind instantly cursed Boris for preparing such a trap. They were troublesome, but he managed to force his way through. As he steadied himself, Askell mocked him. "Are you still going to fight? You've already been pushed back. You can't win." Cyan shot back arrogantly. "Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? You're the one who's all talk. You're arrogant, not strong." Enraged, Askell snapped. "Those are my words. Do you want me to take back the power you stole?" His blade rose as he unleashed the skill Holy Lance of Lu, striking at Cyan with dazzling force. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the battle was being closely observed. Nobles and courtiers whispered nervously, and even the prince himself watched intently. By his side stood an official who marveled at Askell's strength, praising how he held his own against the monster Cyan. But the prince shook his head. "It's not enough." He gave a chilling order. "Prepare the light ray of divine punishment." The guards hesitated, asking if he was certain. The weapon was dangerous, and using it would risk striking young Master Askell as well. The prince's expression didn't change. "Do not make me repeat myself." Without further protest, the guards hurried to carry out the command. Back on the battlefield, Luna had fully restrained her grandfather. She stood over Regan's, declaring, "This is enough. You've lost. Any more fighting is pointless." Regan's writhed in pain beneath her spell, while Set appeared beside her, announcing that he had finished off the remaining mages. Set had wiped out every mage who had come with Regan's, scoffing that they were far too weak against him. But Luna knew the truth. It wasn't that the mages were weak. It was Set himself who was far stronger than they could ever hope to be, a god's power burning inside him. Set gestured toward someone nearby. "I even had help. Didn't expect to see her here." Luna turned to see the woman and recognized her. Lamella, among the Garum Association. Lamella gave a polite nod, apologizing for arriving later than she'd intended. But Luna thanked her sincerely. "Your timing was perfect. Because of you, we were able to take them down quickly." Before anything more could be said, something stirred above. All eyes turned to the sky, where a massive magical weapon began to activate. Luna's eyes narrowed. Such weapons were only brought out in full-scale war. She realized immediately it was aimed at Cyan. On the battlefield, the weapon charged. High in the palace, Prince Luenel watched with a cruel gleam in his eyes. This was his chance. With one strike, he could rid himself of every nuisance who dared to look down on him. Askell caught sight of it and cursed. "That damn prince." Cyan also stared up, baffled that such a weapon would be used here of all times. But Askell didn't falter. Drawing on the full power of the Holy Sword, he unleashed the Border of God to intercept. In an instant, the siege weapon was obliterated. The prince's face drained of color. He had never imagined such a thing could happen, and fear took hold. The ground shook. Knights screamed, warning him that the area was collapsing because of Askel's strike. The prince panicked, shouting desperately for them to stop running and protect him. "I am the prince," he cried. But no one listened. Every knight fled for his own life. Askel lowered his weapon, muttering that he had only wasted his time. But then a commanding voice rang out. "Stop!" A woman stepped forward, her tone sharp with authority. "From here on, Cyan will be taken into my custody. That is an order from the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Put down your weapon at once." Askel sneered at her, demanding to know how she thought she could stop him. But she wasn't alone. Beside her stood Dean Kundal. His eyes narrowed as he observed Askel. "So, playing with dolls, is it? That looks familiar. It confirms it. Both you and Prince Lionel were tied to the banquet of blood." The battlefield shook with thunderous blasts. Askel glared at the Dean. "Are you going to defy the will of God?" In a flash, he tore through the spells Kundal had cast against him, his strength far beyond expectation. The Dean could only marvel at the transformation. But Askel didn't let up. He unleashed his next ability, God's Stinger, driving the fight even further. The princess shouted for the Dean to protect himself. At the same time, Cyan confronted her, his voice cutting with irritation. "Why are you even here? Do you have a death wish? You're just in the way. Leave at once." To her, his words were laughable. "You're a fool. You clearly need my help." Her declaration left Cyan scowling. But she stood firm. "You're my fiancé, and I will protect my people at any cost." Cyan spat back bitterly. "I never agreed to any engagement." Her reply was cold and sharp. "It was ordered by the Emperor, and you dare speak against me?" Askel listened to their exchange and scoffed. "So even you have been dragged under by my wicked brother. Then I'll save you as well." He raised his sword high, summoning the god of light's supreme authority, Halo Bringer. It was his ultimate skill, one that even Cyan recognized at once. The moment the spell formed, Cyan knew what it was, Lumindal's ultimate strike, a technique capable of slaying gods themselves. In his past life, this very attack had killed him in a single blow. And now, here was again. The princess held her ground in front of him, refusing to let Askel advance. Askel's voice boomed. "What a pity, princess. To watch you die. I do not go against the will of God." As the divine strike hurtled toward them, Cyan reacted at once. He shoved the princess aside and faced the attack head-on. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to unleash his true power. Askel froze in confusion. Cyan was smiling at him. Yet in his hands, he saw something that made his blood run cold. It was a fragment of the holy sword. Without hesitation, Cyan hurled it into the path of Askel's ultimate strike. The fragment shattered into countless pieces, scattering the divine light and rendering the attack useless. But the effort came at a price. Cyan himself was struck by the force of the blow. Durand d'Arc screamed in outrage. Half of her power had been destroyed before her very eyes. Elsewhere, Dean Kundal held the line against waves of knights charging to interfere in the battle. Each clash tested his patience. The constant interruptions were nothing more than a delay before the true fight could unfold. Then suddenly, he felt it, an eruption of chaotic mana from Cyan's direction. His eyes narrowed. Something was happening. On the field, Askel demanded answers. "What just happened?" Durand's voice trembled with fury. "He destroyed my power, and now he's trying to claim it for himself. But it's impossible, like trying to set fire beneath the sea." "It's nonsense," she sneered. "Be thankful he holds neither the demonic scripture nor the divine one. Without God's promise, he will simply die." Askel's expression hardened. "Then I'll finish him myself. I'll make sure of it." Durand agreed coldly. "Do it. We cannot allow another variable to exist. It would only bring us greater pain." But before he could move, Princess Erin's voice cut through the chaos. "I cannot allow it." Askel turned to her, furious. "Even after seeing my power, you still stand in my way?" Her gaze did not waver. "You will not pass me. He has only one hope left, and if I fall here, he dies with me. I will not let you touch him." At that moment, Luna, Set, and Lamella appeared, rushing toward Cyan. They were determined to help him reach the demonic scripture. From a distance, Dean Kundal spotted Luna and instantly recognized her. Without hesitation, she called out, asking him to open a path. The Dean didn't waste time with questions. Summoning his strength, he unleashed the reverse wave spell, tearing the battlefield open with raw force. Knights were thrown in every direction, clearing the way. Set and Lamella remained behind to keep the path safe, while Luna pressed forward alone, sprinting toward Cyan with everything she had. Set and Lamella urged Luna to keep moving. Go, don't stop. She glanced back at them, nodded, and whispered her thanks before racing forward again. Her heart pounded. With every step, she felt Cyan's mana weakening, fading more and more as time slipped by. Up ahead, Askell clashed with Princess Erin. But when Luna arrived, she caught sight of the full scene. Askell's eyes narrowed at her presence. A demonic scripture with her, Erin knelt in front of Cyan, holding him tightly. But his aura had spiraled out of control, ripping at his body from within. She clung to him desperately, knowing he was on the brink of death. The demonic scripture gazed upon Cyan, astonished. Never had it expected to find him in such a state. It was as if Cyan were destroying himself. Or perhaps he had foreseen all this and embraced it intentionally, knowing Luna and the scripture would arrive. Either way, hesitation was impossible. The scripture abandoned speculation, aligned itself with the story it had recognized, and immediately began casting a spell. The spell of the old god's promise. The moment its power stirred, Askell sensed it. His expression shifted, and in an instant, he moved to intervene. The protagonist, alongside the demonic scripture, struck once again with immense force, sending Askell stumbling backward in shock. However, the main character immediately retaliated with another powerful strike that caused tremendous damage, forcing Askell to stumble back violently. Bewildered, Askell's weapon, Duran Dark, cursed aloud, questioning why Lemmaharam had appeared there. Completely stunned, Askell asked in disbelief what was happening, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Cyan, clearly irritated, snapped that there would be no more interruptions and instantly activated Other Realm Unlock. With a resolute expression, he declared that the time had come to end everything once and for all. In an instant, his form began to transform. Sharp demonic horns emerged from his head. One of his eyes turned abyssal, while the other retained its human hue, and enormous dark wings unfurled from his back, pulsating with divine energy. A radiant halo shimmered above his head as he unleashed a blinding light, diminishing fog. Sensing danger, Askell's sword warned him to stay alert, remarking that Cyan had now reached an entirely different realm of power. Yet Askell retorted coldly that it was still nothing more than a stolen power, no matter how brightly it shone. Meanwhile, the demonic scripture demanded to know what they should do next. Cyan gently placed Luna and Princess Erin down before him, as he firmly vowed that he would kill his own brother with his own hands. Concerned, Lemmaharam questioned whether Cyan's vengeance was truly worth embracing such a dreadful curse. He remarked that Cyan didn't seem to realize the state he was currently in and warned him that the seal branded upon his chest would exact a price far worse than death itself. Kiram, the demonic sword, growled furiously at his master, accusing him of having planned everything from the very beginning. In a brief flashback, Cyan was seen telling Kiram that Lunav would undoubtedly appear if he began to fight. Kiram had confirmed, asking if he meant Lunav, the child with the demonic scripture, to which Cyan nodded in affirmation. He instructed Kiram that if she appeared, she must bring her to him, cautioning her not to cause unnecessary trouble by pretending to be him, as she would easily notice the difference. Kiram had doubted his reasoning and questioned how he could be so certain. However, Cyan had replied with calm confidence that she would definitely come, because she was, after all, a relentless stalker who never stayed away. Returning to the present moment, Cyan informed the demonic scripture that he was entrusting Luna and Princess Erin to his care. Lem calmly reassured him not to worry, though inwardly he reflected that the long-foretold prophecy was finally beginning to unfold. Without a moment's hesitation, Cyan lunged toward his brother, his aura flaring violently. Lem growled at both of them, calling them nothing more than mere pawns of the gods. The brothers' fierce clash sent a massive wave of energy surging outward, shaking the ground beneath them. The protagonist smirked faintly, sensing something unusual about Askell this time, something different from before. Askell, however, looked utterly bewildered as Cyan swiftly closed the distance, seizing his head in one hand and declaring coldly that the authority of that so-called almighty god could no longer protect him. Elsewhere, Lamella unleashed her glare slash, cutting through several marionette soldiers that surrounded them. To her surprise, she noticed the severed soldiers were no longer regenerating. Seth, puzzled, wondered aloud why that was happening all of a sudden, though he admitted he had been excited too. Lamella, however, calmly concluded that their connection must have been severed. Just then, the dean appeared and calmly explained that the marionette soldiers had likely stopped regenerating because the source of their power had been destroyed. With visible relief, he expressed his gratitude that Seth was safe. Seth casually brushed it off, claiming it was nothing serious. Dean, however, gave him a scolding, warning that he would face a 2-month suspension for recklessly rushing here during the exam period. He teased that Seth had chosen the wrong friends and was constantly skipping classes, causing Seth to stand frozen in disbelief, completely speechless. Meanwhile, within the other realm where Cyan and Askell continued their fierce battle, a massive black sphere loomed ominously above them, radiating immense energy. Dean observed the strange phenomenon closely, realizing that the sphere seemed to be the core cause of the ongoing disturbance. He muttered to himself, wondering if there was anything they could do other than wait. Suddenly, movement stirred within the dark sphere, and Dean's eyes widened in shock as Princess Erin and Lunav emerged from it, both unconscious and falling gently to the ground. Lamella immediately rushed toward them, while Dean carefully caught the unconscious princess in his arms. Lamella anxiously asked if they were all right, and Dean confirmed that both were still alive. Without wasting a moment, he channeled his resurrection ability. Inwardly, he speculated that they must have been deliberately expelled from the other realm, something only Cyan himself could have done. That realization left him deeply worried, wondering what was going on inside that chaotic space. Within the other realm, Askell appeared wounded, blood dripping steadily from his body as he staggered. He couldn't comprehend how someone like him could possibly bleed. His sword spoke sharply, warning him not to underestimate Cyan, explaining that his opponent now possessed the terrifying ability to devour even light itself, and that a single mistake could mean his death. Cyan, however, looked exhilarated, his eyes glowing with dark anticipation. He asked Kiram how it felt, to which she snapped irritably, shouting that she was overflowing with such immense power that she wanted to destroy everything around her. Amused, Cyan smirked darkly and told her to go wild for once. Gripping his weapon tightly, Cyan thrust his sword forward, summoning a radiant crimson circle beneath his feet. The air trembled as he invoked the dance of black blood, second form, Harvester. His weapon morphed into a massive, menacing scythe pulsing with destructive energy. Askell steadied himself, refusing to retreat, and prepared to counter with his own technique, Halo Bringer. In a blur of motion, Cyan lunged at him, swinging his fog sword and releasing Fog Rupture. A blinding crimson beam shot forth, colliding violently with the ground where Askell had stood moments earlier, erupting in a massive explosion that shook the realm itself. Cyan landed casually amid the debris, his aura still burning fiercely, while Askell barely managed to dodge in time. Refusing to yield, Askell charged forward once more, his voice echoing through the chaos as he declared that darkness could never triumph over light and that Cyan's reign would end that very day. However, Cyan effortlessly evaded the strike and swiftly activated demonic sword manifestation. In an instant, Kira materialized behind Askell, her eyes gleaming with malice as she mockingly taunted him for being oblivious to the possibility of such a move. Before Askell could even react, Kiram swung the fog sword halo with tremendous force, slashing across his back and unleashing a devastating strike that left him gravely wounded. The protagonist smirked faintly, remarking that the move had only been possible through Kiram's overwhelming power, and thanked his sword, Duran Dark. Groaning in pain, Askell struggled to stay on his feet, his expression twisted with disbelief. Above him, Cyan hovered with an indifferent gaze, coldly commenting that the attack seemed to suit Askell rather well. Writhing in agony, Askell collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, as Cyan coldly declared that their ill-fated destiny would finally meet its end there. Without hesitation, he unleashed Fog Sword, Serial Rising Fog Slash, sending a relentless flurry of glowing strikes crashing down upon Askell, each one slicing through with precision and fury, leaving him critically wounded and barely clinging to life. As a fierce explosion occurred, Askell groaned in pain, barely able to move. He muttered weakly that he had always believed himself to be destined as the savior, sliding into his memories just as his mother had once told him. She had claimed an oracle from God during her pregnancy, declaring that her child would be blessed with divine talent. Yet, the same mother who spoke those words of hope was later murdered before his very eyes, condemned by the people as a witch. Those responsible for her death were eventually captured and executed by his father, the first and only time Askell had ever seen him so mad. But even that vengeance hadn't filled the emptiness within him. From that day on, Askell convinced himself that true evil must be eradicated from its roots. His heart grew cold, and he began to despise the poor, the weak, and all those of inferior lineage, believing that such people were destined to fall into corruption and one day threaten the noble and the powerful, just as they had destroyed his mother. Now, back in reality, at that moment, Askell felt a painful realization deep within as his eyes widened with clarity. He finally understood that it was never the world that was inferior, but he himself. Before he could utter another word, Cyan and Kiram stood poised before him, their combined aura spiraling violently around them. With immense energy surging through their bodies, they prepared to unleash their final technique, to merge their powers into one demonic sword union, God Eater. Both Cyan's and Kiram's eyes gleamed with pure malice, wide grins stretching across their faces as an overwhelming crimson aura engulfed the battlefield. As they activated God Eater, that released a destructive flash force as their combined attack struck Askell head-on. The impact shattered the ground violently, and Askell screamed in agony as pain tore through his body. The ground rumbled as a crimson burst detonated across the field. Bleeding heavily, Askell turned his fading gaze towards Cyan. His mind was filled with unanswered thoughts. Throughout their lives, Cyan had always acted as though he knew what would happen next. He had been the one to discover both the holy sword and the demonic sword before anyone else, repeatedly disrupting Askell's plans from the Banquet of Blood to every confrontation that followed. Perhaps it had been luck, but Askell had never understood the deep-rooted malice his brother carried toward him. Blood streamed from his eyes as the wound in his chest gaped wide, nearly piercing through his body from Cyan's blow. He questioned where such deep hatred had truly come from. Cyan slowly released his transformation, his expression calm, yet chillingly cold. He knew that Askell had sensed it, the unshakable presence, the inevitability that their confrontation would one day come. Cyan reflected that someone like him had always been an obstacle in Askell's path. He wondered why his brother had never noticed it earlier, perhaps because he had always regarded him as nothing more than the mistress's foolish and insignificant child. Maybe, Cyan thought, Askell should have paid more attention back then, or perhaps even killed in the moment he first realized his potential. Cyan concluded silently that these must be the very thoughts running through his dying brother's mind now. He had always despised Askell's twisted beliefs and self-righteous sense of superiority. Hearing Cyan's words, Askell managed to faint. For a fleeting moment, he wondered whether they had ever truly shared any bond as brothers. A distant memory flickered in Cyan's mind, a faint echo of simpler days when he and his brother were merely children, laughing freely under the golden sunlight. He remembered Askell's gentle hand patting his head, a gesture once filled with warmth and affection. As he pondered, perhaps, in another lifetime, they truly might have shared a bond worth cherishing. Yet that fragile connection had been shattered beyond repair, and the one who had destroyed it was none other than Askell himself. Cyan's eyes darkened as he turned away, believing that their ill-fated bond had finally reached its end. Yet behind him, the burning flames consuming Askell's body seemed to whisper a different truth. Kiram's voice echoed ominously, warning that it did not appear to be over. Cyan frowned, his gaze narrowing in confusion, as Askell's sword began to tremble and rise from where his brother had fallen. Suspended in midair, it glowed with a sinister light, and a chilling voice resonated through the air, addressing him directly. It reminded Cyan that although he had used the demonic scriptures to steal its power, he had made a grave mistake, one that would soon subject him to a torment far worse than the depths of hell itself. Suddenly, Cyan's expression twisted as the eye embedded in Cyan's chest blazed with an intense crimson glow. The scene then shifted to Air, who solemnly observed that the dark fog had completely swallowed the light. Nearby, Brian tried to restrain Nana, but she resisted, crying out that her father was in danger. Air, visibly irritated, realized how his words were being ignored, remarking inwardly that they were just like their master, stubborn and unyielding. He recalled the moment when Brian and Nana had stepped through the portal together and cursed the successor for recklessly sending his companion straight to him. Nana, overwhelmed with emotion, struck Brian repeatedly, calling him a fool and insisting that she must go to her father no matter what. Air, watching from the side, noted quietly that the young guard knight possessed remarkable composure, able to remain calm even in the face of a dragon's roar. Nana screamed in frustration as Brian tried to reason with her, reminding her that the young master had sent them away for their safety and that they only needed to wait a little longer. Before the argument could escalate, Sarika intervened, commanding Nana to stop and sit down. Nana obeyed immediately, leaving Brian staring at her in stunned silence. Sarika noted that the dark fog swallowing the light was a clear sign that something was terribly wrong, especially considering Nana's unusual behavior. Air admired her composure, thinking she was truly remarkable. Sarika then stated firmly that she and Nana would go to retrieve Cyan themselves, ordering the others to remain behind, while Nana was raging furiously. Meanwhile, within the collapsing realm, Askel's sword began to radiate a golden light so blindingly brilliant that it shattered the barrier surrounding them. Kiram was stunned as she realized with disbelief that the sword had destroyed the entire realm itself. Cyan stood weakened, his body battered and worn from the fierce battle. Kiram, feeling the surge of immense divine energy in the air, noticed her form beginning to fade away. Lem, too, was struggling to maintain his existence amidst the overwhelming power. Cyan called out to Kiram, urging her back into the sword, unease tightening in his chest as he sensed something deeply ominous stirring within the seal embedded there. Above them, countless radiant beams of light pierced through the dark clouds, descending with overwhelming brilliance. Kiram, now fully reverted into her sword form, rested firmly in Cyan's grasp as he whispered in a low, tense voice that something colossal was approaching. The falling lights struck the ground with deafening force, triggering massive explosions that reshaped the very landscape. From the blinding impact emerged enormous humanoid beings, their forms divine and terrifying, adorned with luminous halos and draped in flowing white garments that glowed with celestial purity. Cyan clutched his chest where the glowing eye pulsed violently, his breath catching as he looked up in awe and dread at the towering figures above him. Compared to their vast, divine presence, he seemed nothing more than a fragile insect before the gods. Elsewhere, Princess Erin slowly opened her eyes, witnessing Cyan's desperate struggle against the enormous beings of light. But before she could comprehend what was happening, one of the giants reached out and seized Cyan in its hand. Her vision blurred, and she lost consciousness. She later recalled that this was her final memory of seeing Cyan. The radiant giants vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, taking Cyan with them. In the aftermath, Prince Runel and Askel Vert also went missing. The Knights of Light were soon arrested by elite knights, including Sir Yulkin, for acting beyond their given orders, preventing what could have turned into a full-scale revolution. The once thriving port city of Brnu was left in ruins, reduced to ashes. Princess Erin lay wounded upon her bed when Leximus entered, asking softly if she was awake. Disoriented, Erin asked where she was, and Leximus gently informed her that she was in the imperial palace. He told her that Lady Lunav had already recovered. When Erin asked about Cyan, Leximus's expression darkened as he explained that Cyan, Prince Runel, and Askel were all missing. Erin's heart sank as she murmured that she had failed to protect him. Leximus apologized, dramatically saying she should have gone with her, but the princess reassured her that it was not her fault and that she had assigned her to other matters. When she asked about those matters, Leximus replied with grim news. The king's condition was far worse than they had expected. The scene shifted to the royal chamber, where the king lay sweating heavily upon his bed. Duke Wallace Vert stood beside him, apologizing for arriving late and admitting that his focus on defending the front lines had caused him to neglect his children. He confessed that his eldest had used the Knights of Light for selfish purposes, while his youngest had become the most feared murderer of the era. He lamented that if not for the responsibilities the king had placed upon him, he would have atoned for these sins with his own life. The king's advisor urged him not to speak in such a way, but Wallace Vert continued, asking if he was not the worst father one could imagine. He recalled that Askel's mother had been killed by mysterious men, while Cyan's mother had died young from illness. Because of those losses, he had distanced himself from his sons, hoping that hardship would force them to grow independent. He explained that despite facing similar tragedies, His sons had chosen drastically different paths. Ashel had pursued glory, while Cyan had sought strength for his own sake, and these choices had led to their downfall. Now, with the Brynju family in ruins and their lineage in jeopardy, Wallace Vert despaired over what remained. He inquired about Ellis, and Yulkin informed him that she had last been seen at the northern gates but had since vanished. As for young Master Krantz, Wallace Vert noted that he was safe and had chosen a life of devotion, turning to religion and becoming a monk. Yulkin confirmed this with a nod. At that moment, a girl entered, commending both Duke Wallace and Sir Yulkin for their efforts, expressing the Empire's gratitude toward them. Princess Violette stepped forward with a calm smile, carrying a mysterious medicine for the ailing king, expressing her hope for her father's swift recovery. Yet despite her care and her words, she wondered why the king showed no signs of improvement. Wallace Vert praised her for her sincerity, acknowledging with admiration how she had even prepared the remedy herself. Violette responded humbly, saying that she was merely fulfilling her duty as a daughter. With the Empire engulfed in turmoil, she added softly that all she could do was pray for her father's swift recovery and the restoration of his strength. A single tear slid down her cheek as she gazed at her unconscious father lying motionless in bed. Wallace bowed respectfully alongside Sir Yulkin, remarking that His Majesty would surely be pleased by her devotion. With that, the two men quietly excused themselves and departed, leaving the room in solemn silence. Once they were gone, Violette turned back toward her father, her gentle expression darkening into a sinister smile. Forcing the vial against his lips, she made him drink the concoction. Her twisted grin deepened as malice flickered in her eyes. She whispered internally, not to worry, promising that she would take good care of the Empire in his absence, and urging him to continue his eternal slumber. In her thoughts, she reflected coldly that she had already taken care of her elder brother, Ruinel, sending him away just the same. A flashback followed the aftermath of the battle between the Vert brothers. Ruinel, trapped beneath rubble, forced himself free and gazed upon the burning city. Rage consumed him as he cursed the incompetence of his men, furious that they had humiliated him over a single opponent. Soon after, he overheard guards addressing Violette, saying there could be more survivors and that they should continue searching. Desperate, Ruinel called out to them. The soldiers turned toward him, weapons gleaming in the firelight. Violette appeared, remarking in a cold tone how difficult he was to kill. Recognizing her, Ruinel demanded to know why she was there. With an unpleasant smile, Violette responded that since he had reduced the Empire to such a disgraceful state, she thought it proper to step forward and clean up his mess. After all, she was always the one to handle what he left behind. Enraged, Ruinel shouted for her to stop her nonsense and escort him to the Imperial Palace so he could be treated and rest properly. Violette calmly told him that it would be quite difficult. As she turned to walk away, her words grew colder. She declared that what she intended to clean up that day and retrieve in Brynju was none other than his corpse. At her command, the guards advanced, blades raised. Shocked and furious, Ruinel demanded to know what this meant, but Violette merely shrugged. Her expression darkened as she decided instead to leave his body unclaimed, stating that she would simply report he was never found. His curses echoed through the ruins before the soldiers executed him, violently severing his head. Later, Wallace discussed the princess's medicine with Yulkin, questioning its nature. Yulkin admitted that he found it suspicious. Wallace agreed, noting that the bottle's design and the color of its contents resembled the elixir known as the Merkin's Blessing. Yulkin added that he sensed an unusual mana emanating from it, one he had only ever felt within the demon realm. Concerned, Wallace ordered a secret surveillance operation on the second princess, instructing Yulkin to monitor her movements closely and to report immediately, especially regarding any matter involving Princess Erin's safety, to which Yulkin agreed as they both walked through the hallway. After the Brynju incident, which resulted in countless deaths, the people of the Empire began gathering their strength to rebuild their shattered land. Prince Ruinel and young Master Askel remained missing, leaving behind only rumors and questions that spread across the Empire. Most citizens remembered that day as the moment when both had perished in battle while trying to stop Cyan Vert, who had fallen to a sinister power. They recalled Askel's desperate fight, the sight of his wings of heaven beating against the storm, and how the demon within Cyan ultimately struck him down. In the end, Cyan drew the wrath of the heavens and met his bitter fate at the hands of the envoys of God, the Titans of Light, who intervened to restore balance within the empire. With the emperor's illness worsening, governance of the realm shifted under the regency of the second princess. The decision seemed reasonable given her previous humanitarian reputation, though reality told a far darker story. As Erin closed the book, she remarked that she decided to save her words. Yet for now, silence was the only way to ensure his safety. Cyan Vert, the princess's fiancé, was not dead yet. At Ruin Academy's grand auditorium, Princess Erin Sevalrus stood before the council, prepared to choose her path. Before her rested a magic tome. A ceremonial voice proclaimed blessings, wishing her the wisdom and intelligence of Lord Rummendel to guide her future. Professor Sarisha then handed her the graduation certificate, officially declaring her graduation from the academy. Erin expressed her gratitude, vowing to become a guiding light for the academy's legacy. In Chancellor Cundle's office, he reflected on her choice, finding it unexpected that she had chosen a magic tome instead of a sword or wand. Sarika agreed, and Cundle noted that 3 years had passed since that tragic day. Princess Erin had been tirelessly searching for traces of the Titans of Light ever since that day. When Sarika asked if he referred to the giants who had attacked Cyan, Cundle explained that they were known as Nephilim, divine envoys of light sent by the supreme god Rummendel to the human realm. Sarika questioned whether that meant direct divine intervention in mortal affairs, to which he replied that even he did not know the full truth, as few records existed. Cundle then mentioned that Princess Erin intended to remain at the academy even after graduation to continue her investigation. Sarika wondered why she was so determined, and Cundle responded that it was all because of our boy, Cyan Vert. Meanwhile, Princess Erin was startled when Lunav appeared before her, offering congratulations on her graduation. Erin remarked on how hard Lunav had been to find lately, and Lunav explained that she had been busy running the Garum Council. They sat together, speaking about the health of the council head, who was still recovering from internal wounds. Erin expressed concern, but Luna replied with satisfaction, stating that she had already taught him a lesson for meddling in her affairs. Luna then asked about the search for Senior Cyan. Princess Erin admitted that she had made little progress, aside from learning that the Titans of Light were the Nephilim. Even so, she vowed never to give up. With a strange, unsettling smile spreading across her face, Luna encouraged her to do her best. However, in a teasing tone, she added that she might just find him first. Her eyes gleamed with a spiraling glow as she remarked that, in fact, she would find him before anyone else. Determined, the princess silently vowed that she would not lose. Nearby, Leximus trembled slightly as she overheard their conversation. The princess firmly agreed that they would both continue their efforts, while Lunav offered to assist her until they finally found Cyan Vert. Back in Cundle's office, the Chancellor gazed outside the window as he recalled the day the Nephilim descended to take Cyan. He remembered their divine proclamation, declaring that Cyan Vert had crossed the mortal boundary he should never have breached, that he no longer deserved to exist in the realm of humans, no matter how much he struggled. Cyan furiously, gritting his teeth as rage burned within him. He declared that he would endure suffering far beyond anything a human could ever comprehend. Cyan lunged forward and struck one of the creatures with his dagger, but his attack proved useless. The Nephilim seemed unfazed, effortlessly shrugging off the blow. It turned toward him and charged, swinging its massive fist. Cyan remained on his feet and immediately unleashed the technique known as the Sphere of Nothingness Rift. Enormous black and purple orbs slammed directly into the creature, yet they had no effect. The Nephilim declared that resistance was futile and that no power could surpass one who was akin to a god. It then prepared another devastating blow aimed straight at the protagonist. Just when all hope seemed lost, Seth appeared and reassured Cyan of his arrival. However, before he could act further, the Nephilim strike disintegrated his upper half and struck Cyan as well, sending him flying far away with the force of the shockwave. Cundle, also present there, quickly raised a barrier to protect himself, realizing the mysterious power he was witnessing exuded an overwhelming aura. He understood that if things continued this way, he would not be able to protect Princess Erin and Lunav any longer. The Nephilim regarded the group with disdain, but one of them suddenly sensed something unusual before being hit by a powerful force that blew open a hole in its chest. It was set using his devastating Iron Man strike. Slowly, his body began regenerating. The protagonist introduced him as the god of sand, Savulum. As Savulum fully regenerated, he took control of Seth's body and furiously confronted the Nephilim for daring to harm the child he cherished. He invoked the divine authority of the god of Sandus, summoning a colossal sand beast that began devouring the enemy. Savulum acknowledged that the prophecy had been fulfilled and warned that they stood no chance of victory. He urged the main character to leave the battlefield at once, promising to hold the enemies back. When Cyan coldly questioned why he was helping and what benefit he sought, Savulum replied that he cared nothing for personal gain and reminded Cyan of his promise to kill a god. Cyan remembered his past words, when he had sworn to slay anyone who stood in his way, even a god. Realizing the meaning behind that statement, he understood what Savulum referred to. Savulum told him to leave quickly, as she unleashed a powerful attack towards the enemy. She remarked that she could not face all the Nephilim at once due to their overwhelming numbers. Suddenly, one of the Nephilim appeared behind a protagonist and attacked. Before it could strike, Nana intervened, blocking the attack as she furiously screamed at the enemy for hurting the protagonist. Cyan turned back as he called out to her. She then charged a tremendous energy blast and unleashed it with fierce determination, sending the creature flying. Cyan was shocked to see her there. Nana insisted on helping, declaring that she refused to wait any longer and did not want him to shoulder everything alone. Our boy was taken aback by her defiance and wondered if she was already entering a rebellious phase. Before he could react further, Sarika arrived with several men, explaining that she had brought Nana there. She firmly ordered her men to protect the heir, and they immediately engaged the Nephilim. Cyan warned that they stood no chance against such foes, but Sarika admitted she knew that already. She noticed Cyan's weakened state and remarked that it was difficult for him to move. He silently acknowledged that he could not deceive her sharp eyes. He was unable even to lift a finger, and worse, his demonic sword Kiram had fallen into slumber. Sarika then instructed Nana to pick Cyan up, and Nana, without wasting a second, effortlessly lifted him as if it were nothing. Sarika scolded Cyan for his stubbornness, urging him to retreat if he could not think of a proper plan. She then commanded Lord Air to open the subspace portal. A glowing portal formed, and Nana threw our main character into it for safety. Meanwhile, Kundal observed everything while maintaining his barrier. He noted that Cyan and his allies vanished within moments and wondered how he should now handle the remaining Titans. Soon after, he realized that the Nephilim were disappearing as well, as if their existence had been nothing more than an illusion. He thought to himself that there must be some kind of brand or seal placed upon that child, and he resolved that the boy must never be exposed to the outside world, even if it meant being branded a traitor of the Empire. The scene then shifted to the Yuzif Empire's Imperial Palace Grand Conference Room. Violet addressed the gathered officials, remarking on their diligence despite the chaos consuming the nation. She lamented the turmoil caused by a supposed traitor disguised as a child. Before proceeding with national affairs, she introduced the Imperial Mage who would assist her during her regency. One of the counselors asked whether Lord Kundal was returning to his post, while another mentioned hearing that he intended to focus on maintaining the academy. Violet replied that although she would have been pleased to have her grandfather's help, such a thing was no longer possible. In a past exchange, Kundal had firmly stated that he had no intention of being used for her ambitions. He had promised not to interfere, provided that she did not harm Cyan and Princess Erin. When Violet accused him of being a bystander in the Empire's crisis, Kundal said that he won't repeat himself and remarked that as long as those two children were left unharmed, she could rewrite history however she pleased. Back in the present, Violet admitted that his stance could not be helped, as he was a resolute man. However, she claimed that a fitting replacement had appeared just in time. A man entered the chamber, and the counselors were shocked, recognizing him as someone they believed to be dead. A sinister gleam flickered in Violet's eyes as she calmly explained that he had survived death itself at the hands of the demon Cyan Vert, and that there was no one more qualified for the position than he was. She instructed the others to offer their greetings. The man then introduced himself as Boris Ruhelm and greeted Violet and her esteemed guests. When he opened his eyes, a golden light gleamed within them, leaving everyone to wonder whether it was truly Boris or someone else entirely. Violet elaborated that Boris was an 8th-rank mana user, flawless in his qualifications as the Royal Mage. The counselors were astonished by his return. Boris humbly responded to Violet's praise, but her expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of an ethereal being behind him that resembled an angel. She quickly bowed her head, prompting the counselors to ask if she was unwell. When she looked again, the vision had vanished. Confused and unsettled, Violet wondered if she had merely imagined it. Boris, too, appeared unaware of what had just transpired. After composing herself, Violet apologized to the council, explaining that Boris's changed appearance had caused her brief confusion. She redirected the discussion toward official matters, and Boris politely encouraged her to continue. Later, in Boris's private office, his true thoughts surfaced. He mused that humans were pitifully simple creatures, so easily deceived as long as appearances matched expectations. He scoffed at the notion of being measured by mortal standards, dismissing their belief that they could gauge his power as an 8th-rank mage. Reflecting on his vessel, he admitted that the body of the Black Blood tribe was far easier for him to channel mana through than a typical human body. With a trace of mockery, he pitted the real Boris who had fought so desperately to survive. His eye gleamed with a bright golden light as a voice responded, accusing him of consuming Boris nonetheless. Boris replied sarcastically, asking why the other had not taken a share as well. It was revealed to be Duran Dark, who, frustrated with his current state, snapped that regaining his powers in this human form had been all he could manage. Boris cheerfully remarked on how much Duran Dark had grown, earning an irritated threat from him to stop talking or face death. Within a container nearby lay his sword, glimmering faintly. Boris commented that although the prophecy had not unfolded as planned, they should still be satisfied to have regained their powers. They had also managed to recover the fragment of the holy sword that Cyan once possessed. Duran Dark, also referred to as Askel, asked what the next move would be. The being replied that he was still considering it, debating whether to find a new master for the sacred blade to cut through the fog that obscured the light or to attempt a more powerful summoning. The scene then shifted to Air, standing victorious while Cyan knelt before him, supported by his sword. It appeared that they had been training, and Air declared that their session was finished. 3 years had passed in human time, and even the hypnosis cast upon Cyan's branded mark was now showing results. The diamond-shaped symbol still burned on Cyan's chest as Air rested one sword on his shoulder and remarked that the spell would soon lose its effect once they left this dimension. Cyan conjured his own weapon in response, insisting that remaining here any longer would destroy his body. Air questioned what Cyan intended to do next, warning that leaving would only draw pursuit once again. The tension between them grew as both assumed battle stances. Cyan resolved that if necessary, he would slay the great god Lum Mindel himself. Lim interjected, reminding him that such claims should only follow the defeat of the god in exile. Air agreed, remarking that Cyan had failed to defeat him even after 3 long years. He explained that the beings our main character had fought in his past life were merely superhuman at best, while those ahead were capable of opposing gods themselves. The power of an exiled god alone, he warned, would not suffice against such foes. Cyan's expression darkened as he asked for advice, silently noting that Air, for once, seemed to offer genuine guidance. Air assured him not to worry, promising to show him a path through an ancient spell passed down through ages past. He began tossing swords onto a map, asking which direction Cyan would take, murmuring that it appeared far more complicated than he had expected. Observing this, Cyan thought to himself that Air truly was an idiot. Air, still focused on his ritual, claimed that a divine prophecy would soon arrive to guide them. Irritated and weary, Cyan activated his ring, deciding it was time to leave and try out his own spell. When Air finally threw the sword and it struck the map, he joyfully declared that the prophecy had come, only to realize that Cyan had already disappeared. The focus then shifted to Professor Sarika, who remembered Kundal's final request to take care of Princess Erin. Since that day, 3 years ago, Erin had secluded herself in her chambers, immersing herself in ancient texts that appeared one after another. Sarika approached her door, knocking softly, thinking that if these discoveries led Erin toward Cyan, she could not allow that to happen. Princess Erin answered, surprised to see her instructor at the door. Sarika noticed how tired and worn she looked and greeted her, mentioning that she had expected Leximus to answer instead. Erin explained that Leximus was away on an errand and asked the reason for her visit. Sarika replied that she had heard Aaron needed assistance, particularly with her studies involving ancient tomes. Aaron politely declined, saying she could manage on her own. Sarika coldly countered that if Aaron sought Cyan, she would need help. Aaron's eyes widened in surprise before inviting her in. The room was cluttered with books and scrolls scattered everywhere. Sarika's gaze fell upon a symbol identical to the one on Cyan's chest. Aaron explained that she had found it while studying the forgotten history of the continent, noting that it was always mentioned alongside the Giants of Light. She asked if Sarika had seen it before. Though Sarika knew the mark well, she firmly denied it, thinking that Aaron had uncovered far more than expected. Princess Aaron then showed her another tome, explaining that the Giants of Light that appeared in Brno, known as the Nephilims, were the children of the great god Lummindal, also called the Wardens. She wondered aloud why such beings would attack Cyan under the guise of judgment. Sarika asked if she suspected something more. Aaron speculated that it might be connected to the mist that Cyan had once been involved with, and that the exiled god Eru of the Black Mist could be the reason Lummindal intervened. This, she concluded, meant that Cyan had not been judged, but was instead concealing himself through the power of the mist. Sarika admired Aaron's intelligence, but responded cautiously, pretending indifference. Aaron sighed in disappointment, remarking that she had hoped Sarika could contribute more. Offended, Sarika asked why she thought that, to which Aaron replied that she assumed Sarika knew something since she had been close to Cyan. Sarika immediately recognized the jealousy in her tone, amused by the young princess's demeanor. With a teasing smile, she insisted that her relationship with Cyan Vert had never been that close. Irritated, Aaron ended the exchange curtly, while Sarika thought to herself that she would have to keep a close watch on her and perhaps deal with Cyan personally once she saw him again. The scene then shifted to the eastern region of Fruina, where a colossal, glowing tree illuminated the land. A soft voice asked if the prophecy was true. Another responded that when the black mist finally lifted, only the most intense light would remain in this world, and questioned whether they could survive in such a realm. The figure speaking appeared to be an elven girl, her presence serene yet foreboding, leaving an air of mystery about who she truly was. Through a glowing portal, Cyan stepped into Sarika's office, noting how long it had been since he had last set foot in his mentor's laboratory. The familiar space looked slightly changed, with newly arranged desks. He recalled the first time he had come here in his current life, when Sarika had tried to poison him by slipping something deadly into his tea, a memory that now felt oddly nostalgic. Suddenly, he sensed danger. From behind, an unseen figure moved with silent precision, ready to strike. Cyan turned sharply, realizing that whoever had completely hidden their presence. The figure attacked, kicking toward him, but he swiftly ducked under the blow, realizing only one person could mask themselves that well, Master Sarika. She then revealed herself and admitted that she had underestimated him. Their exchange turned into a sparring match that echoed with tension and familiarity. Sarika lunged at him repeatedly, testing his improvement over the past 3 years, while Cyan dodged with practiced agility. As their battle intensified, Cyan used the Void Sphere technique, division, summoning several violet spheres that launched toward Sarika. She evaded gracefully, though the attacks tore through her office, scattering papers and splintering furniture. Frustrated, she scolded him for destroying her lab. Cyan only smirked, channeling both demonic and angelic power. When he blocked her next blow, the collision caused an explosive burst of energy. Elsewhere in her dormitory, Luna felt his familiar aura surge and gasped in surprise. She turned to Lem, confirming that he had felt it too. It had been 3 years in human time since Cyan's last appearance. Overcome with emotion, Luna's expression darkened as she whispered to herself that she could finally meet him again. Lem, however, watched her warily, admitting to himself that though he served as her demonic scribe, he sometimes feared her. Meanwhile, in Kundal's office, the old mage paused his writing, sensing the disturbance. He sighed, realizing that Cyan Vert had returned, and predicted that chaos would soon follow. Back in the wrecked laboratory, Sarika looked around at the destruction and admitted that Cyan had improved far more than she had expected. Frustrated by the massive destruction around, she angrily demanded whether Cyan really had to go this far. Cyan, releasing his transformation, replied coldly that she was the one who had started it. She then asked if his guardian, Eru, had permitted him to leave the dimension. Cyan confessed that he had simply left on his own, explaining that his powers delayed the activation of his seal for about a day. Sarika looked alarmed, and Cyan, half grinning, said he had just grown tired of being confined. Before he could say more, the mark on his chest began to glow, and a radiant yellow light burst through the clouds outside. Sarika's expression twisted into panic as she furiously grabbed and choked our boy, demanding to know what he had done. Cyan, unbothered, replied that he was simply fed up. She furiously ordered him to return immediately, but he only responded lazily before opening a portal. Sarika then shoved him through, scolding him as a troublemaker, and followed after. The light outside slowly dimmed, signaling that the Nephilim no longer sensed his presence. Once they reappeared in Air's realm, Sarika exploded in anger, shouting that Cyan's recklessness could have drawn the giants back to the academy. Air, watching from nearby, appeared utterly bewildered by their heated argument as Sarika continued to beat Cyan relentlessly. He tried to intervene, but Sarika furiously shouted at him to shut up and abruptly kicked him, blaming him for failing to stop Cyan's escape. The god flinched under her rage, falling to his knees as the weight of his divine authority momentarily weakened. Cyan observed quietly, realizing that as long as the divine mark remained, he could not stay outside for more than a day without suffering its effects. Sarika leaned closer, studying the symbol on his chest. It appeared healed, yet she knew it still held the most powerful divine seal of all. Its suppression could only last briefly. She teasingly commented that he had grown into a man since the last time she had seen him. Hiram, offended by her tone, transformed into her human form and punched Sarika across the face, declaring that she should not flirt with Cyan. Sarika retaliated angrily while Cyan stood between them, baffled by their childish quarrel. Air then intervened, commanding Cyan to receive his oracle. He instructed him to journey to the eastern lands of Fruina, where a prophet awaited him. Cyan dismissed the order skeptically, claiming he already knew his fate. Before he could speak further, a red beam of light struck the seal on his chest immensely. Sarika stared in alarm, realizing that the energy suppressing the mark had nearly vanished. Air explained that although he could not fully cover the seal as he had 3 years ago, Cyan had now fulfilled the necessary conditions for an extension. The suppression would last for 2 weeks, just enough time to reach Fruina. After that, death would once again pursue him. Air stood tall above him, his tone commanding and cold as he declared that Cyan should find the prophet capable of altering his destiny within the given time. Cyan observed Air intently, his thoughts brimming with irritation. For once, he admitted that Air actually looked like a god. He had always considered him a pathetic fool, but seeing him now, with that commanding aura and serious expression, only made it more infuriating. His expression twisted in annoyance as he muttered inwardly that it was really starting to piss him off. Meanwhile, Air stood proudly, silently admiring himself, and thinking that he truly looked magnificent. The next day, in the Luan Eastern region, 2 guards were stationed at their post. The younger one complained wearily, wondering what he was doing so far away in a foreign land and wishing to go home. The elder guard, more composed, reminded him not to complain and remarked that their duty was for the good of the Garum Association. The young guard mentioned that ever since the incident involving President Reigans, no one had come to this area. The elder explained that despite the silence, they could not abandon such a vast magic network, as its resources must never fall into the hands of Ushif or any other hostile force. Before the younger could respond, the elder suddenly silenced him, sensing someone's presence. A masked figure appeared, most likely our protagonist, demanding to know if this was where the warp gate was hidden. Shocked, the elder guard asked how he knew of it, then instructed the younger to draw his sword. Determined to protect the area, the elder declared that he would unleash his hidden powers, blaming the masked intruder for forcing his hand. Yet, before he could even act, our boy swiftly knocked him unconscious in a single move, leaving both guards on the ground. Cyan then turned toward the concealed gate. Hiram observed curiously that a warp gate existed there. Cyan explained that it was an artifact often used by Reigen's Rain Reaver, though this was his first time seeing it in this life. He knew that to reach Fruina and return within 2 weeks, he would have to use it, even if it posed a risk. Cyan extended his hand, reaching toward the artifact. Hiram commented on the mana oozing from it. Cyan noted that such technology did not exist 3 centuries ago, explaining that if a concentrated mana source powered it, then the runes would trace the mana paths to complete the spell. Kiram remarked that humans certainly knew how to exploit loopholes. As the artifact began to activate, glowing symbols appeared, asking for a destination. Cyan chose the north of Fruina. The artifact emitted a surge of energy, projecting an image of Fruina above it, followed by a message confirming the destination and initiating the gate. A door behind Cyan began to glow, catching his attention. Kiram noticed that it resembled the gate they had passed through earlier, but Cyan noted that he sensed that something felt different now. Cyan moved toward the door, realizing that a new passage had opened. As he pulled it open, a rush of air poured out. Kiram, astonished, recognized the scenery, wondering if it truly was Fruina. Cyan stepped through, urging her to follow or be left behind. Frustrated, she hurried after him. When Cyan asked if she had ever been to Fruina before, Kiram reminded him of her age and said she had. He remarked that he had never brought her there, assuming she must have come with a previous master. She confirmed this, though her tone turned uncertain. Cyan glanced at her, wondering if something had happened with her past owner, but his thoughts were interrupted when Kiram detected the scent of blood. Cyan felt it too, the presence nearby exciting him. He summoned Kiram and prepared to engage, eager for what lay ahead. Meanwhile, the two guards who had earlier been defeated were now reporting to their superior. They explained that an intruder had come through the warp gate. The figure expressed surprise at how he had managed to defeat the Garam Association's Thunder King. The guard admitted that even he had been no match for the intruder, whose face had been hidden by mask and hood. Remembering the ominous fog that had accompanied him, he muttered that it must have been mist. Another guard tried to defend himself, but the figure silenced him coldly, asking what the invader had smelled like. When the guard hesitated, terrified under her gaze, he admitted that he was unsure. The figure appeared to be none other than Luna. She then demanded to know where the warp gate was connected, and the guard answered that it led to the eastern Fruina's northern gates. She then declared that she would go herself and order the knights to continue guarding the wrap gate. The guard was startled by her decision, but she confidently stated that she already knew who the intruder was. Back at the battlefield, Cyan arrived at a grim scene, finding numerous bodies scattered near a cave entrance. He realized he was too late and wondered why the Holy Knights and White Elves had fought. Kiram noted that Air's oracle seemed accurate this time, though Cyan disliked admitting it. He agreed that the cause of the conflict appeared to lie within that cave. Kiram hesitantly asked if he truly intended to enter, and Cyan simply pointed out that the corpses led inward, then advanced toward the entrance. Inside, the cave was brighter than he expected. Kiram warned him to be cautious, noting that the winding layout made it easy to become lost. After walking for some time, the protagonist realized he had somehow returned to the entrance despite moving in a straight line. He felt no trace of mana. Kiram responded that she suspected sorcery, which made sense given that this was elven territory. To test her theory, he picked up some stones and threw one toward a wall. When the stone struck something invisible and produced a sound, he pinpointed the source. A symbol began to glow faintly, and Kiram remarked that finding it seemed far too easy. Cyan explained that he recognized the pattern from his past life. He lunged forward swiftly using his fog sword technique, Fogfall, and he sliced through the glowing spot, causing the barrier to collapse and revealing a hidden passage leading deeper underground. As they descended the stairs, Kiram observed that this must be the true path. With the barrier gone, our main character could finally feel mana flowing through the area again, though it carried an unusual presence. When he wondered aloud what it was, Kiram identified it as the Divine Tree. Curious, Cyan asked what the Divine Tree was, and Kiram explained that it was a sacred existence. Its roots represented the past, while its leaves embodied the future, recording all that transpired in the world. Elsewhere within the same area, an elf girl who had been guarding the place realized that the barrier had been destroyed. She wondered if the intruders had killed those protecting it. Believing she had no other choice to safeguard the others, she summoned a dagger and pressed it against her throat. However, before the dagger reached her neck, our boy threw a stone that shattered her weapon, leaving the elven girl stunned. He apologized for the sudden interruption and then calmly asked her to explain why humans were after the place. The elf child gazed at him silently for a moment before gracefully descending from her perch and walking toward him. Cyan, taken aback, couldn't quite grasp her intentions. Her large, innocent eyes stared up at him with a pleading, almost puppy-like expression as the protagonist wondered what exactly she wanted from him. The girl then suddenly took his hand and warned him in a calm, yet unsettling tone that he would soon die, claiming she had seen it happen. Realizing her ability as a form of psychic resonance, Cyan asked how she knew him and what she was talking about. The girl introduced herself as Haztia, the divine tree's prophet. Wearing a serious look, she questioned why he was there and whether he had come following the oracle's will. Her words left Sin momentarily stunned as the truth dawned on him. He finally understood what the humans were truly after. Their real goal had been to capture her and exploit her prophetic power to peer into the future. Several knights stood amidst the field of corpses, their expressions grim as they surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Among them was Mian Harcellus, a direct guard knight of the Saintus. As Harcellus wiped the blood from his face, he observed that everyone from the first squad had perished, as had all of their enemies. He ordered his men to inform the others that the area was now secure. Harcellus glanced over the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground, quietly noting the overpowering stench of blood and reminding himself not to soil his armor. He realized that something felt wrong. There had to be a survivor. A silver-haired girl approached and questioned what was troubling him. Harcellus turned toward her, acknowledging her presence. She calmly assured him that their mission, guided by Lum Mendel, was divine and destined for victory, leaving no room for concern. Harcellus clarified that his faith was unwavering, though the carnage disgusted him. The girl nodded and stated that she would entrust the area to his care. When Harcellus asked if she would be safe on her own, she confidently declared that with Lumendel by her side, nothing could threaten her. Her tone turned serious as she began to explain that the cave was protected by a barrier, but suddenly stopped. Her Cullas noticed her hesitation and asked what was wrong. She revealed that the barrier had already been broken, something impossible for a human to achieve, as it had been crafted through elven rune sorcery. This meant that a non-human presence had entered the barrier. Her eyes gleamed as she raised her hand, and it revealed the same crimson glowing symbol that Cyan bore upon his chest. Determined, she declared that they must hurry, as she could not allow anyone else to claim the prophet. She then instructed her subordinates to remain behind before departing. They nodded in agreement, addressing her as Saintess. From a distance, an elf watched her movements closely, covered in scars, his fury evident as he wrapped a bandage around his hand. Meanwhile, Cyan and Hastia stood together near the ruins of battle. Hastia's expression was filled with sorrow as she lamented that those who had guarded the entrance had died because of her. She then apologized softly while still holding Cyan's fingers. When Cyan questioned the necessity of what she was doing, she blushed and explained that it was due to a curse known as the Divine Tree Silence. In exchange for the gift of foresight, her voice had been taken from her. The protagonist realized the truth of her words, but found it difficult to accept such a cruel cost. Hastia tried to reassure him, though he still found the situation uncomfortable and frustrating. Before they could continue, a sudden crackle of golden lightning illuminated the area. Hastia, visibly irritated, recognized it immediately, realizing who had arrived. A glowing portal opened before them, with a lightning struck, and from it stepped the Saintess wearing an eerie smile. Hastia revealed that she was the one who had pursued her and had ordered the slaughter of the elves guarding the entrance. With a deceptively gentle demeanor, the Saintess apologized for the deaths of the elves, claiming it had not been her intention to harm them. Her expression contorted with malice as she stated that none of it would have happened if Hastia had come willingly and then demanded she do so now. She revealed that her side had suffered great losses as well, and pointed out that someone else was already present within the cave. Cyan interjected coldly, while protecting Hastia, asserting that he had arrived first. Introducing herself as Nephrodite Iris, a Saintess of Lumendel, she expressed delight in meeting Cyan Vert in such a place, declaring it a moment of divine glory. Her words startled the protagonist, and without hesitation, he lunged toward her, eager to test her strength. Nephrodite raised her glowing hand, remarking on his hostility, and the symbol on her skin blazed with radiant light. A brilliant flash erupted. Cyan's eyes widened as he recognized the symbol. Hastia was equally stunned, while Cyan was struggling to dodge the strike with the help of Kiram, who wondered what was happening. Just then, an enormous sword of light appeared before Cyan. Nephrodite had summoned an emissary of light. Kiram, confused, asked why the seal was activating early, but Cyan realized that it was not his own. Nephrodite possessed the same divine mark. Commanding her emissary, she ordered it to banish the black fog. The radiant being charged forward, its fist and shield gleaming as it attacked. Hastia was momentarily frozen by the overwhelming power, and before she could react, Nephrodite appeared behind her, placing her hands on her back and urging her to leave, insisting that they should not interfere in the battle. As she used her power, Hastia suddenly found herself able to speak, and Nephrodite realized that they had to be touching to communicate. At that moment, Hastia recognized Nephrodite as an elf. Nephrodite, caught off guard, admitted that she could no longer conceal it. Tears welled up in Hastia's eyes as she demanded to know how Nephrodite could commit such atrocities against her own kind and what she truly desired. Nephrodite, with an unsettling expression, replied without hesitation that she wanted her prophetic powers. Meanwhile, Cyan knelt on one knee, his mask shattered, muttering that the encounter had been a complete failure. He hadn't expected to see such people again in a place like this. Kiram noted that the Saintess had taken the elf child. Cyan's irritation deepened as he sensed the same energy Nephrodite had used earlier. The emissary of light turned toward him, but the protagonist continued his relentless assault, noting in irritation how the being had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interfered with his plans. With swift precision, he slashed his dagger, cutting through the emissary's shield in a single, clean strike. Unleashing his power, a menacing grin spread across his face as he vowed that none of his enemies would ever be granted an easy death. Elsewhere, Hastia and Nephrodite descended the stone staircase toward the cave's exit. Nephrodite calmly stated that it was now just the two of them, and that Hastia would be coming along. Hastia coldly asked if her prophetic powers were truly worth the bloodshed of their people, warning that Nephrodite would lose her voice as payment. The Saintess answered coldly that, as a tool of Lumendal, she would do whatever was necessary to be of use. Hastia's tone hardened as she foretold that Nephrodite would die soon. The Saintess only smiled eerily, calling her words cute and asking if she truly thought that such talk would change anything. Hastia corrected her. She was not warning, but prophesying. Nephrodite froze for a moment, surprised by her certainty. Hastia continued in a chilling tone that the Saintess would soon witness the future she had seen. Outside the cave, a commotion erupted. Screams echoed through the air as Nephrodite rushed to the exit and called out to Mian. He warned her not to approach any closer. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw Mian unleash his holy stroke technique, his spear radiating divine light as he swiftly charged at a scarred elf who was already battling 3 knights at once. The ground trembled as the enraged elf stomped with all his might, causing the earth to rise in a wave of stone that he used as a shield before retaliating against Mian's attack. The opponent's gaze flicked to Mian for a heartbeat before shifting, already aware of the attack before it fully formed. In an instant, a massive boulder was torn from the ground and dragged in front of him, the blow slipping past as he stepped aside with effortless precision. The scene left Mian cold. That reaction was impossible. Before the skill had even landed, the elf had moved as if swatting away something insignificant. No ordinary existence could respond like that. Mian slammed his spear into the earth and straightened, forcing composure back into his posture. He introduced himself as Mian Hose, captain of the cavalry, and demanded the elf's name. The elf only scowled, dismissing the question as pointless. There was no reason, he said, to tell his name to someone already marked for death. The words only sharpened Mian's unease. Elves were archers and spellcasters. Strength like this, especially at close range, bordered on myth. The technique that had stopped his attack didn't feel like magic at first glance, yet it undeniably was. What unsettled him most was the emptiness. He couldn't sense even a trace of mana. The elf insisted it was magic all the same, forcing Mian to accept that reason had no place here. At that moment, the priestess stepped forward from behind them, her voice cautious as she admitted she didn't believe the warrior could truly use magic. Idas trembled as he spoke, asking if anyone recognized him. When the answer came, it hit like a hammer. Garnian, an elf born without magic, yet famed as one of the strongest fighters his tribe had ever produced. They had heard the rumors. He had gone into the freezing valley to train, far beyond where anyone dared follow. None of them had imagined meeting him here. Garnian advanced on the priestess with open hostility, questioning her authority and demanding control of the fairy. Then he moved, one step, one brutal punch thrown without hesitation. The priestess answered coldly, declaring she carried the will of the gods and had no interest in the name of a man about to die. Behind her, Mian shouted for her to be careful, panic bleeding into his voice. Cornered, the priestess reacted instantly. A knife flashed into her hand and pressed against Hastia's throat as she invoked the Almighty, threatening mutual destruction if Garnian came any closer. She never finished. Garnian caught the blade mid-motion, tore it from her grip, and crushed it in his palm as if it were nothing more than brittle glass. He laughed at the threat, openly mocking it. Mian stared, breath stolen from his chest, as the elf let the fragments fall. Steel, shattered by bare hands alone. The priestess went deathly pale, sweat pouring down her face as fear finally crushed what little resolve she had left. Garnian locked eyes with her, killing intent flooding his gaze as he calmly repeated his warning. None of them would survive. Those words drove straight through Iris like a final nail, sealing her fate. The world tilted, dizziness washing over her as her composure shattered completely. Hastia snapped first. She shouted for everyone to run, demanding to know why they were still standing there. Survival took over. She shoved the prophet aside and bolted, declaring she would call for reinforcements and pray for divine protection. The knight captain stood frozen, staring after her in disbelief, questioning whether such behavior was even permissible. Inwardly, he scoffed. To him, it looked like nothing more than fear-driven escape. Garnian didn't bother hiding his contempt, mocking her retreat and accusing her of dressing cowardice up as a righteous call for reinforcements. Irritation crept into Mian's expression as he ordered everyone to drop the matter, stating the truth was already clear. He straightened his back and rolled his shoulders, readying himself for combat. He needed no reinforcements. What he wanted was a proper duel, a one-on-one clash with the strongest warrior before him. With pride swelling in his chest, he introduced himself as Mian, once the greatest spear master of the Order of Light, and began to proclaim the glory of their leader, Duke Villiers. He never finished. A crushing punch slammed into his stomach, erasing all sound in an instant. Agony tore through his body as blood burst from his mouth. The air ripped from his lungs. Rage flared as realization struck. He had been hit mid-introduction. The sheer unfairness of it burned hotter than the pain. This wasn't some heroic story where speeches were honored. The force sent him flying, his body spinning helplessly through the air until only the howl of the wind remained, carrying away his pride and humiliation. With the guardian dealt with, Garnian turned his attention to the fleeing saint and barked for her to stop. Iris's face twisted in pure terror. Even Mian had fallen in a single blow. Her legs trembled as the thought surfaced. What kind of monster was this man? Before she could get away, a shadow appeared directly in her path. She collided with it and crashed hard onto the ground. Then a familiar voice spoke. It was Cyan. He casually tossed the severed head of a massive, godlike creature at her feet, remarking with indifference on how hurried she seemed. Terror swallowed the saint whole as she demanded to know what had happened to the Nephilim, asking if he had truly slain the guardian of the god Lul. Cyan dismissed the claim without hesitation, stating flatly that the creature had never been a true Nephilim to begin with. The words hit Iris like divine judgment. Her lips trembled as she stammered, unable to grasp what he was implying. Cyan spoke calmly, almost casually, explaining that compared to the Nephilim he had fought 3 years ago, the one she summoned was laughably weak. Its shield had shattered without resistance, and even after being beheaded, it failed to regenerate. He didn't bother hiding his disdain, openly mocking her for daring to call such a thing a Nephilim. Her hand flew to the divine sigil etched into her skin as she muttered in horror, insisting it was impossible. That mark had been granted directly by the god Lumendal himself. The demon sword reacted with rare surprise, remarking that she truly seemed ignorant of the truth, even if found that revelation astonishing. Cyan's eyes flickered for a brief instant as that realization settled in. Then Iris snapped. Rage surged as her shattered pride twisted into fury. She tried to summon her power again, forcing the spell to form, but she never finished. Cyan stepped in and drove a clean strike into her stomach. Her consciousness vanished instantly. He caught her collapsing body, slung her over his shoulder, and muttered irritably about the noise, deciding to deal with her later. As he turned away, something clutched him tightly. Cyan looked down to see Hastia wrapped around him, tears streaming as she sobbed in relief and thanked the heavens for his survival. She confessed how terrified she had been when the giant appeared. Cyan looked at the small prophetess with detached calm and stated flatly that the battle was not over yet. She barely had time to process his words. Garnian's shadow, rose behind him. The elf lunged forward, driving his knee upward with crushing force towards Cyan's abdomen. Hastia screamed for him to retreat, panic tearing through her voice. Cyan raised his arm and intercepted the blow head-on. Even so, the impact carried terrifying power, forcing his body backward. He slid across the frozen ground for nearly 10 paces before stopping. Cyan straightened, mild surprise crossing his face. He had actually been pushed back. A dull ache spread through his arm, the aftershock of a kick powerful enough to send him flying even when blocked. Garnian advanced again, killing intent pouring from him as he demanded the woman be handed over. Sensing the danger, Hastia rushed forward and planted herself between them, pleading for him to stop. She insisted there was no need for further bloodshed and declared that Cyan was not their enemy. Garnian's eyes narrowed as the name Cyan Vert reached him. The surname caught his attention. Vert. His gaze sharpened as a thought surfaced, wondering if this man was connected to that child. For a fleeting moment, Cyan faltered at the sound of those words. Cyan wondered if the elf was referring to Alice. The thought lingered briefly before the tension finally eased, and everyone began moving toward the village. Along the way, someone mentioned having heard that Cyan had protected the female prophet, and on behalf of the elf tribe, words of sincere gratitude were offered. A woman stepped forward, straightening her posture with quiet authority. She introduced herself as Elfurus, an elder of the White Elf tribe, and formally welcomed him. She acknowledged the toll of his journey, promising they would prepare a place for him to rest, and urging him to feel at ease within their village. Cyan glanced down at his hands and silently doubted that rest would be possible with such a clingy child attached to him. The demon's sword appeared beside him with a smug smile, teasing that Hastia clearly had no intention of letting him go. Cyan looked down and asked how long she planned on holding him like this. Hastia's face instantly flushed red as she stammered that this was the only way she could talk to him, nervously asking if it bothered him. Before he could answer, Garnian stepped forward, his voice low and grim as he accused Cyan of being disrespectful. Startled, Cyan asked if it was really rude, only to realize something odd. Garnian could hear Hastia clearly without touching her. Garnian narrowed his eyes and explained in a rough tone that he had received the prophet's blessing, setting him apart from ordinary people. The explanation only confused Cyan further. He had no idea what a prophet's blessing even entailed. Sensing the awkward turn, Elder Elfurus waved her hand and cut in, declaring that the greetings had gone on long enough. She urged everyone to head inside, explaining that while Garnian might not seem welcoming, he was also an elder, and this was simply his way of greeting outsiders. Cyan frowned and objected, pointing out that Garnian didn't seem welcoming in any sense of the word. Elfurus asked for his understanding, calmly explaining that visitors to their village were extremely rare. Cyan accepted that explanation, then shifted the conversation, asking what they intended to do with the saintess they had brought back. The elder's expression darkened as she answered that they planned to interrogate her, demanding to know why she had betrayed her own tribe. The scene shifted to the detention chamber. The prophet sat restrained beneath an overwhelming, blinding light inside a vast hall. A massive door groaned open as two figures entered. One of them spoke, remarking that they had finally met her. He said he had many questions, but there was one he would ask first. He demanded to know who Cyan Vert truly was, and why she had become an enemy to him and his organization. The prophet's face twisted, indignation boiling over as fury surged through her chest. The scene shifted to the room where Cyan had been given time to rest. Kiram frowned openly, admitting he didn't like this place at all and questioning whether it was really safe to let those people meet. Cyan listened in silence, noting the obvious contradiction. The saintess, the very symbol of the Knights of Light, was herself a white elf. Of course the tribe would want answers from her. Even so, Kiram couldn't shake the feeling that something about this situation was deeply wrong. Kiram moved closer and pressed his head against Cyan's chest, lowering his voice as he brought up the fake Nephilim. He explained that when Cyan destroyed it, something had appeared beneath its headpiece. The skull inside hadn't been human, nor anything ordinary. It was unmistakably the skull of an ancient giant, yet it hadn't felt like a simple puppet either. Cyan stiffened and sat upright at once, concern flashing across his face. The demon's sword spoke calmly, reminding him that she had warned him from the beginning that something about this was off. Back in the interrogation chamber, the saint laid out everything she knew before the elder. His expression darkened as realization set in. The man she described matched the one rumored to be the heir of the Black Mist, the same figure said to have slain the heir of Lumendal. He asked whether this aligned with the prophecy she had once spoken of. With her head bowed, The saintess answered that until now, she had always believed it did. She insisted she had never doubted that the voice guiding her was Lumendel's. Yet her voice wavered as she admitted something felt different now. She no longer knew what she was supposed to believe. Garnian stepped forward, his tone icy as he declared that it no longer mattered. Things had already crossed the point of no return. He accused her of bearing responsibility for the deaths of countless elves. Then he struck deeper, pointing out that she claimed her name was Nephrodite. Yet no white elf carried such a name. He demanded to know who she truly was. The saintess's lips trembled as she began to whisper her real name. But before the words could escape, a violent presence surged within her mind. A voice roared inside her head, drowning out everything else. It declared that it had a prophecy for her. Her consciousness was seized without warning. Her body convulsed violently as control was ripped away. Garnian frowned in confusion, and Elfurus asked sharply whether she was all right, noting that she clearly wasn't. In the next instant, a suffocating pressure exploded outward. Garnian shouted for Elfurus to retreat. The saint's face twisted into something unrecognizable as the sigil on her palm flared with blinding intensity. Broken words spilled from her mouth, fragmented and maddened, repeating the same command over and over. She had to kill. She had to kill the prophet. Holy energy detonated behind her without warning. A colossal figure emerged from the light, a grotesque existence that barely resembled the Nephilim once clad in armor. The chamber was erased in an instant. The door exploded outward. Guards hurled away like scraps of cloth as the monster's massive arm tore through stone as if it were paper. Garnian seized the elder and retreated just as the wall collapsed behind them. Twisted veins bulged across the creature's swollen body, its sheer weight making the ground groan as though it might give way at any moment. A savage roar shook the air, its white skeletal frame fused with blinding holy energy in a sight so repulsive it turned the stomach. Garnian could only stare, disbelief spilling from his lips as he muttered about what kind of abomination stood before them. The elder clutched his wounded back and shouted that the villagers were in danger. The moment the words left his mouth, cracks raced across the floor. Garnian turned and cursed as the entire structure began to collapse. A massive section of the wall broke free and plunged downward toward the villagers below, who stood frozen, unable to react. Garnian moved without hesitation. He leapt forward and caught the falling debris, halting it just in time. The elders shouted for everyone to move, urging them to follow him, warning that he couldn't hold it much longer. Above them, the towering titan roared, its gaze sweeping the ruins as it searched for its prey. Its voice rumbled with warped intent, demanding to know where the female elf was, questioning whether it truly had to hunt her down. Then its eyes fixed on the tower ahead. If everything was destroyed, she would have no choice but to reveal herself. Energy began to gather in its mouth, swelling as it prepared to erase the elf village from existence. It never fired. A single flash cut through the air, and the giant's head was severed cleanly from its body. An 8-petal sword slash followed in the same breath, carving the titan into dozens of pieces before it could even fall. Cyan landed amid the destruction, eyes burning with murderous intent and raw disgust as fragments of the abomination rained down around him. Althea had just finished brushing her hair when a violent tremor rippled through the air. She froze, breath catching, instantly realizing this wasn't an earthquake. What she felt was far worse. A surge of magic so dense it made her skin prickle. Without wasting another second, she rushed out of her room to see what had happened. The moment she stepped into the hallway, chaos greeted her. Hastia's eyes widened as she stared at the colossal corpse sprawled across the ruins, the unmistakable remains of an ancient being. Her heart lurched, and she immediately called out for Cyan. Near the shattered walls, the giant's body was already breaking apart, dissolving just like the aftermath of another nightmare she remembered all too well. Cyan stood before the remains, staring down at it with disbelief, muttering that he had arrived just in time. His voice hardened as he added that he couldn't believe the saint had dared to summon something like this again. Kiram clicked his tongue, remarking that calling such a monster in a place like this was nothing short of suicide. Even so, Cyan stated that the saintess was still alive. She was barely clinging to consciousness, but faint traces of holy power still lingered around her. The demon's sword questioned him sharply, asking why the saint would go that far. Cyan's gaze darkened as he answered that it didn't make sense unless someone had been pulling her strings. No one would willingly gamble their life like that without being manipulated. He stepped closer to the unconscious saint. The area around her had been utterly devastated, a clear result of the ancient giant's rampage. Standing over her, Cyan spoke with cold certainty. declaring that he knew she was still alive. There was no point pretending. He ordered her to wake up. Slowly, painfully, the saint's eyes fluttered open, her voice breaking as she whispered weakly. Cyan didn't waste time. He demanded to know who had given her the false Nephilim, his tone devoid of mercy as he offered her a quicker, less painful death if she told the truth. The saint interrupted him, correcting herself in a trembling voice. Her real name was Neria. Nephrodite had only been a name she used while living among humans. Cyan's expression twisted with irritation. He told her flatly that he hadn't asked about that. Neria closed her eyes, gathering what little strength she had left, and began to speak more clearly. 100 years ago, she had been one of the candidates chosen to become the prophet of the elf tribe. But the result had crushed her. The maiden selected by the holy tree, the one acknowledged by divine will, had been another elf. Neria had sworn to fulfill her role as a fairy maiden, yet the moment she failed to obtain that power carved a wound deep into her soul, one that never truly healed. Back then, Neria truly believed she wanted that position more than anyone else. When the result was announced, it felt like icy water crashing over her pride. The wreath she had once treasured no longer looked sacred. It felt like a blade pressed deep into her wound. Unable to contain her rage, she abandoned the frozen lands and began wandering the continent without purpose. That reckless decision destroyed what little remained of her life. She was deceived, captured, and sold into slavery. Every escape ended the same way, dragged back by a different hand, passed from one cage to another. Despair swallowed her whole, suffering stretching endlessly forward, until the day she encountered figures clad in radiant armor. Holy knights, servants of the god of light, Lumendal. From that moment on, voices began whispering in her mind. She believed they were prophecies. Blessings followed. A mark was carved into her palm, and, just like that, she became a saintess. Cyan's gaze sharpened as he listened, his voice dropping into something cold and sharp as he called it absurd. Those people hadn't saved her. They had used her. Her long lifespan made her the perfect tool, her origins buried beneath lies dressed up as divine will. That so-called blessing, the eternal life she had been given, was nothing but a convenient deception. As he spoke, Cyan reached out and seized her hair, but his interest wasn't in her pain. It was in the voice that had guided her all these years. He told her plainly that what she believed to be prophecy was nothing of the sort. As confusion crept through her thoughts, Cyan looked down at her, killing intent surging violently. He demanded that Boris show himself, declaring that he knew the man was still watching from some pathetic hiding place. The words echoed directly inside Neria's mind, leaving her unable to understand what was happening. Just as Cyan expected, something answered. Far away, within the royal palace, the Holy Scripture reclined smugly, observing everything. It remarked that Cyan Vert had never disappointed, though it corrected itself, saying Heir of the Black Mist was the more fitting title. It added calmly that Boris had long since died, and that it was an existence far older than Boris could ever have been. Cyan's expression tightened, confusion flashing across his face as he demanded an explanation. The response was nothing more than a smile and a vague promise. They would meet again soon. There was no need to rush. When the sacred moment arrived, Cyan would understand everything. Until then, it said, it would be waiting. The connection was cut off in an instant with the casual flick of a finger. At that very moment, the saintess's brain burst apart. Her body dropped lifelessly to the ground, her fate ending as abruptly as it began. Kiram stared at the corpse and confirmed flatly that she was dead. Cyan didn't move. He remained frozen, his thoughts still tangled in the final words the Holy Scripture had etched into his mind. Something older than Boris. The idea refused to settle. Kiram broke the silence, saying she believed she knew what that being truly was. Cyan turned toward her, about to ask what she meant, when Hastia suddenly rushed in from behind and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Her voice shook as she admitted she had been terrified something might happen to him again. Cyan stood there stiffly, wondering how long they were going to linger on matters that were already finished. Behind Hastia, two familiar figures approached. They spoke calmly, stating that once again, they owed Cyan a debt. The elder of the elves bowed deeply, offering the gratitude of the entire elven tribe. Hastia turned as well and thanked them, saying she could finally rest easy knowing elders like them stood watch. Garnian answered simply that they were only doing what their duty demanded. Watching the exchange, Cyan shifted his attention back to Hastia and asked how that man had been able to hear everything she said earlier. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she explained softly that it was because he was her guardian. Cyan repeated the word with mild surprise, prompting her to explain further. Guardians were warriors chosen to protect the seer in times of danger. Because of their role, they were granted the ability to hear the seer's words even from afar. This gift was known as the blessing of clairaudience. She went on to say that the blessing did more than that. It revealed the path a guardian was meant to walk. Those words struck something deep within Cyan, something he had been unknowingly searching for all along. If such a blessing could reveal one's path, then he saw no reason to hesitate. He stated plainly that from this moment on, even if he didn't yet understand everything, he would become her guardian. Hastia's face brightened instantly, joy spilling over as she asked if he truly meant it. Garnian stepped forward at once, irritation clear in his voice as he declared he couldn't allow that. Cyan turned toward him, disdain written plainly on his face, and asked whether Garnian had been consulted at all. This decision, he said, belonged to the prophet. Garnian's expression darkened as he snapped back that being a guardian was not a role a human could claim so lightly, and that the position carried weight far beyond simple words. Cyan narrowed his eyes but chose silence. Garnian turned away and ordered him to follow. The elder beside them let out a helpless sigh, admitting there was nothing he could do and urging Cyan to comply. Cyan exhaled slowly, acknowledging the inconvenience without protest. Later, deep within the frozen mountain range, the two stood facing each other beneath the dying light of the setting sun. Garnian finally spoke, explaining the test he had prepared. They stood at Lake Sair, one of the few lakes in the frozen lands that never froze, the very place where he himself had trained under the guidance of a blessed seer. The condition was simple. Cyan only needed to defeat him. Cyan's expression didn't change. His calm made the outcome feel already decided, and he accepted without hesitation. Garnian's anger flared at that indifference, warning him not to look down on him. He moved first. Garnian lunged forward, driving a brutal knee strike straight in. Cyan leaned aside effortlessly, the attack slicing through empty air. Using that motion, Cyan spun and snapped a precise kick into Garnian's hip. Pain surged through Garnian's body as his teeth clenched hard. Only then did he realize it. The opening exchange hadn't been real. It was bait. Even Cyan paused for a fraction of a second, surprised, wondering if Garnian had deliberately taken the hit. Garnian roared and slammed his fist into the ground. The surface shattered violently, ice and stone erupting outward. But the attack struck nothing. When the dust settled, there was only silence. Sweat ran down Garnian's face as unease crept in. He couldn't sense him. Cyan had slipped completely outside his range, untouched. A shadow passed overhead. Cyan descended through the air with controlled grace, his cloak billowing as he gathered himself for a counterattack. Garnian looked up, his expression tightening as realization struck. The presence above him was overwhelming. Cyan's eyes burned cold, like silent flames. The next blow was coming. Cyan's fist cut through the air and slammed toward the side of Garnian's head. The impact never landed, yet the ground beneath them exploded. Rock shattered apart, violent tremors rippling outward as a massive crater was carved into the frozen land. Garnian was thrown to the ground, his body skidding as his thoughts lagged behind the destruction. Had Cyan missed on purpose? His eyes locked onto the crater, his breath catching. If that punch had connected directly, there was no doubt. He would already be dead. Fear seeped deep into his bones. This outsider had long since crossed the boundary of humanity. A chilling realization surfaced, one that made his blood run cold. This man might even possess the power to kill a godlike being. Cyan Vert looked down at him with an expression devoid of emotion and stated calmly that the role of Guardian Garnian had spoken of earlier was now something he was more than qualified to claim. The scene shifted. Hastia stood solemnly before the divine tree, hands clasped as she prayed, invoking its sacred blessing. Light flowed through the ritual as she formally declared Cyan Vert the guardian of the prophet. Behind her, Cyan stood in a black cloak, watching with mild surprise. That was it. He had expected something more dramatic. As the ritual ended, he realized something else. He couldn't hear her at all. The connection had been severed. Hastia suddenly turned around and looked at him, her eyes bright. She asked if he could hear her now. Then she ran toward him, excitement clear in every step. Cyan answered calmly that he could hear her just fine. Her face lit up, joy overflowing as she declared official. From this moment on, he was the guardian of the prophet. Cyan reacted with amused disbelief, tilting his head as he casually asked her to tell him what the weather would be like tomorrow. Hastia froze, confusion written all over her face. When he repeated himself, she panicked, admitting she didn't know either. Cyan clicked his tongue and remarked that her prophecy powers were terrible. Hastia's expression crumpled as she awkwardly blurted out a guess about snowstorms mixed with heavy rain. Cyan crossed his arms and told her not to just say whatever came to mind. Letting out a sigh, he muttered that he'd become her guardian for nothing. Hastia frowned deeply and shot back that he needed to follow the goddess of water, insisting that his path would be revealed. She added hurriedly that she had just received a prophecy from the divine tree itself. Cyan turned away, repeating his warning about speaking without thinking. Tears welled up in Hastia's eyes as she grabbed his hand, pleading for him to believe her. She swore she was telling the truth, insisting the prophecy spoke of a family member from long ago, someone who was already there. Hearing that, Cyan turned back, his gaze sharpening as he asked what she meant by an old family from the distant past. The scene shifted to a heavily guarded castle. Cyan spoke again, asking if they were referring to Lady Alice. Elder Alfuris offered a faint smile and replied that he knew her well, mentioning that they shared a long and complicated history. Cyan pressed further, asking where she was now. The elder's expression grew distant as he admitted he didn't know. After she departed for the temple of Lady Aquanes, all contact had been lost. Cyan immediately asked if Aquanes was the goddess of water. Alfuris confirmed it, adding that rumors placed her somewhere in Fruina, where she governed water spirits. Her identity, however, was carefully concealed, which was why no one knew where her temple was located. Hastia suddenly cut in, her voice bursting with excitement as she insisted she had been right all along. Cyan turned to her and asked if she knew where the temple was. Faced with the question, Hastia froze, flustered and unable to answer. Cyan turned away without another glance and dismissed her as useless. Hastia's shoulders slumped as tears welled up and spilled over. In that moment, Kiram spoke calmly, stating that she knew the way. Cyan stiffened and turned to her, demanding how she could possibly know. Kiram didn't explain. She simply told him to follow her and keep quiet. Suspicion crept in immediately. Cyan wondered how she could know the location and why she was revealing it so readily, questioning what kind of scheme she might be hiding. Even so, he declared that he had somewhere to go and took his leave. Elder Alfuris nodded in acknowledgement and told him to take care. Hastia watched him leave, unease written across her face as she sensed something was wrong. Along the way, Cyan asked Kiram if she was truly certain of the route. She answered with confidence, mockingly suggesting that he must have been deceived his entire life. Despite her tone, Cyan felt something off. As they moved farther away, he realized the truth. The location was masked by camouflage magic, one that only activated past a certain distance. After a while, Kiram announced they had arrived. Cyan looked around, doubt and curiosity colliding as he wondered who could have imagined such a place existed so close to the elven town. It reminded him of the temple where Kiram had once been sealed, making him wonder if it would open in the same way. As the thought crossed his mind, he placed his hand against the ground. A hidden mechanism responded, and a mysterious door slowly revealed itself. Cyan withdrew his hand and remarked that he took back his comparison. This structure was far more elaborate. Kiram stared at him in surprise, asking what he meant. A sudden shout echoed from behind as Hastia called out for Cyan to wait. He turned back, eyes narrowing slightly as he asked what she was doing there. Gasping for breath, Hastia explained that since he was her guardian, they were supposed to stay together, and that she also had something she needed to confirm. Kiram cut in calmly, saying she understood the situation and asking whether the girl wanted to come along. Still catching her breath, Hastia answered with confusion. Kiram sighed, then smoothly shifted into her human form and fixed Hastia with an intense stare, asking if she wanted to be carried instead. Hastia looked up at her with trembling fists and tear-filled eyes, her body stiff with fear as a thought struck her. Was this truly the real form of the demonic blade? Kiram's arrogant, unsettling smile only made it worse, cementing the idea that this woman was genuinely terrifying. Cyan interrupted dryly, remarking that the two of them seemed to be getting along far too well. He told them to keep playing while he went in first. Both girls protested at once and hurried after him, entering the doorway together. Inside, Cyan scanned the surroundings and noted that the place was a massive maze, questioning why there were so many rooms. Hastia explained that following the waterway would eventually lead them to the correct destination. Cyan voiced his doubt, asking if she was really sure. Hastia insisted he trust her, reminding him that she was a prophet. Cyan thought to himself that trusting her wasn't easy when she couldn't even predict tomorrow's weather. Nearby, Kiram tilted her head in confusion, wondering what kind of conversation those two were even having. Before long, the three arrived at a vast chamber dominated by a flowing waterfall. Cyan remarked that he hadn't expected to find something like this at the end of the waterway. Hastia added that the area itself was enormous. As Cyan surveyed the expanse, his gaze locked onto something below, pointing out what looked like the true entrance. Hastia asked how they were supposed to get down there. Cyan replied that before worrying about that, they had a nuisance to deal with first. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Kiram's eyes lit up with excitement as she declared it was finally time for a warm-up, while Hastia froze in stunned silence. In the next moment, the water exploded upward. A massive aquatic monster surged out from beneath the surface, its intent unmistakably fixed on them. Cyan regarded it calmly and remarked on its appearance, while Hastia, pale with tension, identified it at once. It was the sentinel of the ruins, the relic serpent. Kiram stepped forward and lazily stretched out her hand, declaring that the massive serpent was hers to deal with. She remarked that her body had been itching for a fight this whole time, telling them not to interfere. As her arm extended, her form shifted, revealing her true weapon state, radiating overwhelming power. A confident smile curved her lips as she added that it wouldn't take long at all. The clash began the moment the giant serpent launched itself towards Cyan's group, its massive body surging with violent intent. Kiram didn't even flinch. She observed it calmly and commented that despite its size, it was painfully slow. The weakness was obvious. Without hesitation, she moved. Her counterattack landed cleanly, and the serpent let out a shrill scream as its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. Kiram stared down at it in disbelief, wondering if that was really all it had. With open contempt, she mocked the so-called sentinel of the ruins, calling it utterly underwhelming. The serpent glared back at her, eyes burning with hatred as it cursed her for defiling the goddess's ruins and branded her a vile existence. Cyan stepped forward and casually nudged the fallen creature's snout with his foot, treating it like nothing more than a broken relic. He demanded to know whether it had seen a human woman pass through the area. Behind him, Kiram snapped in irritation, reminding him sharply that she was the one who had defeated it and warning him not to steal the credit. The serpent's eyes turned bloodshot as resentment flooded through it. Even if it had known something, it felt no obligation to answer creatures like them. Still, another scream tore from its throat as it finally admitted that someone had indeed passed through recently. Cyan thought coldly that it should have said that from the start and pressed it for the reason the woman had been there. Racked with pain, the serpent could only repeat that it didn't know, again and again, cursing Cyan as a fiend before releasing another agonized scream. Hastia watched in stunned silence. It was hard to believe that a relic serpent of such size had been subdued so easily. She found herself thinking that Sir Cyan truly was incredible. Cyan, still pointing at the monster, mocked it inwardly. He knew it wasn't dead yet. He ordered it to endure a little longer. That was when a furious voice rang out from above. A woman appeared over the serpent's head, her presence sharp and overwhelming. She declared that the torment of the innocent creature had gone on long enough. Her gaze burned as she demanded to know how they had discovered this place, insisting that humans should never have learned of it, and questioning who had revealed its location. Hastia's eyes widened as recognition struck. It was Lady Marian. Cyan turned slightly toward Hastia, repeating the name in his thoughts. A faint smile curved his lips. He had just encountered something exceedingly rare. The woman studied Cyan closely, noting that despite it being their first meeting, his expression carried a strange sense of familiarity, as if he already knew who she was. Cyan remained composed, confidence steady, thinking that it would have been impossible not to recognize her. She was the elemental dragon of Fruna, commander of spirits, an existence hidden from the world and revered as the strongest among the ancient dragons. Memories surfaced of his previous life, of the time he had entered Fruna in search of the demon blade Kiram, only to be discovered and expelled by her overwhelming force. He admitted to himself that he had never expected to face her again like this. Marian then turned her attention to Hastia, calling her by name and remarking that it had been a long time. Hastia stiffened instantly, bowing deeply as she nervously offered her respects. Before the tension could settle, Kiram's voice rang out as she told Cyan to listen carefully. She said she would finally explain why she had brought him here, and without hesitation, declare that Marian had to be killed. Her blade swung toward Marian as the words left her mouth. Marian sighed lightly, remarking that Kiram truly hadn't changed, and questioned whether she intended to repeat the same mistakes. As Cyan moved to block the strike, a thought crossed his mind. These two clearly knew each other. He spoke firmly, stating that before any decision was made, he deserved to hear the reason first. Marian responded coldly, saying that words wouldn't work on Kiram, and that she would subdue her by force if necessary. As she moved, she casually flicked 2 fingers toward Cyan. Hastia cried out in alarm from behind him, calling his name. Marian paused, observing him with interest, noting that he was enduring far better than expected. It should have been difficult for him to even remain standing under such pressure. Cyan answered calmly, telling her to stay silent for a moment, pointing out that she couldn't see he was in the middle of a conversation with his demon blade. Watching this, Marian questioned how a human could remain unaffected by such overwhelming divine energy, and wondered just who Cyan truly was. Hastia then stepped forward, turning to Marian and pleading for forgiveness. She explained that Cyan had only come there to search for Lady Alice. The moment Alice's name was spoken, Marian's expression shifted sharply. Cyan felt it immediately. The crushing pressure vanished without a trace. Marian asked how he knew Alice. Cyan answered plainly that Alice was his sister, and asked whether his elder sister had been there. Marian confirmed that Alice had indeed once passed through, but added that it had been a very long time since she left. Cyan pressed on, his voice tightening as he asked why Alice had come to Fruna in the first place. Marian shook her head, saying she didn't know either. This place, she explained, was the source of holy water granted to them directly by Lady Aquanis. If Cyan's goal was to find Alice, then there was no reason for him to remain here. Leaving would be the wiser choice. Cyan let out a quiet sigh, a hint of relief slipping through, and agreed. There was nothing to gain by staying any longer. Hastia hesitated beside him, asking if he truly intended to turn back just like that. Cyan answered simply that lingering served no purpose. As he turned away, he added one last remark, asking whether Marian still harbored unresolved hostility toward his demon blade. Marian replied calmly that he should ask the demon blade himself. As Cyan walked off, his thoughts drifted to Kiram. She had been unusually silent for far too long. He decided he would question her later, slowly. Scooping Hastia up, he leapt onto the towering wall ahead and looked down from above, his expression layered with unspoken thoughts. Below, Marian remained where she stood. She admitted quietly that while she had expected it, she hadn't truly believed Cyanvert would come all the way here. Turning her head toward the doorway behind her, she addressed the woman standing there. The woman remarked that Cyan was no ordinary man, noting that the boy had grown far more than expected. It was a relief, she added, that they had managed to send him away without him discovering the truth. Marian asked if that was because she had resolved not to reveal herself until she became stronger. The woman confirmed it, saying she had always been a burden to him in the past. Marian smiled faintly and said she had failed. Confused, the woman asked what she meant. Marian explained that Cyan had already sensed her presence. It seemed he had read her thoughts and deliberately chosen to turn back because she hadn't revealed herself. She concluded calmly that she believed they would meet him again soon. The woman behind the door finally stepped forward. Her name was Alice. The scene shifted into the heart of the ritual temple. Alice sat motionless in prayer, hands folded as she earnestly called out to Lady Aquanis, the mother of all water. She declared that she had prepared herself to accept the goddess's power, her voice steady as she pleaded for an answer. Marian watched quietly, noting that Alice was enduring the process far better than expected. For a human, her willpower was extraordinary. It was the first time Marian had ever seen someone of human origin persist through such a ritual without collapsing. Resting on Marian's shoulder, the massive serpent from earlier, now reduced to a far smaller form, spoke calmly. Several months had already passed, it explained, and Alice was steadily absorbing the power of the goddess of water. The water filling the temple was not ordinary. It was the very first water Aquanis had bestowed upon the human world, the purest essence of her authority. If Alice fully accepted it, she would inherit the power of the goddess of water and become her incarnation. Even so, the serpent warned that continuing any further would be brutal. No matter how much support she received, a human body could not exceed its natural limits. Marian replied that she remained here for only one reason. She wanted to stay by Alice's side and help her endure for as long as possible. The small serpent hesitated, then asked for permission to pose a question. Marian allowed it to speak. The serpent said its curiosity concerned the demon blade they had encountered earlier, asking whether Marian had known its wielder. Marian answered calmly that calling them acquaintances would be generous. She added, without emotion, that she herself had been the one to kill that child's former master. Elsewhere, Cyan held Kiram's blade in silence, irritation simmering beneath his calm. She had been far too quiet since that day. He wondered what kind of history she shared with the dragon. quietly cursing the blade for her stubborn refusal to speak. Just then, a shrill scream rang out behind him. Hastia burst through the doorway and froze in shock. Cyan turned at once, asking why she was there. Her legs gave out as fear overtook her, and she collapsed to the floor, stammering that she had only come to check if he was safe. Cyan let out a tired sigh and asked why someone so small would bother worrying about him. Hastia lifted her head, eyes filled with resolve, and said she had seen his future through her foresight. She straightened slightly and addressed him respectfully as Sir Cyan. Cyan replied with dry sarcasm, asking what the weather would be like tomorrow. Hastia instantly protested, flustered, insisting that her visions didn't work that way at all. Cyan let out another sigh, disbelief clear in his voice as he told her she sounded completely unreliable. He waved the matter off and ordered her to go to sleep, remarking that it was time for children to take their naps. Even so, Hastia's eyes didn't waver. Conviction burned steadily within them. She truly believed she had seen Sir Cyan's near future, no matter what he said. Elsewhere, Ayar cradled a teacup in one hand. His posture relaxed as he remarked that everything felt unusually peaceful. It had been a long time, he mused, since he had enjoyed such calm. Maintaining composure, he reflected, was precisely how a god preserved dignity. Across from him, Nana frowned openly, admitting that she found his laid-back attitude irritating. Without lowering the cup, Ayar gently swirled the tea and replied that such composure was simply the nature of a god. Nana sighed and pointed out that although he had applied perception manipulation to Cyan's brand, even a momentary delay on Cyan's part could lead to immediate complications. At that, Ayar's demeanor shifted sharply. The teacup vanished in an instant, incinerated as he remarked that she still seemed to distrust the boy named Cyan. Nana hurried to clarify, saying she only believed it was far too early to feel at ease. Ayar answered calmly that if that was her concern, he would prove her wrong. The declaration left her staring in disbelief, demanding to know what he meant. His reply was simple. He would show her that the 3 years Cyan spent under his guidance had not been wasted. Meanwhile, Cyan walked alone through a desolate land beneath a sky filled with stars. Leaving empty-handed felt oddly anticlimactic. He reflected that he had come to Furna seeking a prophet, yet he couldn't allow that young elf to be dragged into his own battle. As the thought settled, Marion appeared before him and asked if he was leaving. Cyan replied by asking whether she had come to see him off, adding with faint irony that being personally escorted by the elemental dragon herself was quite an honor. Marion's expression turned serious as she answered that he could think however he liked, but as he himself had said, she was there to send him away from that land. Cyan laughed softly and assured her that he had no intention of stirring up further trouble. He would leave quietly, and she had nothing to worry about. Marion admitted it was a relief that he was willing to talk, unlike his demon blade, and added that she had been prepared to expel him by force if he had continued to resist. Cyan fixed his gaze on her and asked how she had come to know his demon blade. For a brief moment, the beautiful woman's expression softened into something unexpectedly gentle. She told him to ask the demon blade himself, adding that the two of them clearly weren't on good terms and that it would be wise to resolve that sooner rather than later. Cyan slid his hands into his pockets and asked what she meant by that. Marion turned away abruptly and said it simply meant he would need that demon blade far sooner than he realized. Without warning, agony tore through Cyan's chest. He collapsed to the ground, breath stolen as shock flooded his mind. Why now? Why had the brand already activated? As Marion's figure faded into the distance, her voice drifted back to him, explaining that the spell she had placed on him the first time they met was beginning to lose its effect. The pain intensified, spreading through his body as if it were breaking apart from the inside. Cyan realized the truth. The spell was weakening. Had the perception manipulation been dispelled? Marion turned back toward him, an eerie smile curving her lips as she declared that this meant his end had arrived. Cyan's eyes burned crimson as rage surged, and he cursed her as a despicable existence. Elsewhere, Nana maintained a stern expression as Ayar suddenly sneezed, remarking casually that it felt like someone was speaking ill of him. Standing beside him, Nana snapped back that Cyan was obviously cursing him and demanded to know if he truly intended to let his own heir die. Ayar rose to his feet and stretched his arm, replying calmly that he had already said the boy would not die. Nana shouted that the opponent was a god sentinel. Turning away, Ayar answered evenly that he had personally trained the boy for the past 3 years and that there was no chance he would lose. Nana frowned and demanded to know how he could be so sure. Ayar replied that it was what the oracle had determined and told her not to worry. Back on the battlefield, Cyan clicked his tongue in irritation, cursing the timing. Kiram still hadn't emerged. Did that mean he would have to handle this, using only his own power? One technique after another poured out as he fought, his thoughts racing. Without Kiram's full strength, it was difficult to even pierce the opponent's armor. Maybe this really was an insurmountable wall for a human, just as expected. Then he laughed softly. That limitation only applied to humans. The horned woman with pink hair looked down at him and sneered, saying he had finally realized the truth. No matter how desperately he struggled, there was a wall he would never cross. A human could never surpass the supreme god. Tilting her head, she mocked him, asking what he planned to do now as the so-called heir of the black fog. Cyan suddenly raised his sword high. The motion caught her off guard, and for a split second, confusion flickered across her face as she wondered what he was trying to do. Cyan spoke without hesitation. If he couldn't overcome that wall as a human, then there was no reason for him to remain human at all. He declared that he would give Kiram what she had wanted from the very beginning and told her to take it. The woman screamed in disbelief. The thought was absurd. Was he truly offering his own body to the demon blade? At the same moment, Hastia jolted awake in her bed, clutching her chest as she cried out Sir Cyan's name. Terror filled her eyes as a single fear took hold. What if he was no longer Cyan? Just then, Kiram appeared without warning, staring ahead as she muttered that he had to be joking. Around them, everyone stood frozen in confusion, unable to understand what was happening, while the horned woman continued speaking. She admitted that she had never imagined she would be able to take his body in such a way, awkwardly voicing her gratitude as the realization settled in. At the far edge of the snow-covered woods, the battle raged with terrifying intensity, the clash echoing across Fruna as hurried footsteps crunched through the white ground. Hastia ran without stopping, the chaos ahead growing heavier with every step. During her sleep, a prophecy had reached her, flooding her heart with unease. As she ran, her thoughts returned to the words her predecessor had once left behind. Would the blessing of insight truly guide the path she was meant to walk? That blessing, bestowed by the sacred tree, was meant to ensure that a prophet's guardian would never lose their way. Her mind drifted to an old memory, one filled with quiet guidance. Guardian had not found his path solely because of the blessing. He had carved it out himself. The blessing had merely offered faint hints, nothing more. That woman had been the 11th generation prophet, Frisia. Hastia remembered sitting upright back then, eyes bright with excitement, believing that being a prophet was something beautiful, a role meant to guide others toward the paths they were destined to walk. But that role carried weight, crushing weight. Not every future could be seen. Those exiled by the gods, or those who wielded power born of death, lay beyond prophetic sight. Choosing such a person as a guardian would inevitably cast a shadow over the prophet's own future. Back then, Hastia had answered without hesitation. When she became a prophet, she would never choose such a hopeless guardian. Remembering those words now made her chest ache. Tears welled up and spilled over as she ran. She felt foolish for ever thinking that way, wondering how Frisia could have allowed someone so hopeless to become her guardian. As she struggled to calm the storm raging in her mind, a deep dread settled into her heart. Fruna was vast. How was she supposed to find Cyan in a land like this? Before the thought could deepen, a vision slammed into her sight. The battlefield unfolded before her eyes in brutal clarity. The sheer scale of the conflict shattered her lingering doubts. A massive battle was already underway. Hastia's expression hardened as recognition struck. The giants she had seen in her prophecy were there. This was real. She knew she had to stop them, and she had to do it now. She surged forward and stopped. A familiar presence descended from above, cutting off her reckless charge. The sea dragon appeared, positioning herself firmly between Hastia and the battlefield. Her voice was calm, but the meaning behind it was heavy. Those giants were Nephilim, light guardians sent by Lumendal himself. They had been dispatched for one reason only: to erase Cyan Ver for daring to challenge their god. Cyan had overturned the fate meant to end him by surrendering his body to the demon's sword. The weight of that choice was absolute. Once the Nephilim were destroyed, there would be nothing left to restrain Kiram. Control would be lost entirely. That was precisely why the sea dragon intended to stop him before that moment arrived. Hastia ran forward and seized the sea dragon's hand, desperation driving her. She begged to intervene while there was still time. But the response she received was mercilessly clear. The sight granted to her came from the sacred tree, a power rooted in the authority of the water god. To interfere now would mean using divine power to oppose the god of light directly. Such an act would not only destroy Fruna's future, but doom her entire tribe as well. The realization struck like a blade. Hastia's grip loosened, her hands trembling as they fell away. Her face darkened beneath the crushing weight of consequence. In the end, she was forced to accept the only option left to her. She could only watch. On the battlefield, the Titans fell one after another. Their enormous bodies were torn apart like discarded dolls, collapsing without dignity. Two had already fallen. Only one remained. The final Titan roared and charged forward in a frenzy, but Kiram answered with visible delight. Dark energy surged violently along the blade, swelling until it erupted outward in a catastrophic blast. The ground split apart, the land itself screaming as it was torn open. The light guardian was pierced straight through its core, unable to resist, before detonating high in the sky like a grotesque firework announcing its demise. Kiram turned slowly, satisfaction dripping from her murderous gaze as she stared toward the unseen watchers beyond the battlefield. She declared that it would take far more than that to bring her down. Then she moved. Without hesitation, the demon's sword shot forward, racing straight toward the sea dragon and the prophet. The sea dragon's aura flared violently as she prepared to meet the attack head-on. But before their collision could occur, something else emerged. An overwhelming presence burst forth from Hastia herself. In an instant, a towering wall of water surged upward, completely cutting off Kiram's advance. Crushing pressure flooded the air as Hastia stood perfectly still, her presence no longer her own. The sea dragon froze, recognition striking immediately. She knew that power. The goddess Aquanis had descended. At the same moment, Kiram was torn away, dragged into a dreamlike realm wrapped in divine authority. She thrashed in fury as Aquanis manifested before her, her presence calm, yet absolute, gently but firmly restraining the demon's sword's rampage. Holy water flowed around them, binding the space itself as Aquanis spoke. She would guide her, and she would ensure that Kiram's new master would not perish so easily. Time passed before Cyan slowly opened his exhausted eyes. The first thing he saw was Hastia's face, pale with worry yet filled with unmistakable relief. Confusion washed over him as he realized he had lost consciousness mid-battle and had been brought somewhere safe by the sea dragon. Sitting up while gripping his throbbing head, he tried to recall what had happened after surrendering control to Kiram. There was nothing. No pain, no memories. Only a hollow silence where the end of the fight should have been. Irritation flickered across his face as his gaze shifted to the demon sword lying beside him, unnaturally quiet, as if nothing had happened at all. Noticing Hastia hovering nearby, Cyan casually made the same familiar remark about the weather. The tension finally left her shoulders as she let out a quiet sigh of relief. That alone told her everything. He was truly himself. Pushing himself to his feet, Cyan turned away and said there was nothing left for him in Farina. Hastia didn't try to stop him. After a brief hesitation, she softly asked if she could come with him. Within the elder hall of the fairy village, the sea dragon calmly recounted everything that had transpired. The elder confirmed that the strange disturbance they had sensed had indeed been the Nephilim Titans. Marion replied that the matter had already been resolved and that there was no longer any need for concern. She added that the magic protecting that child had reactivated as well. Though Garneans still viewed Cyan as a dangerous existence, the sea dragon assured them that he was leaving Fruina, and that alone would preserve peace. She wondered briefly why Aquanis had intervened at all, but concluded that once the child left this land, there would be no further problems. Then it happened. An ominous sensation pierced her mind. Her eyes widened as she felt it clearly. A presence steeped in death had arrived. Without a word, the elders sensed it as well. In the next instant, the sea dragon launched herself into the sky, killing intent, exploding outward like a storm as she rushed toward the approaching threat, encroaching upon Farina. Elsewhere, at the teleportation gate of the Garham Guild, a figure stepped through and moved forward with measured strides. Luna had arrived. She had come looking for Cyan. A small, satisfied smile curved her lips as she surveyed the area. There was no doubt about it. This was the right place. The air itself carried his scent. The moment Marion arrived at the teleportation site, anger surged through her. A human had entered this land again. Worse, this was the second intrusion in an unacceptably short span of time. Shock mixed with irritation as she drew power into her palm, swirling it until her weapon took form. Her voice cut sharply through the air as she warned the girl to leave at once. She would not repeat herself. This place was forbidden, and the human standing before her carried an ominous, dangerous energy that did not belong here. Luna looked up calmly and offered a faint smile, showing neither fear nor surprise. She remarked lightly that Marian was being rather harsh for a first meeting and explained that she only intended to stay long enough to find the person she was looking for. That response made Marian pause. Which human could she possibly mean? The answer surfaced almost immediately, and her expression hardened as realization set in. Luna tilted her head and asked if the man carried a very distinctive smell. Marian frowned, unable to understand what she meant. To her senses, it resembled nothing but the stench of a vast sea of blood. The description only deepened her confusion. Luna then clarified, saying it was an unusually seductive scent. The words sounded nonsensical, yet Marian could feel it. This girl was far from weak. Her gaze sharpened as she questioned what Luna truly wanted. She then stated coldly that Luna was already too late. The human she sought had just left this land. She ordered her to leave immediately and warned her not to bring that unpleasant, incomplete demonic scripture into a sacred place like this. The small demonic scripture perched quietly on Luna's shoulder finally spoke, advising her to heed Marian's warning. Luna glanced at it in surprise, wondering if it already knew the elemental dragon. The scripture answered grimly, stating that Marian was not an existence they could oppose. She was a higher being among the ancient elemental dragons. He admitted that he had believed she was long dead, and even now, challenging her would be nothing short of suicide. Luna listened calmly, then acknowledged that the demonic scripture seemed far more knowledgeable than she had expected. With mild curiosity, she asked how it had accumulated so much knowledge after living for such a long time. The demon answered calmly, saying she was both right and wrong. Knowledge, she explained, naturally accumulated over time, through experience. Then she turned the question back on Luna, wondering whether a human like her could ever obtain such vast knowledge. The demon replied that there were ways to surpass the limits of a single lifetime, paths that allowed knowledge to be inherited rather than earned slowly. Necromancy, she suggested, was one such method. Luna fell silent, her thoughts lingering on that word as it echoed in her mind. Elsewhere, Cyan stepped out of a portal and returned to familiar ground. The first thing he saw was Sirika, her hand wrapped tightly around Air's neck. Without hesitation, she demanded to know whether Cyan had shaken off the Nephilim. Cyan answered in a way that made it clear she already understood most of it. Air confirmed that Cyan had returned safely, and the next instant, Sirika released him and slammed him into the ground without mercy. Cold poured out from Cyan as the frost of Furna spread violently, freezing the surrounding area solid. Air lay helpless against the frozen ground as Cyan demanded to know why he had undone the spell. Struggling to his feet, Air replied casually that he had only wanted to test how strong he had become. The answer only fueled Cyan's anger. He accused Air of pushing his own successor to the brink of death. Air, unfazed, teased that he and Kiram were not all that different, adding that the two of them had always been close. That was enough. Cyan snapped, telling him this was not the time for jokes, and explained everything that had happened. Air's expression shifted as he understood the situation. Cyan had handed his own body over to Kiram. That choice alone could have led to a catastrophic battle. Cyan then wondered aloud if she was simply asleep, noting that she had remained unresponsive for quite some time. Air looked at the demonic blade and explained that she would not be waking anytime soon. Her consciousness had been severed from the outside world by her own will. He added that he could sense a strange, unfamiliar aura surrounding her, though even he couldn't say when she would awaken. Still, he assured Cyan that using the demonic sword's power would not cause further issues, and offered an apology for how things had turned out. Though the explanation eased Cyan's mind slightly, concern still lingered beneath the surface. At that moment, Sirika noticed movement and asked sharply who was hiding behind him. Cyan replied that it was an elf, and said he believed Sirika could look after her for now. The reaction was immediate. Sirika bristled, anger flashing across her face as she snapped that she was not some kind of babysitter. The elf stepped forward and calmly introduced herself as Hastia, the 12th prophet of the White Elves. The moment the words left her mouth, Sirika's irritation visibly deepened. Her expression hardened as she snapped that the adults were talking and demanded to know what she was even supposed to do in this situation. Hastia immediately bowed her head and apologized. Still clearly annoyed, Sirika turned her sharp gaze on Cyan and questioned why he had brought along an elf who should have been meditating in the mountains or doing yoga instead. Cyan answered plainly that the elf could see the future and that he believed she might be useful. Air crouched down and leaned closer to Hastia, casually commenting on how cute she was and telling her she could visit any time. That was the last straw. Sirika exploded, shouting at Air not to welcome her when he wasn't the one who would be responsible. She openly complained that she already had far too much on her plate and that her patience was wearing thinner by the day. She warned Cyan in no uncertain terms not to leave the elf with her. Seeing the fury in her eyes, Cyan immediately reassured her that he had no intention of doing so. Internally, he acknowledged the problem. Sirika wouldn't follow instructions anyway, and Air, who was already amusing himself with Hastia, couldn't be trusted to handle it either. Elsewhere, Boris stood before a grand estate, muttering to himself about how simple humans were. To him, they were little more than obedient creatures who worshipped power and only listened once they were beaten into submission. A woman approached him from behind and asked why he had summoned her. Boris replied calmly that the journey must have been difficult. Princess Violette answered coolly that even as a regent, she was still the princess of a nation. She warned him that if this meeting proved pointless, he would be held responsible. Boris said he had come to pay his respects to the dead. The princess frowned slightly and asked who had died. Boris turned to face her and stated plainly that Cyan Vert had killed the saintess. The princess reacted with disbelief, saying the saint was supposed to be in Fruna for a ruins expedition, and questioning how such a thing could have happened. Boris replied that this was only the beginning. Sooner or later, Cyan Vert would turn his blade toward the empire itself. He spoke of Cyan's hunger, a hunger that devoured everything, and asked where it would be directed next. Then he answered his own question. It would be aimed at the most powerful individual in the empire at present, Princess Violette. She looked at him steadily and asked what she was supposed to do. She then asked if he intended to tell her where Cyan Vert was now. Boris replied that he didn't know where Cyan Vert was, but that didn't matter. What mattered was preparation. Together, he said, they could build a plan. He asked the princess to assemble an expedition composed of the palace's elite knights, while he would handle the rest. There was an ancient ruin he had been researching, and it would play a central role. The princess replied that gathering such a force would be simple enough, then asked calmly whether the ruin he meant was Romar. Boris showed genuine surprise at her insight. She explained that someone else had also expressed interest in going there. Then she asked whether he intended to accompany them himself. Elsewhere, Princess Erin was already making preparations to depart for Romar. When questioned about whether she truly intended to go, she confirmed it without hesitation. Everything was ready. Chancellor Kundal warned her that the route would take her through the Romar Heights, a path notorious for its brutality. Erin answered calmly that she was prepared. There was something there she had to find. Kundal moved quickly, drawing a book from the shelf with magic and placing it into her hands. He admitted that while he didn't fully understand how everything connected back to her former fiancé, the book contained vital information about the Romar Heights and would undoubtedly help her survive the journey. Erin thanked him, though his unease remained obvious. She reassured him gently, reminding him that she was no longer a fragile child. After a brief pause, Kundal mentioned that there was someone who could accompany her. Later, Erin entered another room and was informed that all the necessary books for the expedition had already been prepared. At that moment, Sirika glanced at Leximus and asked if he would be joining them as well. She remarked that the journey wouldn't be boring in the slightest and added that she would be traveling with her graduate students, her excitement impossible to hide. Her expression twisted as she suggested they start discussing the route. Deep inside, she cursed quietly. Somewhere along the way, she had truly become a nanny after all. Hastia wandered alone, letting out a long sigh as she moved through the quiet space. Restlessness gnawed at her. 2 full days had passed since her arrival, yet not a single proper oracle had come to her. The silence was unbearable. Frustration crept in, followed by bitterness, and her thoughts drifted to the guardian she had chosen, someone who seemed determined to test her patience at every turn. Tears gathered in her eyes as doubt took root, and she began to question herself. What if her prophetic power wasn't reliable at all? The weight became too much. Hastia sank to her knees, shoulders trembling as sadness swallowed her whole. A heavy pressure settled in her chest as she wondered, in silence, whether she even deserved to be called a prophet. The doubt crushed her spirit, making her feel smaller, weaker, and painfully alone. Then a voice reached her ears. It asked calmly why a spirit would ever say such a thing about herself. Startled, Hastia lifted her head and looked around. Her gaze stopped on a small tent nearby. Inside, an old woman sat reading fortunes for a visitor. The air around the tent felt strange yet peaceful, carrying a quiet, unfamiliar mysticism. Nearby, a man raised his voice in frustration. He argued with the old woman, clearly unhappy with the meaning of the fortune he had received. He insisted things wouldn't turn out that way, claiming he felt certain this time would be different. The old woman calmly revealed the card he had chosen and told him plainly that if he continued pursuing that person, he would eventually end up imprisoned. She reminded him that her previous reading had also been accurate. Then she advised him to stop deceiving himself and focus on making money instead. Her blunt honesty shattered him. Tears filled his eyes as he fled the tent, shouting that she was far too cruel. Hastia stepped forward without hesitation and entered the tent. The old woman looked up and asked who she was. Hastia introduced herself by name, stating that she was a prophet of the White Elf tribe, then asked if the woman was a prophet as well. The old woman gently placed her hands on Hastia's head and confirmed it. She encouraged Hastia to speak freely about her worries and reassured her in a steady voice. The cards, she said, never lie. The old woman shuffled her cards at an unhurried pace and asked who it was that had burdened Hastia's heart so deeply. Her voice carried calm certainty as she assured her that everything would be examined properly. Drawn in by that confidence, Hastia reached out and chose a card from the deck. The moment the old woman saw it, she revealed its name. The Eight of Cups. She explained that it signified dissatisfaction with the present path, the feeling of wanting to walk away despite effort already given. Hastia wished to help someone, she said, but had run straight into a wall that could not be crossed. Hastia stiffened. The accuracy left her stunned. The old woman drew another card without hesitation and placed it beside the first, explaining that this one represented the answer. It was the Hermit. She spoke calmly, saying the person Hastia was trying to help was exceptionally difficult to deal with. Hastia nodded at once. There was no denying that. Overwhelmed by how precisely her situation had been laid bare, Hastia suddenly grabbed the old woman's hand and begged to learn this art herself, calling it prophecy. The request startled the old woman, who looked at her sharply and asked whether she truly understood what she was asking for, and whether she was certain she wanted to walk such a path. Elsewhere, Leximus spoke with visible unease, asking Her Highness whether it was truly acceptable to allow instructor Sirica to join the expedition. He remarked that she seemed exhausted from acting as a caretaker. The girl answered calmly that it was fine. Keeping her close would be beneficial, especially since she was closely tied to Cyan and could be useful. She added that she had placed her among them intentionally to keep watch, and that there was no point regretting matters that had already unfolded. Leximus hesitated, then raised another concern. He asked what they should do about the remaining issue. The girl questioned what he meant, and Leximus snapped back in irritation, explaining that an unidentified individual had been secretly following her for several days. He asked if he should deal with the threat immediately. The girl raised her voice deliberately, ensuring it carried into the forest. She warned whoever was hiding to come out at once, before her guardian knights were forced to act, making it clear that her patience was limited. Leximus echoed her command, drawing his sword as he ordered the hidden figure to reveal himself in the name of the princess. A moment later, a man stepped out from among the trees, hands raised slightly as he stated he had no intention of fighting and was cooperating, asking them to lower their weapons. The princess narrowed her eyes, recognition flashing across her face. She addressed him by name. Sir Gale. Leximus stared in surprise and asked if she knew him. Sir Gale looked equally shocked that she recognized him, quickly insisting that he meant no harm and pleading for forgiveness. The princess coldly accused him of lying, stating that she already knew he had been sent by Violet. Sir Gale let out a short laugh, openly acknowledging her sharp perception and remarking that the rumors about her intelligence were well-deserved. He claimed the situation was nothing more than a misunderstanding. The next instant, Leximus activated his skill, bound second, and lunged forward. Sir Gale barely had time to react, drawing his sword just in time to block the strike. He repeated that they were misunderstanding things and ordered Leximus to step back, insisting that he would speak directly with Princess Erin instead. The princess shut him down immediately. She made it clear that she alone would decide who she spoke to, and reminded him that secretly following her had already crossed a line. She demanded to know exactly what information he had been reporting to Violet so far, stating that honesty would spare everyone unnecessary bloodshed. Sir Gale answered calmly, explaining that while he was now a royal knight, he had once been an advanced knight of the Knights of Light. There was no chance, he said, that he would lose to someone who had only recently graduated. Leximus pushed forward regardless, pouring all his strength into the clash and forcing Sir Gale back step by step. Sir Gale then halted the exchange, stating that he would withdraw for now. His orders were to minimize direct contact. Before leaving, he advised them to tend to the child's injury first. Only then did Leximus realize blood was seeping from his side. The wound wasn't deep, but it was serious enough to demand immediate attention. Sir Gale remarked that a simple healing spell would suffice. Princess Erin told him she would not forget this encounter. Sir Gale laughed lightly, replying that he bore no hostility toward Her Highness and was merely carrying out orders. He warned her that many others besides him were watching her movements closely. Then he revealed the reason. She was the former fiancée of Cyan Vert, the murderer. Under those circumstances, surveillance from the Empire was only natural. With that warning delivered, Sir Gale turned and left. Leximus grimaced as he pressed a hand to his wound, apologizing to the princess for what he believed was his failure. Princess Erin shook her head and told him not to blame himself. Sir Gale was not an opponent who could be defeated easily. She explained that he was a sword master of the Knights of Light, and that only a handful of individuals within the Empire could truly face him on equal footing. After retreating into the shadows, Sir Gale finally allowed himself to sit. Only then did the reality of the fight settle in. The strike he had barely managed to block replayed in his mind again and again. If he had been even a fraction slower, he would already be dead. Pain throbbed sharply from his shoulder as he clenched his jaw and let out a quiet breath. He acknowledged it honestly. Leximus had nearly killed him. The boy was already wielding sword aura. There was no doubt anymore. Given time, he would grow into a terrifying swordsman. His hands trembled as he reached the conclusion he didn't want to admit. This time, Princess Erin truly had someone formidable at her side. He resolved to report everything. Then his instinct screamed. Before he could react, a presence closed in and steel pierced straight through his shoulder. Sir Gale staggered, spinning around as he dragged himself free and searched for the attacker. For an instant, he assumed it was an assassin sent by the royal family. But that thought shattered the moment his senses locked onto the figure before him. This was something else entirely. Sir Gale drew his sword at once and activated Predator of the Abyss, his aura flaring sharply. Only then did he fully see his opponent. Cyan, disguised, yet unmistakable. There was no hesitation. Cyan stepped in and unleashed his strike. Sword's singular flash. The world narrowed to a single line of death. The sheer purity and lethality of the technique froze Sir Gale in place. His breath caught, his mind blanked, and shock consumed him completely as he realized the truth. This was an attack meant to end his life. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.